Chapter 1840. Fists are rules. What makes you think you're qualified to say that? Bai Yuntiandi wanted to remind Lin Ling to be careful, but Lin Ling had already spoken. I'm qualified in everything. Yixian Xiandi laughed mockingly. Lin Ling was a piece of trash who didn't even dare to fight the southern Xianyuan peak. How dare he ask him if he's qualified? You're only the first heavenly emperor, but I'm an expert with the title of Xiandi. That's why I'm qualified. Yixian Xiandi wanted to shake the world with his name, so he shouted angrily. His powerful aura erupted at the same time, causing the Xiandi on the mountain peak to laugh even more coldly. A large number of experts had already gathered in the distance. Many titled heavenly emperors were also there. To them, Lin Ling dared to come to Xiandi's world. He must have eaten a leopard's guts. I'm only the first heavenly emperor, but you're an expert with the title of Xiandi. That's why I want to give you the dragon turtle battleship. So that's why. Lin Ling revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment, causing immortal Emperor Yixian to be astonished. Could it be that this Lin Ling was an idiot? How could he not understand such a simple logic? Just as he wanted to speak, under his aura, a fist ruthlessly slammed over. It was like the fist of an invincible war god, tyrannical and majestic. Boom! Yixian Xiandi's body twisted like a prawn, bending over and spitting out bile. Just as he was about to speak, an arm stretched out, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. I'm the first heavenly emperor, and you're an expert with the title of Xiandi? Lin Ling's thunderous voice came out of his mouth. This sentence was obviously sarcastic. He questioned Yixian Xiandi. You're an expert with the title of Xiandi, so why are you so weak? Is this heavenly witch mountain your home? But even if it is your home, I, Lin Ling, can come and go as I please. You're courting death. Boom. Lin Ling grabbed Yixian Xiandi's neck and smashed it into the distance. Following that, an ancient dragonfish desolate beast rushed out from the Tianwu ancient lake and swallowed Yixian Xiandi. Lin Ling's attack was direct and efficient, and could be said to be thunderous. Silence. The mountaintop was completely silent. The heavenly witch mountain was completely silent. Even Bai Yuntiandi and the others were silent. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would come in such a forceful manner. Whoever dared to stop him would be sent flying with a single punch. This guy. Sure, Iran originally wanted to convince him with words. For example, they were here to look for the southern Xianyuan peak and did not want to provoke others. However, Lin Ling chose to use the most domineering and simple way to solve everything. Trash Lin Ling, you didn't dare to accept the challenge, and now you come here to behave atrociously. How dare you? What kind of place is the heavenly witch mountain? Are you even qualified to come here? After a moment of silence, the mountaintop was filled with angry shouts. Many Xiandi experts leaped up and released their terrifying auras, wanting to suppress Lin Ling. To them, if Lin Ling could also come to the heavenly witch mountain, it would be a humiliation to the Xiandi experts. The strength of these immortal emperors couldn't be considered top-notch, but there were a lot of them. They seemed to be the followers of powerful immortal emperors. However, no matter where they were placed, these immortal emperors would be considered as overlords. Lin Ling's way of coming is so arrogant. How dare he be arrogant without strength? He's asking for humiliation. He forgot that he's facing the Xiandi experts. In the distance, many people sneered. Lin Ling could defeat one Xiandi expert, but could he defeat more than 10? Looking at the large number of experts flying towards him, Lin Ling sneered. If it was before, he would have avoided them, but now, he had nothing to fear. He sensed that there were many experts on the mountain peak who harbored evil intentions. They were people from the ancient Ji clan and Xianyuan clan. Hence, he knew that even if he swallowed his anger, those immortal emperors would not let him off. Qualifications, my fist is qualifications. Lin Ling roared. The ancient god emperor descended, the power of 16 universes exploded, and he used the black tortoise 9 steps. Boom. With one punch, a powerful Xiandi expert was sent flying, spitting out blood. Boom. With another punch, the power of laws was also shattered, smashing into the ancient lake. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Boom. With another punch, no one could block it. They asked Lin Ling for qualifications, and Lin Ling told them what qualifications were with his strength. They thought that Lin Ling was the #1 heavenly emperor and was not strong enough to face them, but that was only their imagination. A large number of heavenly emperors were sent flying, some smashed into the ancient lake, and some spat out blood. Was this still the #1 heavenly emperor Lin Ling? With this strength, he could be ranked on the Middle Earth list. Wait, Lin Ling, I don't want to fight anymore. I won't stop you. Although those CND experts were above tens of thousands of people and had a noble status, they were only between the first and second stage of Wusheng, and they only had 2 laws. You don't want to fight? Trash like you have the qualifications to come to the Heavenly Witch Mountain? How can I not have the qualifications? Lin Ling's sneer became wider, frivolous, and domineering. At this moment, he was like a dazzling meteor, blooming with bright light. The ancient god emperor descended, as if he carried the pride of the star-picking nation, and suppressed all the CND experts in the sky, causing them to flee in panic. Star-picking great emperor. Looking at the tall and mighty figure, many people were shocked. It was as if they were looking at the 4 great emperors of the ancient era. As for Bai Yuntiandi and the rest, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong. Even when facing a second stage Wusheng, he was still able to chop vegetables and cut melons. Now, do I have the qualifications? When he could no longer see any CND experts in the sky, Lin Ling looked down and said. This time, he felt extremely carefree, even more carefree than when he became the #1 heavenly emperor. One had to know that after the seal of the true martial world, he had been suppressing his anger because everyone was jealous of his achievements, so they joined forces to bully him. But now, all the suppressed anger was released. He felt his soul power slowly increasing, and this reminded him of Taoist Kame's words. Stick to your heart, don't be soft-hearted. Do I have the qualifications? Lin Ling shouted again. The world was silent. If Lin Ling was not qualified, then CND and the rest, who were defeated by Lin Ling, would be even less qualified. This was the qualification that came from punching. Lin Ling, there's a place for you in the Heavenly Witch Mountain. Finally, Lu Susu's voice floated out, confirming Lin Ling's qualifications. As for the stronger CND, their eyes flickered. They did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong, but they obviously did not care because Lin Ling had only defeated Wusheng. It was not worth their concern. On the contrary, if Lin Ling left now, they would be disappointed because Lin Ling's arrival in the Heavenly Witch Mountain would cause even more trouble. Let's go down. Lin Ling put away the dragon turtle battleship, held Princess Hualing's hand, and slowly walked down the mountain. As for Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, and the rest, their faces were solemn. After landing on the mountain, they suddenly realized that the powerful aura on the mountain was extremely terrifying. The pressure was so strong that even Tyrant Shur and Iran's hearts trembled. However, all of them subconsciously looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling seemed to have blocked the wind and rain, allowing them to finally relax. That seat belongs to us. Scram. Lin Ling's face was calm. His gaze landed on one of the seats, and he immediately shouted coldly. Right now, most of the seats were occupied, and the limited number of seats were reserved for the experts who were about to arrive. Therefore, Lin Ling took a liking to a seat and directly snatched it. You're asking me to scram? Chapter 1841. Recognition of qualifications. You're just a 3rd-degree realm Wusheng, you don't have the right to sit alone. There are more people on my side, don't tell me you want to sit with me? Or do you want us to stand and drink? Lin Ling said calmly. Even so, first come first serve. You're not following the rules. Xian Di said coldly. Rules? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He had never seen anyone talking about rules since he started learning martial arts. A practitioner's rules were actually strength. Lin Ling didn't explain. He walked forward and picked up the wine jug on the table and poured the wine on that person's head. Are you going to scram or not? Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. As a titled celestial emperor, he was someone who could establish his own sect no matter where he went. How humiliating it was for a senior like him to be doused with wine by someone else. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Finally, someone from the Xinyuan clan spoke up. It was Xinyuan's southern peak. Trash, you don't have the right to sit alone. Lin Ling said directly, his words were filled with contempt. I'm trash. Xian Di was stunned. He was ranked 70 in the Intermediate Martial Arts Pavilion. He was trash? He stared at Lin Ling with disdain. Moreover, the dragon's roar quietly bloomed, as if a dragon had been resurrected. Obviously, he was using his powerful heaven-grade talent to let Lin Ling know who was the trash. Unfortunately, he was indeed trash. Compared to Lin Ling in terms of talent, he was far too inferior. Sensing the dragon's aura enveloping his body, Lin Ling sneered. The ancient god emperor appeared behind him and his heaven-grade 10th grade talent was unleashed. Bang! A terrifying aura attacked. That heavenly emperor seemed to have seen the ancient god. His legs were unsteady and he fell to the ground in fright. As for the immortal emperors on the mountain peak, their expressions changed. It had to be known that in the Vine Leaf world, many people had guessed that Lin Ling's talent wasn't low, but as for what grade, no one could be sure. But now, everyone was sure that it was 10th grade heaven rank. Trash, are you still not going to scram? Lin Ling didn't care about the shock of the surrounding powerhouses. His voice was low and deep, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. He didn't have to be courteous to the Xinyuan clan. I'll scram. That immortal emperor trembled with fear and fled in the end. Sit down, little flame, pour the wine. Lin Ling was the first to sit down. Then he laughed heartily. Yes, big brother. Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, and the others were very excited. Not everyone could be so bold and lawless in the Xiendi world. They all sat down, drank the wine, and ate the immortal peaches. They were in high spirits. As for Bai Yun Tiendi and the others, they felt like they were in a dream. They had never thought that they would be able to sit in the same place as the youngest Xiendi expert one day. Moreover, he ignored them and drank his own wine and ate his own food. This Lin Ling is indeed the boss of Little Flame and the others. Tyrant Shirin thought to herself. The Xiendi experts around them were very shrewd, so they didn't act up for the time being. Instead, they whispered to each other as if they didn't care about Lin Ling's frivolity. Perhaps in their hearts, Lin Ling's actions were just a clown's. As for the Xinyuan family's table, 2 young men looked at Lin Ling coldly. Finally, one of them shouted, Xinyuan Nanfeng, is this the Lin Ling you wanted to challenge? How did his talent reach the 10th grade of the heaven rank? At this moment, Xinyuan Nanfeng's face was solemn. If he had 100% confidence in crushing Lin Ling at the beginning, now he only had 60% confidence. Heaven rank 10th grade talent, no wonder Lin Ling was so arrogant. Haha, but this person is brave but not smart. He dares to come here so arrogantly, he must think that he has great talent and can amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that a cultivator needs to hide his strength. A cultivator like this is not worth our concern. Another young man said indifferently. His appearance was exactly the same as the young man who spoke at the beginning. He was the Twin Dragons gang from the Xinyuan family. These 2 powerful Xiendi were strong practitioners who had cultivated for 400 years. Their strength reached the heavens and earth. Even among the 5th degree realm of Wusheng, there were few who could be their match. They were on par with the ancient Ji family's 4 Jade Water Fairies, the Supreme family's Jiu Yu Jiu, the Yi clan's Tai Lu Xiendi, and the Crystal 7 Talents. These Xiendi practitioners who had cultivated for less than 500 years were almost comparable to the Supreme Xiendi, Symbol Ancestor, and other strong practitioners. Don't worry. Although Lin Ling's talent has increased greatly, he is only in the 2nd degree realm of Wusheng. As for me, I am in the 4th degree realm of Wusheng and possess 11 laws. Oppressing him is as easy as flipping my hand. Moreover, Lin Ling is indeed too foolish. He shouldn't have revealed his talent so quickly. If he had used it at the crucial moment, perhaps there might be an unexpected effect. Xinyuan Nanfeng quickly regained his confidence. He stared at Lin Ling with disdain. Lin Ling had disappointed him. Unfortunately, How would he know that Lin Ling's heaven-ranked 10th grade was Lin Ling's final trump card? That's good. Many people are watching this gathering. We must spread the name of the divine dragon warrior. The two Twin Dragons Society members spoke out. The crowd continued to eat and drink. They knew that something was going to happen next. Outside the Heavenly Witch Mountain, those onlookers also had the same thought. They even knew that Lin Ling's goal today was to battle Xianyuan Nanfeng. Mad God Lin Ling, you have drunk and eaten. Perhaps you should know the purpose of Xiandi's gathering. Suddenly, a Xiandi opened his mouth. He was one of the 4 jade water fairies, Xiandi. I'm sorry, I don't know the purpose of Xiandi's gathering. Lin Ling drank his wine and replied. Ha! The crowd laughed. Lin Ling dared to come here without knowing anything. What was the difference between such an action and coming here to die? This time, it's for the Xiandi Alliance. Many alliances will be discussed. Then, the Xiandi powerhouses will each choose an alliance suitable for them to join. After the demon invasion, they will resist the foreign enemies. Lu Susu rolled her eyes. Was that guy here to cause trouble? Oh, I understand. Lin Ling nodded in realization. No wonder there were so many powerhouses here. Since you don't even know this, what's your purpose here? Another Xiandi laughed. His tone was full of ridicule. Very simple. I had an appointment with someone before, but because I missed the time, someone spread the news and laughed at me everywhere. So, I came here today to accept the challenge. Lin Ling stopped drinking and said indifferently, Haha, didn't you say you didn't dare to fight? Why did you find an excuse to say you missed the time? You arrogantly asked for a challenge, but since you missed the time, it's normal for you to be laughed at. Do you know why we didn't stop you from coming here? It's not because we acknowledge your strength, but because we were waiting for the powerhouses to arrive. We were a little bored, so we wanted to find some entertainment for you. Hearing Lin Ling's words, those powerful Xiandi finally opened their mouths to mock him. Among them, many of their cultivations had reached Wu Sheng's 5th degree realm. Naturally, they didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes. Only Wu Sheng's 2nd degree realm. Although his innate talent is not bad, but it's better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, be careful not to kick an iron plate and die without knowing why. One of the handsome young men drank his wine and muttered to himself. Apparently, he was extremely unhappy with Lin Ling. Mad God Lin Ling, Human Realm's hero. Chapter 1842. Battle at Xianyuan Nanfeng. Ha! Many Xiandis began to laugh mockingly as well. These fellows actually think that Lin Ling is an entertainer who drinks to liven things up? Lu Susu couldn't help but frown when she saw the experts mocking Lin Ling. She was about to speak when Lin Yanchen waved her hands at her. There are too many experts here. If you stand up for Lin Ling, you will bring more trouble to Lin Ling. After all, the Crystal 7 talents like you very much. Lu Susu fell silent instantly when she heard this. Sometimes, if she didn't help, she would indeed bring trouble to Lin Ling. Especially the Crystal 7 talents. The 7 lecherous Yendis weren't pushovers. However, just as everyone was mocking him, a chuckling voice drifted over. Although Wu Sheng is only at the 2nd stage, it won't be difficult for him to kill you, who is only at the 5th stage of Wu Sheng. Boom. This voice caused the entire mountain peak to fall silent. This was because the person who had spoken was Lin Ling. Furthermore, he had said this to one of the Crystal 7 talents. Such words were simply boasting shamelessly and even seeking death. How dare a mere Lin Ling say that it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the Crystal 7 talents? Gradually, an oppressive atmosphere spread. All the experts tacitly fell silent. Obviously, they knew that Lin Ling's words had completely offended the Crystal 7 talents. Ha! That's a good joke. However, to everyone's surprise, the handsome young man fiddled with his wineglass and didn't show any signs of anger. He seemed to treat Lin Ling's words as a joke. The crowd was stunned before they burst into laughter. Indeed, this was a joke. Lin Ling, do you know that you are talking to the Crystal 7 talents? Do you think you have the right to meet him? You're not even my match, you only know how to spout nonsense. At this time, Xianyuan Nanfeng stood up and finally decided to fight. In the beginning, Lin Ling didn't dare to fight against Lin Ling. This caused the entire human world to laugh at mad god Lin Ling. But now Lin Ling had finally arrived. However, this was also according to his wishes. If he could defeat mad god Lin Ling, not only would Lin Ling be ridiculed even more, but the southern Xianyuan peak would also become even more famous. Although it's just drinking to liven things up, how can a battle between warriors be a spar? So, if we're going to fight, we'll fight to the death. Those who die will be thrown into the ancient lake to feed the desolate beasts. One of the members of the Twin Dragons Society said calmly, but his words were extremely vicious, as if the loser would become nourishment for the desolate beast. However, this ruthlessness wasn't limited to just one person. Another person beside him also said, if you don't want to fight, then throw him into the ancient lake to feed the desolate beast. A moment later, those immortal emperors coldly laughed. Wanting to step into their world? This wasn't a place where one could come and go as they pleased. Right now, Lin Ling could be considered to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Whether he fought or not, he would still die. What a ruthless method. As for the crowd far away from Heavenly Shaman Mountain, their expressions changed dramatically. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had arrived with such great fanfare. He shouldn't be afraid of this battle. As you wish. How could Lin Ling not know their tricks? He sneered and slowly stood up. Xianyuan Nanfeng also walked forward step by step, at the same time saying indifferently, I'm not the trash Xiandi you defeated previously. I'm one of the 5 heavenly monarchs. In the past, I was one of the 5 strongest heavenly emperors. Today, I'm also an existence that can't be underestimated in Xiandi world. Don't think that you can be lawless just because you have a 10th grade heaven rank talent. It's just that some people aren't like you, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Lin Ling was startled. He was bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Isn't that so? You only dare to bully those first-degree Xiandi from Wuxing world. When you meet me, the Xiandi from the Twin Dragons Society and the Crystal 7 Talents, you don't dare to be arrogant. Xianyuan Nanfeng stopped walking and stood 10 meters away from Lin Ling. Lin Ling was startled again, but he was too lazy to explain. He said, that's right, I'm bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I'm not as low-key as you. You're strong but you don't bully the weak. Today, because I'm too arrogant and caused you to be dissatisfied, you came out to defeat me, right? You're right. Xianyuan Nanfeng nodded indifferently. Lin Ling shook his head, then let's start. Since you said that I'm arrogant and fearing the strong, then I'll be arrogant to the end. I'll let you have 3 moves. Boom. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone's heart was struck by lightning. With a difference of 2 realms, Lin Ling actually let him have 3 moves? Although his talent was stronger, talent didn't mean everything. Idiot, do you think you can defeat your opponent with pressure just because your talent is strong? If a true expert doesn't have a law, then it's useless no matter how strong his talent is. This Lin Ling doesn't look like a knowledgeable cultivator. Arrogant soldiers are bound to lose. One of the Crystal 7 Talents snorted coldly. Previously, he even burst out with a 10th grade heaven rank talent. He won't hold back. He's too straightforward, he won't be able to achieve anything. Another person shook his head. On the mountain peak, the experts were discussing with ridicule and disdain. Even Xianyuan Nanfeng was shaking his head. He won this battle too easily. You'll regret it. South of the South Mountain, peak among peaks, dragon among dragons. Xianyuan Nanfeng was too lazy to talk nonsense. He erupted with his full strength and released his law. An ancient mountain peak appeared behind him, soaring to the sky, and a divine dragon in the sky. According to legend, the height of a mountain didn't matter, as long as there was a dragon. South of the South Mountain, peak among peaks, dragon among dragons. One of the 5 heavenly monarchs in the past, today's genius with the title Xiandi, he's fighting the number 1 heavenly emperor, mad god Lin Ling. I wonder who will win. That's nonsense. Xianyuan Nanfeng will definitely win. Yes, although Lin Ling can also defeat Xiandi, don't forget that when Lin Ling became the number 1 heavenly emperor, Xianyuan Nanfeng was already titled Xiandi. The crowd in the distance was extremely excited. They were witnessing the battle of the most talented geniuses that they had missed. First move, south of the South Mountain. An ancient voice sounded, and the law descended. A mountain within a mountain appeared, suppressing Lin Ling. The ancient mountain appeared around Lin Ling, and smoke filled the air. It turned into a huge mountain in the shape of a dragon, sealing off Lin Ling's space. Even the void was sealed. This is a law-locking martial art. Lu Susu frowned as she stared at the majestic scene. Since the development of law martial arts to this day, there had already been several domains. It was no longer a simple clash between the strong. Sometimes, there would be schemes within schemes, as well as attack methods such as superimposing the power of law. As for law-locking martial arts, the power of law was not strong. Its only advantage was to seal Lin Ling. Moreover, this was only the first step. The second and third steps were the most terrifying. Second move, peak among peaks. Another law descended, and there were as many as 3. An ancient mountain fell from the sky, forming a triangle as if to suppress the earth. It was said that this peak among peaks was extremely powerful. If it suppressed an expert, it could last for 500 years. Moreover, the suppressed expert could not use any law, such as stepping into the void, shrinking, or using the power of wind, fire, and thunder. These could not shake the peak among peaks. This was an extremely powerful domain of law-locking martial arts. Dragon among dragons. An ancient azure dragon roared out. Its dragon horns were majestic and its azure scales were shocking to the eye. After circling in the sky, it coiled around the mountain peak. Inside the mountain peak, Lin Ling was trapped and suppressed by the mountain peak. In the end, he was going to be swept to death by the azure dragon. This was a law-locking martial art. Chapter 1843. Defeating the enemy in one move, good. Such terrifying power of law. Even if the gods of the 9 heavens were suppressed in the mountain, he would still die. Yes. Lin Ling only has this kind of strength, and he actually gave him 3 moves? Yes. Outside of the heavenly witch mountain, on the summit, everyone was shocked. In their eyes, the azure dragon was constantly circling the ancient mountain. At first, it was slow, but in the end, it reached a terrifying speed. It was like a spinning fan, cutting through space and everything. Defeat? Yes. Following Xinyuan's southern peak's last figure, the azure dragon's roar was deafening. It was as if a passage to the devil world had been opened. The people in the distance were shocked. Lin Ling might have been torn to pieces by the azure dragon. Reverse for me. However, at this time, a loud voice suddenly resounded. The azure dragon's speed suddenly stopped, and then it began to rotate in an anti-clockwise direction. The ancient mountains suddenly exploded, and rocks flew everywhere. An ancient god emperor's figure walked out, and a dragon's roar resounded. The power of 11 laws is too weak. Yes. The cold voice was like thunder, and it caused the wind and clouds to blow. Under countless gazes, a dragon's claw appeared. The blue-robed youth actually grabbed the huge azure dragon, and then fiercely clenched it. Dragon against dragon, the scene in front of them proved what a real divine dragon warrior was. Everyone's jaws dropped. Xinyuan Nanfeng used a law-locking martial art, but Lin Ling used an immortal emperor's other battle tactic, which was also the simplest one. It was a head-on clash and a direct destruction. However, in order to directly destroy the opponent, one's strength must be twice as strong as Xinyuan's southern peak. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling was only Wu Sheng's second layer. How could they know that at this moment, Lin Ling was using the dragon claw and the ancient god emperor's power of 19 universes? Even the geniuses from the 18 islands couldn't stop this attack. Xinyuan Nanfeng's cultivation couldn't compare to these geniuses, so how could he be a match for Lin Ling? Lin Ling was determined to prove himself today. The dragon claw in his left hand roared, as if his left hand was a dragon. You said before that you were strong, but you never bullied the weak. Today, because I was too arrogant, I made you unhappy. That's why you came out in a low-key manner to defeat me. Lin Ling's mocking voice was like the crisp sound of a slap. The slap on Xinyuan Nanfeng's face was undoubtedly extremely painful. He Xinyuan Nanfeng, thought that he was very strong, so he mocked Lin Ling for bullying the weak. But now, what qualifications did he have to say those words? He was not even comparable to Lin Ling. In fact, he was also weak. 2 spatial laws, plus physical strength and a 10th grade heaven realm talent? The powerful Xian Di frowned. They thought that Lin Ling's trump card was his talent, but obviously, Lin Ling was also very strong in other areas. You lost. Ignoring the shock around him, Lin Ling took a step forward, and the dragon claw fiercely clawed out. The space cracked open, and 2 beautiful worlds appeared. No one knew which world they were from. Xinyuan Nanfeng's expression changed. He couldn't defeat Lin Ling in 3 moves, and Lin Ling's 1 move made him feel extremely pressured. There were 2 reasons for this. First, Lin Ling's talent was higher than his. Second, Lin Ling's physical body was too strong, and no one among the young Xian Di could compare. Third, a strong physical body combined with the fusion of laws made this dragon claw even more terrifying. I admit defeat. Xinyuan Nanfeng kept retreating. He was a little scared. Everyone was dumbfounded. At first, they mocked Lin Ling for a reason. Before the end of the Vine Leaf world, Lin Ling was only the first heavenly emperor, and Xinyuan Nanfeng's title was Xian Di. In the following half a month, Lin Ling's strength was limited. However, who knew that Lin Ling would exceed the norm? In half a month, his strength would increase greatly, and he would suppress Xinyuan Nanfeng. Of course, there were also people who guessed that Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly in the Vine Leaf world, but he had only shown it now. Because it was impossible for his strength to increase greatly in half a month. He admitted defeat. You still dare to mess around? Seeing Lin Ling pounce towards Xinyuan Nanfeng, someone immediately spoke. It was the Twin Dragons gang. Ironically, it was the Twin Dragons gang that forced Lin Ling to fight, and now it was the Twin Dragons gang that interrupted the battle. Lin Ling sneered. His goal was simple. Defeating Xinyuan Nanfeng was only one of his goals. Fighting for a seat in the human world was his most important goal. Because if he didn't fight for a seat, there would be endless trouble. For example, today, Tian Shui brought people to the rainforest sacred land to cause trouble. Therefore, he didn't stop. How dare you? The Twin Dragons gang youth was finally furious. Xinyuan Nanfeng was even more flustered. He was sure that Lin Ling had missed the time, and he wasn't afraid of fighting with him. Rumble. The dragon claw shone brightly, and the spatial laws also arrived. It swept across Xinyuan Nanfeng, making him spit out blood as if he had been hit by a dragon's head. His body emitted the sound of breaking bones, and then he floated towards the ancient lake in the distance like a kite with a broken string. There were many wild beasts in the ancient lake, and they swallowed Xinyuan Nanfeng in one gulp. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, especially the titled celestial emperors. Their mouths were wide open, and they even forgot to breathe. Xinyuan Nanfeng, one of the 5 celestial emperors in the past, was one of the 5 geniuses of the celestial emperor world. After stepping into the Xian Di world, he wasn't weak because of his talent. But now, he was defeated in one move. This battle undoubtedly made Lin Ling's brilliance reach its peak. Who would dare to provoke Mad God Lin Ling? As for the Xian Di world, their faces were solemn. If they didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes at the beginning, who would dare to now? This was because Lin Ling's strength was above average in this group of people. Of course, the most terrifying thing was Lin Ling's growth speed. He defeated a Xian Di world genius in half a month. What if he was given another half a year? Then they would all have to stand aside. It was just an agreed battle, but you killed him. Even if he admitted defeat, you still wanted to kill him. Do you think we don't exist? The youth from the Twin Dragons Society shouted angrily. He raised his hands high and a golden dragon sat cross-legged above his head. It was as if it was a treasure dragon. Twin Dragons Society, that's one of the Twin Dragons, Xinyuan Kuan. Many people narrowed their eyes, but they weren't surprised that Xinyuan Kuan made a move. If he didn't, they would be surprised because the Twin Dragons Society and Xinyuan Nanfeng were from the same family. Xinyuan Kuan, don't forget the purpose of this gathering at Heavenly Witch Mountain. Lu Susu quickly said. Xinyuan Kuan was a 5th-stage expert of Wusheng world and a 9th-grade heaven-ranked talent. Lin Ling couldn't win. He's so arrogant, I don't think he's afraid of fighting with me. Lu Susu, you'd better not bother about us men's battle. Before Xinyuan Kuan said anything, another youth from the Twin Dragons Society said sinisterly. His name was Xinyuan Li and his words were full of arrogance. He raised Lin Ling up high so that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to back down. If Lin Ling refused, then he could use words to suppress Lin Ling. People from the Xinyuan clan don't keep their promises. I'm used to it. Senior Lu Susu, if he wants to come, then let him come. I want to see what ability this Twin Dragons Society has. Chapter 1844. Twin Dragons Converge, You Have Guts. As expected of Mad God Lin Ling. I admire you. Take this. Xinyuan Kuan sneered and pushed out his golden dragon. Comparing guts, I'm definitely more gutsy than you. Unlike you, you're just a clown. Oomph. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to understand Xinyuan Kuan's humble words and scolded him. Flames appeared on his dragon claws, cold and hot, forming the power of law. Who is this person? He's crazy enough to fight with the Twin Dragons gang. Is he looking for death? Oomph. It's Mad God Lin Ling. Oomph. He's crazy. Oomph. Another large number of Xiandi arrived and they were all shocked. Today, their immortal emperor's world had a mad god that could battle the heavens and the earth. Not necessarily. Oomph. Among the Xiandi experts, a young man smiled faintly. He was Blazing Angel. He and Lin Ling had just arrived at the Heavenly Witch Mountain, and Blazing Angel was slower. However, when he saw Lin Ling suppressing the crowd, he understood Lin Ling's intentions. It seemed that Lin Ling wanted to seize a seat in the human realm. As for Lin Ling's strength, other than a few monsters in Wusheng's 5th realm, there weren't many who were Lin Ling's match. Sure enough, as he guessed, Lin Ling's Fire Dragon King appeared and clashed with the Golden Dragon. It actually suppressed the Golden Dragon and made it almost collapse. Seeing this scene, the entire mountain peak and outside the Heavenly Witch Mountain fell into a dead silence. One must know that Xinyuan Kuan refused to accept Lin Ling's rise, so he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson with the attitude of a senior. However, everyone knew that he didn't have the qualifications to call himself a senior in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling could be said to be even crazier than before. What kind of fire is this? Why is it so strong even though it doesn't have much power of law? Oomph. Those top-notch Xiandi sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were surprised by Lin Ling's strength at the beginning, they were now horrified. You fought with me on Xinyuan Southern Peak, and after you won, you killed me to silence me. Is this the Grand Xiandi? The other Xinyuan Li saw that the situation was not right, so he immediately joined the battle, but before he made his move, he also found an excuse for himself. I'll silence you? Do you have a pair of dog eyes? All I did was kick him out of the Heavenly Witch Mountain. Who knew that he would be swallowed by the ancient lake desolate beast? He can only blame it on his luck. Lin Ling's sneer deepened, but he was still as carefree as before. How could Lin Ling not know what the opponent was thinking? He taunted again, if you want to fight, then come. Why bother finding some hypocritical excuse? Crazy? If Heavenly Emperor powerhouses knew about Lin Ling's craziness, then now, Xiandi powerhouses also knew how crazy Lin Ling was. One had to know that the so-called Twin Dragons Association was born from the same womb. According to legend, the two were born from dragon eggs. Only by combining the power of gold and silver would the two be able to merge. Once they merged, their strength would increase greatly. There were not many present who were his match. Then go to hell for me. Ha! Xinyuan Li also did not want to talk nonsense. His two heads held up the sky, and the silver dragon hovered in the sky, also releasing a treasure light. The entire sky was silver at this moment, then it swept towards Lin Ling. In this way, the gold and silver dragons merged, and the treasure light shone brightly. For a time, the great battle of the ancient dragon on the mountain peak made countless people's blood boil with anticipation. And with the addition of Xinyuan Li, Lin Ling immediately felt the pressure. When the two joined forces, the power of law reached 25. This was an extremely strange law that could merge with each other. And Lin Ling's fire law only had 4. It was obviously very difficult to win in a head-on clash. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he stared at the gold and silver dragons, wanting to find the flaw of the law. Gradually, the eye of time and Li Xiaoyao's memories appeared, making his eyes light up. Soaring Dragon Universe. Erupting all the fire law, Lin Ling let the Fire Dragon King become even bigger and rush towards a certain direction. Rumble. The Fire Dragon King seemed to have incarnated the great law of fire. From the looks of its body, it was obviously more terrifying than the gold and silver dragons. He only has 4 laws, why is it so huge? Those powerful CND powerhouses were shocked again, and in their eyes, the Fire Dragon King did not meet the gold and silver dragons head-on. Instead, it swept towards the place where the 2 dragons converged, forcing the 2 dragons to separate. Once separated, the gold and silver dragons could not merge the power of law. Destroy for me! Lin Ling controlled the Fire Dragon King to sweep the gold dragon away. First to deal with the gold dragon, he would undoubtedly seize the initiative. Xianyuan Kuan's expression changed greatly. He did not expect Lin Ling's eyes to be so sharp, breaking the convergence of the 2 dragons, causing the north and south to be separated. Now that the gold dragon was entangled by the Fire Dragon King, he felt that the gold dragon's aura was greatly weakened. "Brother, help me!" Xianyuan Kuan shouted, his voice startling the crowd. Xianyuan Kuan was actually panicking? The 2 of them were fighting one person, and the one who had the upper hand was Lin Ling? This was too unbelievable. Evil demon dares to be so arrogant. Xianyuan Li reacted and controlled the silver dragon to rush towards the ancient dragon battle in the sky, but it was obviously too late. After the Fire Dragon King swept the gold dragon away, it seemed to have a spirit. It raised its head high and looked down at the silver dragon that was rushing over, and actually made the silver dragon not dare to swim a step forward. "Destroy!" Lin Ling spat out a word. The white Fire Dragon King roared, and the hell of the underworld descended. The extreme yin and extreme yang rushed towards the silver dragon. Xianyuan Li's expression changed greatly. He continued to push out the laws, making the silver dragon circle around the heavenly witch mountain to avoid the Fire Dragon King's power. However, everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before the silver dragon was annihilated. Sure enough, it only lasted for a stick of incense's time before the silver dragon turned into endless silver light and disappeared. The Fire Dragon King's roar shook the heavens and earth. The Twin Dragons gang, defeated. The crowd was silent again. Lin Ling defeated the Twin Dragons gang by himself? He only caught them off guard and made the convergence of the 2 dragons fail. If the 2 dragons had converged, they would not have been able to defeat the Twin Dragons gang with just 4 laws. At this time, a cold voice sounded. The silent youth who had been drinking finally threw away his wine cup. He held his sword and stood up, as if he was strolling through the sky. The strange thing was that his speed was not fast, but it gave people a very mysterious feeling. This was one of the Crystal 7 Talents, Xian Di. According to legend, the Crystal 7 Talents were titled by the human realm's highest Deacon Palace. Each of them had God-level talent and were extremely terrifying existences. God-level talent, who among the Xian Di had reached this level of talent? Crystal Sword. As the young man roared, endless light gathered in his hand like fireflies, forming a terrifying sword. His steps were not fast as he slashed his sword at Lin Ling. In reality, his speed was extremely fast because he had slowed down the flow of space around him. That was why he looked slow. You said before that Wu Xing, you, who is in the second realm, could kill me like killing a dog. Now I want to see. When everyone heard this, they knew that the Crystal 7 Talents were angry at Lin Ling's arrogant words from before. You want to see? Sure, but everyone who wants to see will end up like Xianyuan Nanfeng and the Twin Dragons gang. You will not be the last. Looking at the youth in the sky, Lin Ling said indifferently. These words undoubtedly made many people suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone could see that Lin Ling's power of laws had completely erupted. Now that he no longer had any laws, he was actually not afraid of the Crystal 7 Talents. I will definitely be the last person who can end your light. The crystal sword became more and more dazzling and sharp, forming the power of 20 laws. Chapter 1845. Desolation's arrival. We, the Crystal Seven Talents, don't have any backing behind us and relied on our own hard work to finally gain the attention of the highest authority in the realm. In front of me, you don't have the right to be arrogant. His sword had already been drawn and he wanted to battle Lin Ling. The crowd was looking forward to it even more. Those who admired Lin Ling started to worry, and those who couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die started to laugh even more coldly. But just as the Crystal Seven Talents were getting closer to Lin Ling, his footsteps suddenly stopped as he looked deeply at Lin Ling. On the top of the mountain, Lin Ling's blue long robe fluttered as his long hair fluttered in the wind. His clear eyes were filled with determination and his right hand was already touching the ancient sword behind his back as though he was waiting for the Crystal Seven Talents to draw their swords. Time seemed to have stopped as the scene was extremely shocking. In the sky, the arrogant swordsman drew his sword and on the ground, the blue-robed youth held his sword as though the strongest swordsmen were clashing. Today is the day Xiandi is gathered and I'm not the main character. However, moments later, the youth in the sky spat out a sentence and left with his sword. Boom. On seeing this scene, everyone was shocked as they didn't know what had happened. After all, swords were drawn and bows were about to be drawn, but in the next moment, the raging storm had retreated. Who wouldn't be shocked by such an outcome? Momentarily, everyone started to discuss and make guesses. If it was really because of the gathering of Xiandi, then why did the Crystal Seven Talents draw their swords and when they were about to slash Lin Ling, they kept their swords? Obviously, the reason was not like this. Only the Crystal Seven Talents knew that he couldn't draw his sword earlier because at the moment he drew his sword, a natural instinct told him that it was dangerous to get close to Lin Ling. The reason was that the sword behind Lin Ling's back was even sharper. So he didn't dare to take the risk. When a swordsman drew his sword, it was either you die or I die. Initially, he couldn't stand Lin Ling's arrogance, but if Lin Ling had enough ability to be arrogant, then he wouldn't dare to say anything. This made him recall what Lin Ling said earlier. As Wu Sheng's second-degree realm, it wasn't difficult for him to kill the youth. In this case, there was indeed such a possibility. Whereas Lin Ling's hand, which was holding the Peerless God sword, also loosened. Previously, he was waiting for the other party to draw his sword as he prepared to unleash a fatal blow, but the other party's reaction was quick and gave up, so Lin Ling didn't bother to follow up the victory to pursue the attack. Because his motive today was to snatch Xiandi's position and now, this goal was achieved. However, the result was indeed so. The powerful immortal emperors on the mountain peak all had solemn expressions. Regardless of whether they admitted it or not, they had already acknowledged Lin Ling's position in their hearts. Lin Ling was now a titled celestial emperor. But today Lin. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. A young man in a red robe looked down with a smile. He was arrogant and unruly, and his smile carried a touch of cynicism. Everyone stared at the young man and their expressions changed drastically. At the same time, the entire Heavenly Witch Mountain was in an uproar. Although they didn't know who that person was, he must have a strong background to dare to speak in such a manner in the powerful Xiandi world. The son of Huang has descended to the mortal world. It is said that he is the reincarnation of the number one emperor from the desolate, ancient, and recent ancient eras. Finally, someone exclaimed in horror. The number one emperor from the four great eras. In the long history of the four great eras, there were emperors who ruled the mortal world. However, the one who was recognized as the strongest and was remembered by some ancient figures was only that man. Carefree world, Li Xiaoyao. The whole world was in a heated discussion. Many people didn't know who Li Xiaoyao was, but after hearing it from others, they were all shocked. It was said that one of the ancient figures in the Deacon Palace was Li Xiaoyao's disciple. It was said that the Firmament Sword Immortal was also Li Xiaoyao's disciple. It was said that Li Xiaoyao left his footprints in the Ghost Realm and Demon Realm. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation. Lin Ling listened to the voices around him and his expression changed slightly. Not bad, not bad. Are you interested in following me? The red-robed youth in the sky smiled and stared at Lin Ling. Obviously, he was very interested in the strength that Lin Ling displayed before. Thank you, but I like to travel alone. Lin Ling smiled and rejected the other party. He was even more shocked. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation actually appeared? However, he was too lazy to say it out loud. No one would believe him even if he said it out loud. Instead, it would put him in danger. Lin Ling, rejecting the son of Huang is rejecting the best opportunity to grow. However, if you agree, you won't be Lin Ling. At this time, another voice drifted out. The sky suddenly became oppressive and murderous. Then, a young man appeared indifferently. It was Xiao Yao Tianzi. Another son of Huang has arrived. Xiao Yao Tianzi, many people knew this person. To many people, Xiao Yao Tianzi was very mysterious. No one knew how he grew. Anyone who went against him was said to be dead and devoured by him. Not long ago, there was even a rumor that he devoured his own master. However, what surprised many Xiandi was that Xiao Yao Tianzi actually knew Lin Ling. One must know that although Lin Ling was powerful, Xiao Yao Tianzi was the son of Huang. The two of them were not from the same world. Lin Ling smiled. Although he was surprised that Xiao Yao Tianzi was the son of Huang, he felt that it was normal. Because in this world, Xiao Yao Tianzi was one of the people that he couldn't see through. Although I know it's useless to ask, Xiandi is forming an alliance today. Are you interested in joining my alliance? Xiao Yao Tianzi walked down and smiled again. I like to travel alone, so I don't plan to join any alliance. Lin Ling smiled and refused. Xiao Yao Tianzi also smiled. You and I are considered friends. Are you not going to give me face? His words were mostly joking, but for some reason, Lin Ling felt that there was a hint of killing intent in his words. There was even a hint of excitement. It was as if Xiao Yao Tianzi was very happy and excited to see Lin Ling. Friends are friends, alliance is alliance. I'm used to being lazy. How can I accept being bound? Lin Ling replied calmly. Then forget it. I hope you and I can join hands when the demon race invades. Xiao Yao Tianzi waved his hand indifferently and sat down at a banquet. On the heavenly witch mountain, they, the sons of Huang, already had their own seats. Xiandi secretly gritted his teeth. Xiao Yao Tianzi only talked to Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was the Xiandi that Xiao Yao Tianzi valued. The other Xiandi were like ants. This kind of treatment was very unpleasant. Fallen Mortal took a deep look at Lin Ling and walked into the banquet with a smile. He knew that Xiao Yao Tianzi had told him that Lin Ling was his friend. If he wanted to touch Lin Ling, he had to think twice. Although Fallen Mortal didn't fear Xiao Yao Tianzi, he wouldn't offend Xiao Yao Tianzi for a Lin Ling. He was a little curious. Why was Lin Ling valued by Xiao Yao Tianzi? Everyone sat back down and whispered to each other. Chapter 1846. Heaven-chosen martial prowess, Xiandi powerhouses, the strongest fighting force in the human world pyramid. When the demon race invades, they must summon millions of powerhouses. The human world's highest administrator palace originally wanted to let the Xiandi alliance be led by a stronger Xiandi. But considering the fact that the Xiandi powerhouses are arrogant, they can't be easily led. So the human world's big shots think that the Xiandi can be divided into several alliances to resist the demon race's invasion. Lu Susu saw everyone sit down and slowly said. Many immortal emperors nodded. Fallen Dust looked at Lu Susu with interest. If big sister Lu wants to join some alliance, little brother will also join. He was still frivolous and his words were full of ridicule. Lord Fallen Mortal is teasing sister. Let me remind you, there are human world's big shots watching here, especially the Martial Pavilion's big shot. Lu Susu replied with a smile, making Fallen Mortal smile and restrain himself. Obviously, after the Sons of Desolation arrived, the human world's big shots also began to pay attention here. I'm not late, am I? At this time, there was another voice in the sky. The power of laws spread out and several figures appeared, forming a rolling storm. Heaven-chosen martial prowess, Wanyan Xiandi. Fallen Mortal and Prince Xiaoyao stood up at the same time, emitting battle intent. Their auras collided. Countless people felt the pressure increase and retreated. Even the Xiandi powerhouses on the mountain peak were pale. They knew that the Sons of Desolation were colliding with their auras. Obviously, the Sons of Desolation were not on good terms with each other. They were fighting openly and secretly. God-rank talent? Other than the Crystal 7 talents, everyone can't resist. The Twin Dragons Union, the Jadewater 4 Fairies, the Iron Reed Xiandi, and other powerful geniuses, all gritted their teeth and endured. If there was an exception, it would be the Crystal's 7 heroes. They obviously weren't as embarrassed as Xiandi. One of them swept his gaze over the crowd, and his gaze fell on Lin Ling. He was surprised to discover that Lin Ling was also calm and collected, and he didn't have any reaction. This surprised him. Wasn't Lin Ling afraid of divine-level talent? If you want to fight, let's fight tomorrow. That lord is watching this place. A moment later, the terrifying aura in the sky dissipated. The carefree and unruly man walked down with large strides. Behind him were 3 figures. 2 of them were women. One was as lively as a lotus, and the other was as cold as a snow mountain. They were all first-class beauties. The 2 women were holding hands with a child. The child had delicate features and was extremely cute. As for Lin Ling, he stared at the 2 women and his entire body trembled. They were Yu Yu and Yuer. He immediately became excited. He never thought that he would be able to meet Yu Yu and the others here. Lin Ling immediately stood up and shouted, "You, senior sister Yuer?" This sentence was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue. After all, when the Son of Desolation arrived, all the Xiandi remained silent. However, Lin Ling dared to speak. This was simply disregarding the Son of Desolation. Moreover, he couldn't see through himself. However, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to everyone's gazes. He strode forward. At the same time, the 2 women behind the heaven-blessed martial warrior changed their expressions, and they both laughed excitedly. Their smiles were very beautiful, as if it would be unforgettable for a lifetime. They walked out from behind the heaven-blessed martial warrior, and quickly ran toward Lin Ling. It's him. The heaven-blessed martial warrior was shocked. He wanted to stop them, but he didn't dare to because the 2 women's status wasn't lower than his. They were the daughters of that lord. Everyone was silent. In their eyes, Lin Ling and the 2 women hugged each other. Although the atmosphere was harmonious, people couldn't help but secretly worry, especially fallen mortal and Prince Xiaoyao. They knew that the heaven-blessed martial warrior was a strange man who had always liked the 2 women. It was just that he had been pursuing them bitterly all this time to no avail. They had seen the heaven-blessed martial warrior with the 2 women in several places. Moreover, he was extremely polite to the 2 women, as if they were bodyguards. But now, the 2 women had sought refuge in the arms of another man in front of everyone. This was a disgrace to the heaven-blessed martial warrior. "Brother Ling, you've lost weight." At this moment, Yu Yu didn't pay attention to the surrounding gazes. She hugged Lin Ling excitedly. At present, she still had the liveliness of a young girl, but she had the charm of a woman and appeared extremely gentle. "We've been looking for you." And Yuer was so emotional that her beautiful eyes were wet. Although they had brushed past each other last time, she didn't blame Lin Ling because she also knew the responsibility Lin Ling shouldered. She even secretly collected everything about Lin Ling. When she knew that Lin Ling was the true martial realm Seal King, that Lin Ling stepped into the fire race, that Lin Ling fought in the Forbidden City, that Lin Ling rose in the Vine Leaf world, all of these made her proud and excited. Because she knew that as Lin Ling continued to rise, Lin Ling would find them. Therefore, she had been waiting for the man who saved her in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom to take her back. No matter what kind of existence she was in the ancient Yungu Immortal Plateau, she knew that she was Lin Ling's woman. "You, senior sister, you..." Lin Ling's eyes were a bit wet. In fact, he was arrogant and let the entire mortal world know that he was Mad God Lin Ling. Part of the reason was that he, Lin Ling, was qualified to see his wife. He was very clear that in this world, strength was respected. Without strength, even if he saw his wife, he might not be able to bring her back. Therefore, he had been working hard, and now he had the qualifications. He looked at the two women and seemed to have returned to the beginning of his dream, to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, to the Gu Yen sect, and to the vows that the young man and woman made. The three hugged and cherished that hard-earned moment. Many people's eyes flashed. They could see that the three were very close. Brother Ling, this is ugh. At this time, Yu suddenly smiled and pulled out a 10-year-old child from behind. This child was delicate and handsome, and his facial features were similar to Lin Ling's. He looked at Lin Ling blankly. Although it was the first time he saw Lin Ling, his mother and second mother often told him about his father's pride. Therefore, he had been worshipping his father since he was young. Now, he finally saw his father. In his eyes, his father was tall, imposing, and had a smile on his face, which made him less nervous. At the same time, a kind of kinship that blood was thicker than water spontaneously arose. Although he was unfamiliar, he seemed to have seen this man in his dreams. Lin Yi, my son Lin Yi. Lin Ling was incoherent. His son Lin Yi, he also had a son. At this moment he was more excited than anyone else. Subconsciously, Lin Ling hugged Lin Yi and kissed him heavily on the face. Yu and Yuer and the others smiled with gratification. Their family was finally reunited. Father! Lin Yi shouted subconsciously. Then he hugged his father, his heart filled with joy. The crowd stared at Lin Ling's family reunion and were astonished. This Lin Ling was used to being arrogant. He actually had a family reunion in Xiandi. This was simply unprecedented. Chapter 1847. Retreat in the Face of Difficulties. Yu and Yuer are the daughters of that lord, and Yi is the grandson of that lord. You don't have the right to get close to them. Finally, Tianzong martial artist said coldly. What are you talking about? We are Lin Ling's wives. Why is Lin Ling not qualified? As soon as he finished speaking, Yu and Yu shouted angrily. Tianzong furrowed his brows and became furious. All this time, he and Yu treated each other with respect. Wanyan Xiandi was like a brother to him. But after Lin Ling appeared, their relationship was broken. It was all because of Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling get Yu and Yuer? Xiandi, I know you treat us well and we treat you as a brother. But you have to know that he is our husband. When we were young, he was the one who protected us. And Yuer said. In fact, she also knew that Tianzong martial artist and that lord had been lying to them. But they endured it. Tianzong martial artist's face became gloomier. He felt that Xiandi was laughing at him. Suddenly he looked at Lin. How does Uncle Xiandi treat you? Yes. Uncle Xiandi treats me very well. Yes. Lin Yi replied immediately. Do you still want to follow Uncle Xiandi? Tianzong martial artist asked again. Yes. Lin Yi thought for a moment and finally looked at Lin Ling. He said slowly, I want to follow father. After all, he is my father. Yes. Yes. Tianzong martial artist's face changed again. He finally knew that it was impossible to change Yu and Yuer's minds. He could only look at Lin Ling and say, Lin Ling, do you think you are qualified to have them? You're just a mere Xiandi, you're just the king of mortals. You're just a weak little Wu Sheng in the second-degree realm. Do you even have the face? They are the daughters of that lord who felt like old friends at first sight. They are proud daughters of the heavens. If you feel inferior, if you have self-awareness, you should leave them. Don't delay their future. He couldn't change Yu and the others' opinions, but he could make Lin Ling back off. Take a good look at yourself. Heaven-blessed martial god stood up and unleashed his powerful aura, telling Lin Ling the difference between him and Lin Ling. The atmosphere of the entire heavenly shaman mountain suddenly became oppressive. The crowd didn't expect that Lin Ling would start fighting with Desolate's son right after he gained a firm foothold in the human world. And the Son of Desolation was the most valued existence in the human world. After the demon invasion, he was bound to be an absolute fighting force. Could Lin Ling compare? Lin Ling, you'd better give up. It's better to look at yourself clearly. Are you qualified to compete with the heaven-blessed martial artist? Shameless boasting. Many Xiandi in the heavenly shaman mountain also shouted coldly. Although Lin Ling couldn't be underestimated, with Desolate's son here, why should they fear Lin Ling? and son of heaven, fallen mortal, and the others watched this scene with great interest. Lin Ling wanted to take back his family, but it depended on whether he was qualified or not. The voices all around were like waves. Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and found that they were as firm as ever. Even if Lin Ling was now a cripple, they would always follow Lin Ling. Then Lin Ling looked at Lin Yi and found that Lin Yi secretly clenched his fists. The child obviously didn't want his father to be humiliated. Lin Ling smiled. He was Yu Yu's husband, Lin Yi's father. How could he not be qualified? Who could break up his family? He had been working hard for this day. This time, he also had enough qualifications to challenge Desolate's son, challenge all those who looked down on him. You, how can you become Desolate's son? Finally, Lin Ling spoke, causing the heavenly shaman mountain to become silent. I have God-tier talent, endless potential, the most valued genius of the human world's highest attendant palace. In the future, I will protect the entire human world, so I became Desolate's son. This is my qualification. Tianzong laughed mockingly. A mere Xiandi actually dared to ask him why he became Desolate's son. He simply couldn't see through himself. You're not the only one with God-tier talent. Lin Ling sneered and stretched out his left hand. The yellow spring flame bloomed without holding back. The white flame was shocking, as if the yellow spring great emperor had descended. In that instant, the entire heavenly shaman mountain became silent. The twin dragons' union finally understood why they lost before. Tianzong's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had God-tier talent? God-tier talent was no small matter. For example, Xiandi's crystal 7 talents were valued by the human world's highest attendant palace because they had God-tier talent. And Lin Ling also had God-tier talent, which meant that the human world's highest attendant palace also valued him. You say that I'm the king of mortals? But even if I'm the king of mortals, there are still many people in this world who support me. There are many who view me with importance. Qin Wentian continued. Shouted Lin Ling again. For his family, for Lin Ling, for Yu Yu, he would tell the whole world what kind of potential he had, what kind of strength he had. He would show them everything. His family would be proud of him. Emperor Shou of the 7 emperors supports Lin Ling. Emperor Yu supports Lin Ling. Emperor Qing Jing supports Lin Ling. Emperor Duo Wen supports Lin Ling. 2 champions of Champion University supports Lin Ling. The Supreme Clan supports Lin Ling. The Eternal Palace supports Lin Ling. The Xinhuang Deusher clan supports Lin Ling. After Lin Ling's voice, many people's voices resonated in the air, shaking the whole world. Many people were astonished. Actually, the Eternal Palace, the Supreme Clan, and the other attendants of the human world had wanted to make peace with Lin Ling in the Vine Leaf world. Now Lin Ling had revealed his God-tier talent, the Yellow Springs Flames, which was one of the 10 godly flames of the world. They supported Lin Ling even more. They could see that Lin Ling's future was dazzling. Lin Ling's enemies in the past are now supporting Lin Ling. The crowd's hearts were pounding. Lin Ling's call had attracted hundreds of people. The most terrifying thing was that the 2 champions of Champion University were supporting Lin Ling. Was he really a king of ordinary people? Tianzong Shenwu's expression changed drastically. He hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so strong. On top of that, Lin Ling had God-tier talents. Surprisingly, he wanted to make Lin Ling feel inferior. Would Lin Ling retreat? The son of Huang, you have more resources, that's all. If you want to compare the importance of the human world, I, Lin Ling, am not inferior to you, said Lin Ling indifferently. Lin Yi clenched his fists in excitement. He had heard about his father's pride from his mother, and now he was seeing his father's pride again. However, that wasn't the end of it. Lin Ling, congratulations on your family reunion. In the sky, the dragon turtle battleship broke through the clouds and arrived. An old man with a turtle shell on his back appeared and smiled at Lin Ling. He had known that Lin Ling would be in trouble, so when Lin Ling left, he had followed him. Who's that? Who? The prophet of the human world, Zhenren, came. What? Everybody was astonished because the prophet of the human world was supporting Lin Ling. As a prophet of the human world, I have a feeling that in the future, Lin Ling will be the most important person to protect the human world. He's going to come, said Taoist Came indifferently, glancing around. Tianzong Shenwu was the most important person in the human world because of his natural talent, but now Taoist Came was telling everybody that Lin Ling was even more important. Because Taoist Came was the prophet of the human world, he knew everything. He was telling everybody about Lin Ling's future. Chapter 1848. A single stone raises 1,000 ripples. The entire heavenly shaman mountain was silent. In terms of talent, Lin Ling surpassed most of the Xiandi. In terms of background, Lin Ling was even more important to the human world. In terms of strength, Lin Ling was invincible among the early Xiandi. No one could remain unmoved by the power he displayed. Then was he still not qualified enough? This is your father, Lin Ling. Yu looked at Lin Ling with a smile. She knew that Lin Ling had been secretly preparing for this. Lin Yi nodded heavily. He stared at the side of his father's cold face. His father was a venerable emperor, always so tall and mighty. In my opinion, although Lin Ling can't become the son of desolation, he is still at the level of the 7 crystal heroes. The highest authority in the human world should give him enough attention and nurture. Do you have any objections? In the silence, Emperor Li Shou's voice floated out. I have no objections. Everything is for the human world. At the Yungu Immortal platform, the Sky Lord's voice came. He finally recognized Lin Ling's supreme status. Of course, he had no right to refuse or stop Lin Ling's rise. The demon race is about to invade. The human world should be united. If there is internal strife, the human world will face a great disaster. So, no matter who it is, we should put aside our differences and fight against the enemy together. Taoist Came also said. He was a person of virtue and prestige. No one disagreed with his words. Tianzong martial god didn't say anything. He was the son of desolation, but he didn't have the qualifications to refute the entire human world. He could only say that Lin Ling had won the battle between him and Lin Ling. Seeing the entire mountain was silent, Lin Ling knew that he finally had his own seat in the human world. No one dared to say that he didn't have the qualifications. Then, Lin Ling looked at Taoist Came. He was a little surprised because he didn't know that Taoist Came would come. After that, the gathering at Xiandi on Heavenly Sorcery Mountain finally got to the main topic. It was about the alliance. After a lot of discussion, more than 10 alliances were formed. This had nothing to do with Lin Ling because he had achieved his goal. Then he left with Yu and the others. Everyone sighed inwardly. Today, Lin Ling could be said to be even crazier and crazier, rising in a single day. In the mortal realm, Lin Ling's reputation was probably only below that of the 8 great desolates. Don't underestimate reputation. As the saying goes, money is easy to find, but fame is hard to find. Especially during the invasion of the devil race, one would have a huge reputation and more supporters. Moreover, at this sensitive time, ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch Lin Ling, because it would bring about a crusade from the entire human world. Unless one's strength could dominate everything, no one would dare to touch this bad luck. There are 2 champions in Champion University. They both support Lin Ling, the Supreme Clan, the Eternal Palace, the Stone Clan, and even Taoist Came. On Yungu's celestial stage, the leader of the Sky Clan frowned. Next to him was the Jade Lake's celestial mother. At the beginning, when she had heard that Lin Ling wanted to steal Yu, she had looked down on him. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would suddenly become a godly cultivator? Now, she had a whole new level of respect for him. You little you, my daughters, whispered the Jade Lake's celestial mother. Back in the days, she had 2 daughters, but they had both died. Therefore, she had taken Yu and the others as her daughters. As time passed, she had realized that Yu and the others had the same temperament as her dead daughters. But now, her daughters had left her. Lin Ling had stolen the things she loved the most. Of course, if one had to say who was the angriest, it was actually the heaven-blessed martial artist. Although Lin Ling's talent was indeed not bad, it was still very weak to him. However, such a weak existence had snatched the woman he loved from his hands. How could he be satisfied? Godly cultivator, not bad, not bad. Lin Ling, you're the best nourishment for me, said Tianzong. Lin Ling had shown that he was a godly cultivator. The whole world was astonished. Xiao Yao Tianzi had a different opinion. As for Lin Ling's enemies in the past, now they wanted to shake hands and make peace with Lin Ling. Even though Lin Ling had created many miracles in the past, his future achievements were limited, so no one obeyed him. But now, no one dared to doubt his achievements. A godly cultivator was one of the strongest geniuses in the mortal world. He would definitely become a big shot in the future. The 7 emperors, law overlords, and encompassing overlords began to support Lin Ling. In fact, their grudges with Lin Ling weren't that great, so it wasn't hard for them to take a step back. Of course, when they supported Lin Ling, they were inevitably mocked by the Li Shou imperial warriors. Some were happy while others were sad. The famous clans, the ancient Ji clan, and the Shenyuan clan, these deacons of the mortal world were worried. Their feud with Lin Ling wasn't a small one, and it couldn't be resolved. Thus, the stronger Lin Ling was, the greater the pressure on them. As for the Hua clan and the Yi clan, after hesitating for a while, they finally chose to support Lin Ling. Especially the Hua clan, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the foresight of their ancestor. Letting Lin Ling go in the past was indeed the most correct decision. Heavenly martial prowess, with a powerful source of physical strength, also has a godly talent. In the mortal world, Xian Di is the strongest Xian Di. Although he's currently in the realm of Wusheng, he's half a step into the martial emperor realm. Lin Ling, you must know that the martial emperor realm is the emperor realm, so the strength of the son of Huang can't be underestimated. At this moment, in the Dragon Turtle battleship, Daoist looked at Lin Ling and said. Although Lin Ling knew that heavenly martial prowess was very strong, he was still shocked when he knew the approximate strength. The source of physical strength was Wusheng's strength after the 5th stage. As for godly talent, Lin Ling had the flame of the underworld, so he naturally knew how powerful godly talent was. For example, right now, his law of fire could replace 3 or even 5 laws of other people. So, your previous action of showing your talent was correct. Only in this way will the highest deacon hall of the mortal world value you. Next, you will get a lot of merit points, which is the mortal world's reward for people with godly talent. There are still 10 months before the invasion of the demon race. Although the mortal world is constantly sealing the void boundary, most of them have failed. So, during this period of time, you have to improve your strength as much as possible because the demon race is very powerful. If you don't have the power to protect yourself, it will be very dangerous. Moreover, when the demon race invades, the first thing they want to do is to wipe out the powerhouses of the mortal world, such as the sons of Huang, the Crystal 7 Talents, and you. However, in addition to being careful of the demon race, you also have to be careful of humans. I've divined for you that some of the sons of Huang are against you, but it's difficult to calculate who it is. I'm sure that the heaven-warping divine martial artist is one of them. Daoist continued to say, which made Lin Ling's expression turn serious. He had shown his talent, which had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that he was valued by the mortal world, and the disadvantage was that he had become a thorn in their side. Moreover, the enemy was hidden in the dark, making it impossible to guard against. Right, I see that you are a little familiar with the boundary, so I'll tell you the level of the boundary master. In fact, the divine weapons of the mortal world can't be called divine weapons, and can't even be called immortal weapons. They can only be called half-immortal weapons. This kind of heavenly weapon can barely reach the power of a half-immortal weapon when it's unsealed, and the sword on your body is at the immortal weapon level. Daoist looked at Lin Ling and said, in fact, he could calculate many things about Lin Ling, but he couldn't see through the most important secrets. The ancient sword on Lin Ling's back was one of them. Chapter 1849. Family Reunion, Immortal Weapon? Lin Ling nodded. However, this sword was forged by Lin Ling himself. Moreover, it was probably not a low-grade immortal weapon. However, according to the words of a boundary master, it should have come from martial god world. Li Xiaoyao didn't leave many memories regarding this matter to Lin Ling, Those who can forge one-star immortal weapon are one-star boundary masters. Boundary masters are even rarer than blacksmiths and alchemists. This is because boundary masters not only need to know how to forge and refine pills, they also need to know how to find the mechanisms of heaven and earth. Taoist Kame's face was filled with yearning. He had only scratched the surface of boundary masters. Senior Taoist Kame, what kind of place is Martial God World? Lin Ling curiously asked. Li Xiaoyao had been to Martial God World, but he didn't have any memories of it. It is a mystical place. It can be said that once you step into that place, you will have eternal life. It is also the end of the martial path. Unfortunately, I, Taoist Kame, have cultivated from the desolate era to the near ancient era but still couldn't go there. This is the regret of my life. Taoist Kame said with a sigh. As long as one was a martial artist of this world, there was no one who didn't want to step into Martial God World. Although many martial artists knew that their goal was vague, they would spend their entire life fighting for it. Perhaps it was for eternal life, or perhaps it was for the ultimate path of heaven and earth, or perhaps it was for their martial path. No matter what their goal was, Martial God World had the answer they wanted. Desolate era, ancient era, and near ancient era. Could it be that no one went to Martial God World? Lin Ling asked again. Taoist Kame looked at Lin Ling with appreciation. Other martial artists rarely asked about the Martial God World because their goal was too far away. Therefore, they were all down to earth and focused on what was in front of them. But Lin Ling seemed to be biting off more than he could chew, but he had actually set his goal on the Martial God World. Although this question was a bit overconfident, didn't a martial artist need this kind of drive? As far as I know, only one person has been there. Taoist Kame indifferently said, that person is also related to you. As for the rumor about fallen mortal, everyone says that he is that person's reincarnation, but I know that he isn't. Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. He knew who that person was. It was Li Xiaoyao. He never thought that he was the only one in this world who had been there. No wonder Li Xiaoyao was called the first emperor of the 4 great eras. That person was a freak. He was a martial cultivation genius, a world spiritist genius, and the strongest in all kinds of domains. Unfortunately, he died after going to the martial god realm. I didn't even get to see him for the last time. Sigh, this is the second regret of my life. Taoist Kame sighed. Lin Ling was speechless. Aren't I right in front of you? Kame Taoist didn't know what Lin Ling was thinking. After sighing, he smiled and said, Lin Ling, I am optimistic about your future. After the demon race invades, there will be a few people who will decide the fate of the world, and one of them will be your shadow. Lin Ling smiled and declined to comment. The dragon turtle battleship crossed the sky and stopped in the rainforest's sacred land. At the same time, countless people cheered. Obviously, the people of the rainforest's sacred land had also received the news. Their king Lin Ling had once again become famous in the mortal world. Moreover, this time, he had obtained the recognition of the entire mortal world. In the past, Lin Ling had obtained the recognition of the mortal world's 3 mysteries, but the mortal world's 3 great legends didn't. But now, not only the mortal world's 3 great legends, but even the highest deacon palace of the mortal world had recognized Lin Ling. When Lin Ling and others walked down from the dragon turtle battleship, Tian Shui and the others were still kneeling on the street of the rainforest's sacred land. At first, they didn't believe that Lin Ling could win. But now the rumor was that not only had Lin Ling defeated Xianyuan Nenfeng, he had also defeated the Twin Dragons Union and challenged the Son of Desolation. This news shocked them to the core. Lin Ling walked over with Lin Yi in his arms. He also saw Tian Shui and the others, but he was in a good mood now. He smiled and said, Go on your own. Go. You want us to go? Tian Shui, Yun Shan and the others were even more surprised. With Lin Ling's current strength, it would be easy for him to kill them. Don't tell me you want to fight with me? Lin Ling tilted his head and smiled. Tian Shui and the others immediately waved their hands. What a joke, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have underestimated you. It seems that you have indeed missed the time. It's not that you don't dare to challenge Xianyuan Nenfeng. Lin Ling, I admire you. Tian Shui stood up and apologized. He couldn't help but feel grateful to his brother. If it weren't for the jade tablet, Lin Ling could have easily killed him. Get lost. Lin Ling immediately scolded Tian Shui for his apology. This guy was flattering him. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to listen to him. Tian Shui smiled brightly and hurriedly fled. Ling, sir, it's you and they are back. At this moment, Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others had already run over in a frenzy. They were so excited that their eyes were moist. Grandfather, Aunt Nianchen. You and the others walked out from behind Lin Ling and looked at Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others with excitement. They had all come from the tiny Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was a miracle that they could still be reunited on the huge stage of the mortal realm. After all, they knew how many people had their families destroyed and their wives and children separated from each other under the attacks of experts. And the reason for all of this was because they had a flag, Lin Ling. You are getting more and more beautiful. Little sister Mengyun, big sister Xiaolan, you too. Yuman Yun, Qin Xiaolan, and the others also walked out and hugged Yu and the others. They seemed to have returned to the time when they were in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Yu, in Yuer, do you still remember me? Princess Hualing also walked out and smiled. At this moment, she was much quieter. Her delicate body had quietly grown up, making her look more beautiful. She had transformed into the second dream. The second dream, you are back. Yu and the others were excited again. Lin Ling had brought the second dream back from the ghost domain. This was Lin Ling's promise in the past. Lin Ling had kept his promise. This is your great-grandfather, and this is your grandmother. When Lin Ling saw his family reunited, he was extremely happy and had a strong sense of accomplishment. He then put Linny down. Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others already knew that Lin Ling had a son. Hence, they were even more excited now. Linny blinked his big eyes. Although this was the first time he saw Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others, Yu and the others had told him everything about Lin Ling since he was young. Hence, he had an impression of Patriarch Extreme Flame. Great-great-grandfather. Linny opened his small mouth and said in a low voice. Good, Lin Ling has a descendant. Patriarch Extreme Flame laughed and then excitedly hugged Lin. My grandson, I want to see him. Grandpa. Lin Ling's grandfather, Yushi Mo Ping, also jumped out. He rubbed his hands and looked at the delicate little boy. In-law, don't worry. It's not good to scare you. Also, look at your serious face. Those who don't know will think that someone owes you money. You should learn how to smile before hugging my grandson. Patriarch Extreme Flame naturally did not want to let go. He hugged Lin Yi and did not want to let go. Mo Ping suddenly opened his eyes wide. Everyone laughed. Lin Yi was extremely well behaved. He called out to them one by one. His words were very sweet, making the old people laugh even more happily. After a long time, Patriarch Extreme Flame looked at Taoist Came and said, Ling, this is? Ling. Chapter 1850. Assassination Shi. Ancestor Extreme Flame froze for a moment. What kind of person is a prophet of the mortal world? However, Lady Shui Wu, Lady Pu, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. Especially Gang In Xian Di, his complexion changed greatly. Prophet of the mortal world? Legend has it that he was a big shot of the mortal world in ancient times. He was highly respected and omniscient. Countless people in the mortal world wanted to visit him, but they were all rejected by him, including Gang In Xian Di. He originally thought that he would never have the chance to meet such a character in his lifetime, but now, not only did he meet Taoist Came, he even followed Lin Ling to the rainforest's sacred land. Lin Ling, what kind of power does he have to be able to summon such a character? Greetings, Taoist Came. Greetings. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others gradually learned of Taoist Came's origin and saluted. From a certain point of view, Taoist Came was everyone's senior, including Ancestor Extreme Flame. Hee, no need to be so polite. Lin Ling is my friend, everyone is also my friend. Taoist Came waved his hand and smiled. Friends. Greetings. Gang In Xian Di and the others opened their mouths wide. They thought that Lin Ling was a junior and Daoist Came was a senior. Who knew that they were peers? Lin Ling also knew that everyone was surprised, but at this moment his mood was very good, so he shouted, Daoist Came rarely comes here, and Yu and the others are also back. The family is reunited, so let's have a big feast today. Greetings. Big feast. Greetings. An earth-shattering sound came from the rainforest's sacred land. This place was like a pure land of the world. With Lin Ling's banner, no one in the human world would dare to invade. That night, the rainforest's sacred land was bustling with noise and excitement. Daoist Came was also enjoying the liveliness. He held a bowl of wine and looked forward. He smiled and said, Lin Ling, you are their pillar. They have a home because of you. I hope that in the future, you can treat the mortal world the same way you treat your family. Lin Ling took a sip of the wine in his hand and looked at the lively crowd in front of him. He smiled but did not answer. He was not a saint, so he was only friendly to his family and friends. As for others, if he could help them, he would do so. However, he would not fight for certain people. Kame's spiritual master also knew Lin Ling's temperament, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. I'll say the same thing again. With the invasion of the devil race, the mortal realm will inevitably give birth to more powerhouses. Moreover, the ancient powerhouses will also return. Among them may be your master, the sword immortal Tsang Heaven. And I can be sure that in the future, you will definitely become a giant in the mortal realm. This is also the reason why I chose to help you. Daoist Came clearly thought highly of Lin Ling. By the way, I also have some research in the field of barriers. Although I am showing off in front of an expert, in the way of barriers, there is always someone who can learn from me. So, I still hope that I can help you. Daoist Came said again. Lin Ling's heart warmed. Daoist Came was teaching him without reservation. Barriers are very diverse. They are divided into immortal armaments that have a limited number of uses. There are also immortal armaments that have an unlimited number of uses. Because the materials required are too expensive, most of the immortal armaments that have a limited number of uses. Barriers are divided into 6 types: attack type, lock type, and system type. Capture type, defense type, and special type. Attack type, as the name implies, is to use the power of laws to attack the enemy. System type, for example, the way of the 5 elements mutual restraint. For example, if the opponent's martial artist is of the fire attribute, you can restrain the water attribute immortal armaments. As for the capture type, it is similar to the battle between you and Shenyuan Nanfeng. His martial arts were of the capture type. First, he used the power of laws to trap you. Then, he used a powerful attack to suppress you. As for the defense type, it is used for defense. Special type, it is the most complicated type. Currently, I have not seen any special type of immortal armaments. Hearing this, Lin Ling had a deeper understanding of barriers. Although he had obtained a part of Li Xiaoyao's memory and knew a lot of barriers, they were all intermittent and not systematic. Exceptional divine armaments should be of the attack type. Lin Ling thought to himself. Next, he asked Spiritual Master Kame for advice again. Spiritual Master Kame smiled and told Lin Ling all the barriers he knew. For example, the defensive barrier of the fan, which was made with 7 million array patterns, the speed barrier of lightning, and so on. However, what surprised Spiritual Master Kame was that Lin Ling's speed of learning barriers was much faster than his. Moreover, he would come up with strange ideas from time to time, which benefited Spiritual Master Kame a lot. For the next few days, Spiritual Master Kame walked around the rainforest's sacred ground, went to the 100 regions, and also went to the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. As for Lin Ling, he was studying barriers. He used his merit points to exchange for a lot of treasures, engraved barriers, and gave them to Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others, one for each of them. Most of the barrier immortal weapons did not have high requirements for cultivation realm. There were many types of 1-star barriers. Lin Ling was refining a one-time use immortal weapon, which could trigger the power of law once. It was enough for Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others to protect themselves. When all the merit points were used up, the strength of the entire rainforest's sacred ground would increase greatly. Lin Ling was once again penniless, but he was satisfied. Because his family had a guardian, he did not have to worry about the future. Next, he had to increase his strength. However, just as he was about to enter the purple mansion to cultivate, under the night sky, 5 figures appeared on the roof and looked down at Lin Ling, who was about to enter the house. The strange thing was that the surroundings were quiet, as if this area was sealed. Power of law. This sudden change made Lin Ling's face turn ugly. He felt that the power of law in the surroundings was extremely strong. Lin Ling, you must die today. In the darkness, an old man dressed in white robes stared at Lin Ling like a soul reaper. The other 4 people were expressionless. Real energy source, power of law is twice as strong as void energy source. Seniors, I'm afraid that Wu Sheng's realm is above 6th stage realm. To be able to summon such a powerhouse in the human realm, and those who want to kill me, there are only a few powerhouses. But I'm now a genius who is highly valued by the highest attendant hall in the human realm. Aren't you afraid that you'll bring trouble to the powerhouses behind you by killing me? Lin Ling frowned as his soul force surged in, searching for a flaw. But what surprised him was that the old man's power of law was too strong, and there were too many of them. It actually blocked his soul force from rushing out of the small courtyard. One had to know that just 10 meters away, Yu and the others were staying there, but no one could discover Lin Ling's strange situation. You don't need to talk nonsense. After you die, no one will know who killed you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for displaying your innate talent, forcing us to kill you no matter what. That white-robed old man said indifferently. You don't need to resist stubbornly. With your innate talent, if you raise your realm, we're definitely not your match. Unfortunately, our realms are much higher than yours. Save time, let's end this quickly, kill. Those few old men finally shouted and unleashed a terrifying power of law. Instantly, golden light shone brightly, as though numerous blazing suns were rising. Golden crows were roaring and books were flipped open, like heavenly books. Prestigious family. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He saw the Divine Treasury Ancient Records. That's right, this Divine Treasury Ancient Records records the history of the 4 great eras and has supreme authority. To be able to die under the Divine Treasury Ancient Records, Lin Ling, you've died a worthy death. The voice in the sky was filled with murderous intent. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He immediately unleashed his doppelgangers, but under the 5 blazing suns' illumination, all his doppelgangers were shattered immediately. Moreover, the space split open and the entire world seemed to be overturned. Chapter 1851. The assassination failed. Collect. 5 cold voices rang out at the same time. The Divine Treasury books erupted with a large amount of laws, enveloping Lin Ling and gradually sucking Lin Ling into the books. The history of the mortal world appeared in Lin Ling's eyes like passing clouds. It made Lin Ling realize that he was about to become history. What powerful strength! Although the laws are not scary, there are too many of them. If I don't break the Divine Treasury books, I will definitely die. Lin Ling's expression became even more unsightly. A dragon claw appeared and swept away the surrounding power of laws. It was as if he was trapped in a pill furnace and could be refined to death at any time. This kind of attack was similar to a capturing type of power of laws. First trap the enemy, then kill them. The power of laws and barriers were actually the same. The benefits of barriers could be attached to weapons and could save the energy source in the Dantian. Moreover, it could be used by weak people to fight across realms. Bang bang bang. The power of 19 universes collided with the Divine Treasury books, causing the ancient books to sway. This child's physical strength is so strong and his defense is also terrifying. I must increase the power of laws. Even if I have to exhaust my cultivation, I must kill him. If I don't kill him, the prestigious families will never have a day of peace. Lin Ling, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being ruthless. Even if you die, you won't let the prestigious families off. The old men's faces turned sinister. They hated Lin Ling to the bone. However, They didn't expect that the people who died in Lin Ling's hands were all courting death. Moreover, Lin Ling's reputation was rising, but he didn't seek revenge from the prestigious families. It was obvious that Lin Ling didn't plan to provoke the prestigious families. However, the man was harmless to the tiger, but the tiger was harmful to the man. Obviously, with Lin Ling's rise, the prestigious families were afraid that Lin Ling would take revenge on them in the future. Therefore, they made the first move. After you die, your rainforest's sacred land will gradually decline. At that time, no one will remember this place and everyone here will die. One of the old men's killing intent gushed out. Soaring Dragon Universe. Lin Ling released all of his power of laws. Flames spewed out from the ancient book. As expected of a god-level talent, its power is terrifying. Second brother, the expressions of those elders changed again. One of them suddenly gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the divine treasury book, causing the ancient book to shine brightly. The old man immediately became dispirited, as if he had aged 10 years. With the addition of the old man's law of life, the ancient book's power increased greatly. The authority of the mortal world appeared, and the book began to close slowly. Once it closed, Lin Ling would be reduced to ashes. Old bastard! Lin Ling's eyes turned red. The reason why he didn't pay attention to the prestigious clans was because Lin Ling's target had already fallen onto the devil race. He didn't expect that the prestigious clans would violate the rules and attack him first. Go die. What power do you have left to fight back? Those few old men had consumed a lot of their life force, but they all laughed crazily. If Lin Ling died, then the famous families would be able to survive. Yellow Springs Army, return. At this moment, Lin Ling roared. It was as if the gates of the ghost domain had been opened, and a large number of souls shot out from all corners of the mortal world. The law of life outside the small courtyard was too strong, so it could block the soul power. However, Lin Ling's Yellow Springs Army was connected to Lin Ling's soul, so when Lin Ling summoned the Yellow Springs Army, the entire Yellow Springs Army received the order. Everyone in Xianpeng province was shocked because the Yellow Springs Army had arrived in the sky. The most terrifying thing was that those weren't mere souls, but souls with powerful strength. Many of them were even at Wu Sheng's level. Great Emperor! Those souls attacked the law of life around the small courtyard, causing the 5 old men's expressions to change drastically. With their strength, killing Lin Ling wasn't difficult, but the problem was to kill Lin Ling without anyone knowing. Because if this matter was exposed, then a disaster would befall them. It's Yellow Springs Flame. One of the old men's expression changed drastically. They thought that they were very familiar with Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling still had a backup plan? While the few old men were enraged, they didn't notice that the space in the ancient book had shattered. A sword seemed to slash through the void. 30-dimensional space law. With a slash of the sword, the closed book was slashed open, revealing Lin Ling, whose eyes were as red as snow, holding the god-slaying sword in his hand. 30 Dao laws. This kid probably has few opponents in Wu Sheng's 5th stage realm. The 5 old men were shocked again. Of course, Lin Ling was able to slash open the divine treasury book because they were distracted. Because their gazes were focused on the souls outside. Otherwise, 30 Dao laws wouldn't be enough to shake the divine treasury. Kill him quick. Kill! The 5 old men let out hysterical voices as if they had gone mad. They weren't afraid of Lin Ling, but they were afraid of the human realm's giants. Fishing rivers and mountains. Kill! As expected, after the Yellow Springs Army arrived, it attracted the attention of the 7 emperors. After all, the 7 emperors weren't far away from this place. A fish hook descended from the sky. Before it landed on the ground, the entire earth seemed to have been fished up. It was terrifying. The human realm was like a fish at this moment. Moreover, seawater came from all directions. The sea god had descended, controlling the majestic law of life. It attacked the law of life outside the small courtyard, causing the 5 old men's faces to turn pale. They knew that they had failed, because Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu had arrived. Floating fire Xian turtle. At this moment, countless spirit turtles roamed in the sky. Their speed seemed slow, but they were like lightning. They were like bulls crashing into the small courtyard's law of life. Behind all the spirit turtles was an old man with white hair fluttering in the wind. His face was filled with anger. He stepped on a mountain-sized ancient turtle and arrived majestically. It was Taoist came. Clang. Finally, the law of life shattered, revealing the true appearance of the small courtyard. Outside the small courtyard, a large number of people had gathered. They looked at the small courtyard in astonishment because the small courtyard had already turned into a ruin. It wasn't the peaceful small courtyard that they had imagined. At the same time, a fish hook smashed down again. The entire ancient book was fished out and Lin Ling appeared in front of everyone at the same time. Obviously, the assassination of Lin Ling this time was a complete failure. The 5 old men's hearts were like dead ashes. They didn't expect that Lin Ling alone would cause so many human realm giants to come. If it wasn't for the Yellow Spring Army, this assassination wouldn't have failed. The old men were disheartened. Originally, killing Lin Ling was a very simple matter, but they had forgotten about the Yellow Spring Army. If it wasn't for them, then this matter wouldn't have been known by others. Now, what do you all have to say? Taoist Came was floating in the sky while coldly staring at the small courtyard. He didn't expect that someone would dare to kill Lin Ling in front of his eyes. The winner is the king while the loser is the bandit. There is nothing to say. Today, killing Lin Ling was the idea of the 5 of us. It has nothing to do with the noble clans because Lin Ling killed 2 of our descendants, so we want him dead. One of the 5 old men indifferently said. He was quite open-minded and was not afraid of death. Is this your idea or the noble clan's idea? Taoist Came asked. I already said, this is our idea. Chapter 1852. They shouldn't have attacked him. Wait. Taoist Came's expression changed. He wanted to stop them, but the 5 old men sneered. Their bodies suddenly exploded into countless pieces and disappeared into the earth. Seeing this scene, everyone frowned. These 5 were quite unyielding. Great clans. Lin Ling's expression was cold. Even though he hated great clans, he was too lazy to care about them. Because of the invasion of the devil race, the mortal world was reshuffled. Many of his former enemies had become comrades. If these great clans didn't provoke him, then Lin Ling wouldn't provoke them either. However, these great clans were afraid of his rise and were afraid that Lin Ling would take revenge in the future, so they actually tried to assassinate him. Lin Ling didn't want to see such a thing happen again. He didn't want to provoke others, but others shouldn't think about provoking him either, especially when they were doing whatever they wanted in his home. He didn't want to see this even more. Boom. He activated the remaining yellow spring flame and engulfed the broken pieces. Gradually, the souls of the 5 old men appeared. At this moment, their faces were full of horror because they were dead. They should have gone to reincarnate, but now, they couldn't. Moreover, the great clans that they respected the most seemed to have become Lin Ling at this moment. The assassination failed, so you used death to atone for your sins. This is indeed worthy of respect, but my place isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. Lin Ling waved his right hand. The 5 old men couldn't control themselves and flew towards Lin Ling. Moreover, they kneeled down in the air. Even their souls were trembling. Even though their current strength wasn't weak, they still didn't have the power to resist Lin Ling. These bastards! Ancestor Din Yu and the others looked at Lin Ling. They were incomparably angry. Lin Ling didn't want to provoke anyone else, but these people actually wanted to kill Lin Ling. They wouldn't let such people go because if Lin Ling died, then even more people would die in the rainforest's sacred ground. Alright, it's over. Everyone, disperse. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and smiled. He didn't want his family and friends to worry about his safety, so he tried his best to appear relaxed. Alright, Lin Ling, be careful. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others nodded and then dispersed. With Taoist Came and the other experts here, they did not need to worry about Lin Ling's safety. Emperor Li Shou, Emperor Yu, and the others frowned. They also felt that the Eminent Clan had gone too far. If they weren't mistaken, the Eminent Clan had a genius called Yun Shan who had provoked Lin Ling not long ago. However, Lin Ling let her go. So, The eminent clan's current actions were equivalent to looking for trouble. Lin Ling smiled as he conversed with several mortal realm giants, as if he did not take this matter to heart. After a long time, Emperor Li Shou and the others also left. Kame Dawis smiled and glanced at Lin Ling. He left behind a meaningful sentence before leaving. Lin Ling, be careful next time. Got it. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Only then did he step into his hut. Behind him, the Yellow Spring army followed, including the 5 old men. At this moment, the 5 old men smiled bitterly. Their assassination failed and now they had become Lin Ling's subordinates? This matter was too strange. Great Emperor, this matter has nothing to do with the eminent clan. It was our decision. The 5 old men kowtowed and said, whether it has anything to do with you or not, it's useless for you to say it because I have already sensed it. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing the souls of the 5 old men to tremble violently. They now knew that Lin Ling indeed knew everything about them, including their thoughts. Destroy them. Then Lin Ling turned and left. The Yellow Spring army coldly stared at the 5 old men. Among them, the mountain-shifting eagle sneered and pounced. You are just weak souls, but we are souls of Wu Sheng's realm. How dare you? The 5 old men were furious. They wanted to unleash their strength and destroy those souls, but they were shocked to find that they could not unleash any strength. They clearly had powerful strength, but at this moment, it was as if they were sealed. It's the great emperor. The 5 of them were even more shocked. If Lin Ling did not allow them to unleash their strength, they would not be able to. This was the power of the Yellow Spring flame, which could control all souls. Devour them and increase our strength greatly. Protect the great emperor. Among the large number of souls, the mountain-shifting eagle roared angrily and devoured the 5 old men like an evil spirit. At this moment, all the members of the eminent clan were gathered there, as if they were holding a clan meeting. Lin Ling will definitely take revenge. He has formed a grudge with our eminent clan, so we have to kill him before he grows up. But clan leader, this is a little dangerous. If the Deacon Palace of the human realm finds out, it will be difficult for us to escape. After all, Lin Ling is not an ordinary person. What are you afraid of? We are an eminent clan, a clan that has recorded history. The Deacon Palace of the human realm will give us face. Moreover, Lin Ling is not a match for the 5 old men. He will definitely die. In the vast hall, everyone was discussing spiritedly. Their gazes were all fixed on a tall and sturdy old man. That old man was the clan leader of the eminent clan. You shouldn't have attacked him. However, at this moment, a desolate figure walked through the door, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Who was that person? How could he walk directly into their eminent clan? Kame's spiritual master. The clan leader stared at the newcomer, and his pupils trembled fiercely. Why was Kame's spiritual master here? Could it be that the assassination of Lin Ling had failed? However, he was still the clan leader, so he quickly calmed down. He smiled and politely said, Kame's spiritual master is the prophet of the human realm. My eminent clan has invited you many times, but it has been difficult to meet you. Today, Kame's spiritual master has arrived. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. You don't need to pretend anymore. The assassination of Lin Ling has failed. Kame's spiritual master's face was cold and indifferent. He stopped in the hall, and his white beard and long hair gave people a feeling of being ambitious and ruthless. Hee, Senior Kame's spiritual master, what do you mean by this? The eminent clan's people were startled, but they still pretended to be ignorant. They thought that as long as they didn't admit it, Kame's spiritual master wouldn't do anything. After all, Kame's spiritual master was the prophet of the human realm. He wouldn't easily kill. Assassinate Lin Ling? Who assassinated Lin Ling? Lin Ling is a genius of the human realm. Who would be so bold? The clan leader angrily shouted. Seeing this, Kame's spiritual master gently sighed. Devil race is about to invade. The human realm should be united. Lin Ling also gave me face and let bygones be bygones. Therefore, anything that affects the unity of the human realm must be suppressed. Because Lin Ling is the key to protecting the entire human realm. Tonight, 5 elders of your eminent clan tried to assassinate Lin Ling, but they failed. This is a violation of the principles of the human realm. Hearing Kame's spiritual master's words, the clan leader's complexion drastically changed. Kame's spiritual master, this has nothing to do with us. We are the eminent clan and are most loved by the human realm. We are responsible for recording the history of the human realm. How can we do such a petty thing? This is certainly the idea of those 5 elders. That's right, those 5 elders are framing us. Chapter 1853. Warning. However, Kame Daoist acted as if he didn't hear those excuses. He sighed again and turned to leave. Sigh, you really shouldn't have provoked Lin Ling. As for recording the history of the human world, it will be someone else from now on. All the people from the prestigious families were stunned. They didn't understand what Kame Daoist meant and looked at each other in dismay. I told you that you shouldn't have provoked Lin Ling let me go, which meant that he would let bygones be bygones. But you were afraid that Lin Ling would settle accounts later, afraid that when Lin Ling grew up, you wouldn't be able to control him. So, you went to assassinate him. Do you regret it now? Do you think that the ancient Ji family, Xinyuan clan, and Sky Master didn't want to kill Lin Ling? They just didn't want to trigger this bad luck. After Kame Daoist left, Yun Shan finally said with dissatisfaction. She had always been against provoking Lin Ling. However, after her voice, the entire hall was filled with angry curses. Yun Shan, you are a member of a prestigious family. Our family has been passed down for several generations. How can a coward like you appear? It seems that you are much worse than your sister Yun Tang. Men, throw Yun Shan into the back mountain and lock her up for 10 years. The patriarch also coldly shouted and had several people who had a good relationship with Yun Shan come out and block in front of Yun Shan. But at this moment, a terrifying pressure came from the sky and a majestic surge of laws erupted. The spirit turtle descended. Boom! The entire Yun sect turned into ashes. Only Yun Shan and a few others stood there in a daze. Everywhere he looked, the people of the prestigious families were in a terrible situation and everyone turned into ashes. Recording the history of the human world, it will be someone else from now on. So this is what it means. Yun Shan stared at everything around her. She muttered to herself in a daze. She finally knew that the always kind and gentle Kame Daoist had also made a move. This meant that the Yun sect had gone against the world. The next day, the entire prestigious family was exterminated. The news was like thunder, sweeping through the entire human world. Warning! This was Daoist Kame's warning to everyone. With the invasion of the devil race, the top geniuses of the human realm were highly valued. If they assassinated those geniuses for no reason, then even if they were from a prestigious family, they would still be completely annihilated. This warning also told all the martial artists in the mortal world that Lin Ling was a genius that Daoist Kame valued highly. This matter caused the Sky Master and the powerful human realm powerhouses of the ancient Ji family to have a heavy heart. After this incident, the entire mortal world finally had a brief moment of peace. All martial artists were preparing to welcome the arrival of the demon race. 3 months later, a large number of powerful geniuses rose up, their names shaking the world. At the same time, even more hidden giants appeared, moving about the human realm. The rainforest became quiet and low-key. Lin Ling did not manage the entire Xianping province anymore. Instead, he let go of his authority and only protected the sacred land of the rainforest. The sacred land of the rainforest was like a paradise in the vast human world. It wasn't until half a year later that the waves that mad god Lin Ling had caused in the mortal world gradually subsided. However, even though Lin Ling seemed to have disappeared from everyone's sight, many people still knew that in the sacred land of the rainforest, there was a genius that couldn't be underestimated. Autumn and winter gradually arrived. Heavy snow swirled in the air, covering the sacred land of the rainforest in a snow-white color. The sacred land of the rainforest was still as tranquil and serene as before. Noon approached, but the sky was still gray and gloomy. An even more violent snowstorm seemed to be on the horizon. In a mansion in the sacred land of the rainforest, A youth carrying a bow and arrow rode on a black winged wolf, heading towards the gate of the mansion. Congratulations on your return, young master. Congratulations. There were tall and sturdy guards on both sides of the gate. They couldn't help but smile as they looked at the youth, their eyes filled with affection. Hee hee, today I went to the 100 Territories to hunt a two-headed alligator. The youth smiled, looking extremely cute. However, although he looked cute, his strength was already extremely terrifying. At such a young age, his strength had almost caught up to Lady Watermist. Young Master is still the most powerful. However, Lady has already come out of seclusion and is waiting for young Master. The tall and sturdy guard rubbed the back of the child's head and smiled. Although the young Master's status was delicate, he was extremely approachable. In the sacred land of the rainforest, everyone liked the young Master. Father has come out of seclusion? The youth's expression immediately changed. He quickly stuck out his tongue and whispered, "Uncle Lu, Uncle Qiao, please don't say that I went out to play. If my father knows, he will punish me." Hearing this, the two tall and sturdy guards immediately smiled bitterly. You are naughty. Why do you have to make things difficult for others and make others hide for you?" At this moment, a dignified voice came from the mansion. The youth immediately lowered his head and walked into the mansion like a general who had lost a battle. The two tall and sturdy guards immediately laughed. The lady was very strict with the young master. At this moment, in a small courtyard of the mansion, a slender figure stood there. His entire body was like a javelin. He had delicate features, but his chiseled face was filled with killing intent. His eyes were looking into the distance as he stood there quietly, as if he had disappeared from the world. "You went out to hunt while you were cultivating. Have you finished your lesson today?" He was still standing there quietly, but the man said faintly. Outside the courtyard, a delicate youth walked in. He lowered his head and came behind the man. His small hands were intertwined as he whispered, "Father, I was wrong. The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. Laziness is your greatest enemy. Don't think that you can be even more lazy just because you are talented. You must know that there is always someone better than you. In this world, there are countless people who are more talented and stronger than you." The man turned around and looked at the youth indifferently. Although his expression was strict, his eyes were filled with love. "Father, I understand." The youth stood up straight and replied loudly, "I will double the amount of practice today." "That's good." The man finally smiled. He took a step forward and patted the youth's head. "Father is so strict with you. Do you hate Father?" "I don't hate Father. I know that Father is doing this for my own good. I want to be like Father in the future. I want to protect my family and live a carefree life." The youth replied with a smile. He looked extremely cute, causing the man to shake his head helplessly. "Little brat, you know how to flatter at such a young age. Go to your third aunt's place. She has something to talk to you about. When you come back, go and cultivate." "Yes, Father." The youth skipped away. Just as the young man walked out of the small courtyard, two figures walked over. Both of them looked to be in their 20s, but both of them had peerless appearances. Although they had the charm of a woman and lacked the liveliness of youth, it was obvious that their temperament was still extremely attractive. "Mother, second aunt." The youth looked at the two women and immediately bowed. The two women looked at the youth dotingly and took out a cotton-padded jacket for him. However, the youth waved his hand and said, "Mother, I'm not cold. You just like to run around. Your father was much quieter than you when he was young. Moreover, he was much more diligent than you. Quickly go to your third aunt's place. Also, it's your grandmother's birthday tonight. Remember not to be late." Got it. Chapter 1854. Hidden from the world, that brat always goes to the 100 Territories to hunt. Who knows how many brothers and friends he has now? Sigh. The man touched his nose and stretched out his hands to hug the two girls. He then shook his head helplessly. "Brotherling, the 100 Territories is his home anyway. It's good to let him interact with people of the same age. Competition will motivate him to learn martial arts." One of the girls laughed. Her voice was pleasant to listen to. The man sighed. I'm not against him going hunting, but the invasion of the devil race is getting closer. I feel a sense of danger spreading between heaven and earth. It's better for or not go out during this period of time. If the devil race invades, you and will go to Senior Turtle. With Senior Turtle and the 18 islands of the spirit race, you will be safer. Sigh. This man was Lin Ling. Beside him were Yu Yu and An Yuer. So Brother Ling is worried about this. Sigh. And Yuer suddenly understood and revealed a cute look. Only when she was with Lin Ling would she take off her ice beauty mask. I haven't fought for almost a year. I feel like my bones are rusty. Sigh. Lin Ling stretched. At this moment, he didn't look like the mad god Lin Ling. Instead, he looked like a lazy youth who just woke up from an afternoon nap. Kiki, I heard that in the mortal realm, you have already become a synonym for senior. Sigh. That's right. Maybe it's because you haven't appeared in the mortal realm for almost a year, so you have become an antique. Sigh. Yu Yu and An Yuer both laughed. Lin Ling was startled. He had become a senior? He hadn't cultivated for a long time. Of course, the premise was that he didn't cultivate in the Purple Mansion realm. Because if he added the time of cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm, he was indeed an old monster. Are you saying that I'm old? It seems like I have to punish you tonight. Kiki, Brother Ling, don't. The laughter of Lin Ling, Yu Yu, and the others could be heard from the courtyard. They might be parents now, but in the depths of their hearts, in the Ancient Face sect and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, they were all young men and women who were chasing their dreams. And Yuer's beautiful eyes were also staring at Lin Ling. In her heart, Lin Ling had been fighting since he was young, and in this past year he rarely used his sword. Occasionally he would go into seclusion to cultivate, and occasionally he would bring his family to play in the 100 territories. He lived a carefree life like a celestial being. The man's heart also calmed down. However, this didn't mean that he had left this world. It was just that he was like a sword that had been reforged, and the sword was still not out of the furnace. And Yuer believed that when the demons invaded, the man would draw his sword and return to the human world. After chatting for a while, they left the small courtyard. Milord. Greetings, milord. Wherever they went, the soldiers in the mansion respectfully saluted. In their eyes, Lin Ling was handsome and tall, wearing a white fur coat, looking wise and mighty. Lin Ling's wife was also the most beautiful woman in the world. They walked hand in hand, forming a beautiful picture under the falling snow. Brother Ling, Sister Yu, Father. At this time, several figures came from afar. The fastest one was a child, jumping and jumping. It was Lin Yi, and behind him were Qin Xiaolan and the others. Have you found your Sanyang? Seeing Lin Ling, Lin Ling's face became serious, and Yu Yu and the others secretly laughed. Lin Ling wanted to maintain the image of a strict father. Lin Yi looked up at Lin Ling and said, Yes, Sanyang taught me martial arts, but great-grandfather asked us to call you over. He said that Grandma's birthday is about to begin. Lin Ling nodded and said, With your strength, you can cultivate the first step of the Black Tortoise 9 steps. During this period of time, work harder on this martial art. The Black Tortoise 9 steps was a space-type martial art left by Li Xiaoyao. This martial art didn't allow the warrior to travel through the void, but it allowed the warrior to enter another world. When cultivated to the large success stage, the warrior could travel through the 9 worlds, making it difficult for others to track him. It should be known that after reaching Wu Sheng's level, he could threaten the void with a raise of his hand, but entering another world was different, and he could avoid a large number of attacks of the laws. For example, when Lin Ling was assassinated last time, if his Black Tortoise 9 steps had reached a higher level, he could have rushed out of the blockade of the laws. It should be known that powerful laws could even seal the soul force, and Lin Ling had also tested it last time. The few of them walked forward and arrived at the mansion's main hall, where Ancestor Tai Yen and the others were already waiting. The entire hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed to Ancestor Tai Yen and the others, and also congratulated his mother, Emon Yenshin, on her birthday. Not long after everyone sat down, a voice came from the mansion's main door. Big brother, we're back. Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, Bai Yuntiendi and the others all excitedly entered the hall, causing Lin Ling to smile. During this period of time, Little Flame and the others had all gone out to gain experience, and they had also made a name for themselves in Xiandi's world. Little Flame, not bad, you've reached Wu Sheng's second stage. You should know that a year ago, you had just stepped into Wu Sheng's realm. Lin Ling looked at Little Flame in surprise. Little Flame rubbed his bald head and chuckled, but he was extremely proud because being praised by his big brother made him happier than breaking through a realm. Boss, I've also reached Wu Sheng's third stage. Bai Yuntiendi, no, it's Bai Yuntiendi now. She's reached Wu Sheng's fourth stage, you should also praise us. The 9 spirits of heaven said with some dissatisfaction. This caused Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. These guys' strength had increased greatly. The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor was still considered normal because her cultivation level was originally higher than Lin Ling's. On the other hand, Xinyuan Jiuhun and Little Flame's cultivation level had increased greatly. This was because it was very, very difficult to increase one's cultivation level in the Martial Saint realm. Unless one used a huge amount of resources and luck, it was impossible to break through without at least 10 years of accumulation. It seemed that these guys had most likely encountered some benefits when they were out training. Boss's realm has also increased, reaching Wu Sheng's third stage. At this moment, the 9 spirits of heaven laughed. Although on the surface, he and Lin Ling's realm were the same, but if it was a one-on-one battle, he had no confidence to win even if Lin Ling gave him a handicap of 1 hand. Lin Ling's strength has also increased. Bai Yuntiendi laughed. Lin Ling's strength had probably increased by another fold. Looking at their expectant gazes, Lin Ling shrugged and didn't explain anything. But in reality, his strength had indeed increased greatly, especially in terms of the Divine Devil Overlord body. He had stepped into the 8th stage, World Extermination Physique, and this stage was the first stage of the Divine Devil Overlord body. It was also the peak of the Divine Devil Overlord body, only 1 stage away from the Divine Devil Overlord body. As for the 8th stage, World Extermination Physique, it possessed an extremely terrifying power of law, known as the World Extermination Physique. It could form 50 streaks of spatial law. The great Emperor Zhai Xing was able to become the king of the 4 great ancient countries in the past. His cultivation method was indeed not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, the final limit was only the 2nd stage of the Divine Devil Overlord body. But for now, this was enough for Lin Ling to suppress Wu Sheng's 5th stage realm. After all, Wu Sheng's 5th stage realm's origin of virtual force, generally speaking, was only able to comprehend 20 streaks of law. With the increase of the physical body's realm, the Yellow Springs flame would also increase. The soul which had been burned to death by the Yellow Springs flame would be able to recover 70% of its strength. Chapter 1855. Invited Boss, your current law energy has reached 30. The 9 spirits of heaven asked curiously. After almost a year of hard work, if I didn't reach 30, I wouldn't be qualified to be your boss. Lin Ling shrugged. In fact, if he used the Peerless Divine Sword and Armageddon, he could explode with the power of 100 precepts. Martial Tao, Martial Tao, Martial Tao, Martial Tao before Tao. It seems mysterious, but it's still Martial Tao. It's just that the power used has turned into law energy. It's one of the great Taos of heaven and earth. The clouds and the wind are the laws. The laws are also around us. If we can understand more, we can more or less increase our law energy. Lin Ling said lightly. Little Flame and the others' eyes flickered. They found it hard to understand. However, Bai Yuntiendi expression changed slightly. Although it was a very ordinary sentence, she seemed to have touched something. As the saying goes, a sentence awakens a dreamer. Understanding the great Taos of heaven and earth was sometimes very complicated, and sometimes very simple. A moment of enlightenment was referring to the wonderful state she was in now. It can't be, she's emitting the law energy. There's actually another law. Oh my God, Boss has become our master. Little Flame and the 9 spirits of heaven were surprised. Lin Ling smiled. Bai Yuntiandi's martial Tao was related to the clouds. It seemed ethereal, but as long as she touched the door of Tao, she could instantly grasp the law energy. She was faster than Little Flame and the others. Congratulations to Aunt Nianchen on her birthday. At this time, many people arrived at the door. It was Su Jimin, Tyrant Shi, and Yiren. Linling, congratulations to your mother on her birthday. Emperor Li Shou and the others also came. This surprised everyone in the mansion because Linling's mother's birthday actually brought the giants of the mortal realm. Kame's spiritual master has returned to the sea, so he asked me to send a birthday gift for him. Emperor Yu said with a smile. Sirs, you're too polite. Patriarch Extreme Flame was flattered and personally went to greet the experts. Mo Nianchen did the same. They knew that the giants of the mortal world were here mostly because of Lin Ling. The stone god of the stone clan is here. Lin Ling, don't tell me you don't welcome him? Toad, I'm here on behalf of the two great champions of Champion University. Experts from Xianhuangdiu had also arrived. Brother Stone Deity, welcome, welcome. Lin Ling stood up and warmly welcomed him. Then, the Supreme Clans, Eternal Palace, and other powers came, giving Lin Ling enough face. I, the symbol ancestor, represent the Dharma Emperor and the encompassing Emperor to congratulate you. At this moment, another voice came from outside, causing many people's eyes to twinkle. It was actually the Law Overlord's men. After that, an old man wearing a cloak covered with talismans walked in proudly, as if it was Lin Ling's honor that he could come to celebrate the birthday. Symbol ancestor? Lin Ling smiled. This old man had gone against him many times in the past. He didn't expect him to come too. Lin Ling, am I not welcome? Before the symbol ancestor stepped into the hall, his indifferent voice floated out, as if he was unhappy that Lin Ling didn't come to welcome him personally. However, when he stepped into the hall, his eyes narrowed. In the hall, there were all the respected giants of the mortal world. The symbol ancestor was like a small shrimp. Now that everyone was looking at him, he smiled awkwardly and felt ashamed. Welcome, of course you are welcome. Lin Ling's smile grew wider. The symbol ancestor didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Although in terms of seniority, the symbol ancestor was Lin Ling's senior, in terms of influence, Lin Ling surpassed him by a few streets. In terms of potential, the symbol ancestor admitted that he was currently stronger than Lin Ling. However, he also knew that Lin Ling would definitely surpass him in the future. In fact, he didn't dare to go against Lin Ling for a long time. His previous arrogance was only because he wanted Lin Ling to take him seriously. However, in the end, not only did he not take him seriously, he became even more embarrassed. Other than representing Emperor Li Shou, I am also here to deliver a message for that lady from Ancient Rhyme Immortal Plateau. That lady's birthday is in 3 days, so I want you and the others to go back and visit her. The symbol ancestor didn't dare to look at Lin Ling and lowered his head. That lady? Yes. Lin Ling instantly guessed who it was. It should be the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother from Ancient Rhyme Immortal Plateau. I got it. You can stay here and have a meal before you leave. Lin Ling nodded and gestured for the symbol ancestor to sit down. At this moment, the symbol ancestor's heart was filled with bitterness. He didn't want to stay because the giants of the mortal world around him were giving him a lot of pressure. In the end, the symbol ancestor finished his meal under the torment that felt like years. Throughout the entire process, he was drenched in sweat. The birthday celebration ended in a lively manner and everyone left. Brother Ling, are we going to the Heavenly Mother's birthday celebration? Yu sat beside Lin Ling and looked at Lin Ling. And Yuera also frowned. They had a feeling that there would be some twists and turns during the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's birthday celebration. Lin Ling and them had been peaceful for a year. At least, they didn't want Lin Ling to step into another troublesome storm. Therefore, they wanted to go, but they didn't want to go in their hearts. The reason they wanted to go was because the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was really good to them and treated them like her own daughters. Go. No matter what, she has taken care of you for me for many years. This kindness can't be erased. Moreover, I have been in seclusion for almost a year. It's time for me to go to the mortal world. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Yu and Yuer became excited and said, Lin Ling, thank you. You are my women. There's no need to say these things. Although I have a feeling that this trip will be troublesome, I, Lin Ling, have been practicing martial arts since I was young. There's nothing that I haven't seen before. Lin Ling said as he held Yu Yu and the others' hands. His tone was calm, but it was filled with confidence. Lin Ling, the mad god, was famous in the mortal world a year ago. Although he had disappeared for a year, it didn't mean that his arrogance had declined. That night, Lin Ling prepared a birthday gift. It was extremely expensive because it represented the face of Yu Yu and the others. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't let them lose face. The next day, Lin Ling took Yu Yu and the others to the Yungu Immortal Plateau. After leaving the rainforest's sacred land, they felt as if they had gone from winter to spring. Because the heaven and earth were at different angles, there was no heavy snow in the outside world. They took the Dragon Turtle battleship and soon arrived at the Great Xinyuan domain. Wow, it's so big outside. Lin Ling was extremely excited as he ran around. Lin Ling held Yu Yu's hand and followed behind him. They passed by an ancient city where there was also a genius convention. The geniuses from all over the world were rising madly. It was as if the calamity of the mortal world was approaching and the pressure was increasing. Hence, many people were growing madly. Lin Ling entered the city and looked at the scene with interest. They couldn't help but think of the various geniuses' conventions of the past. This genius convention was created by a powerful cultivator in the Yungu Immortal Plateau, Xian Di. The disciples of many ancient sects gathered and the battles were like wildfire, causing the cheers to soar to the sky. Father, I also want to participate in the genius convention. Those geniuses are much weaker than me. Look at the strongest young man, I can defeat him in 3 moves. Chapter 1856. Children's words carry no harm. Don't be arrogant. Remember, if someone challenges you, you can't refuse. If someone challenges the dignity of a man, you have to fight back. But if there's nothing going on, you can't take the initiative to cause trouble. You can't be arrogant because your cultivation is too high. Lin Ling reprimanded, causing Lin Yi to nod. Yu Yu and the others smiled, knowing that Lin Ling was teaching Lin Yi how to conduct himself. Their conversation wasn't loud, but there were many experts in the city, so they naturally heard Lin Ling's words. After all, everyone was admiring the genius assembly, but there was someone who disdained it and was confident that he could sweep away everything. This was a form of contempt for the immortal sect. Ignorance is bliss. It's fine if a child doesn't understand, but even the adults don't understand. I really don't understand how they can live until now. They're just frogs in a well. The experts from the various sects said disdainfully. Of course, with their seniority, they wouldn't pay attention to such ants. The genius assembly had reached its peak. 2 15-year-old geniuses clashed fiercely, causing the entire city to cheer. Finally, a handsome young genius used his trump card, suppressing the crowd and taking first place. This genius came from the immortal sect, and for a time, the immortal sect enjoyed endless glory and admiration. What a pity, that boy called Lightning almost won. They fought for 3,000 moves. If Lightning didn't lack spiritual energy, he wouldn't have lost so easily. A loss is a loss. Where did all these excuses come from? Jun Yong is still the best. The crowd was in high spirits, causing the upper echelons of the immortal sect to stroke their beards and nod in satisfaction. One of them subconsciously looked at the arrogant family, wanting to see if they would be surprised. Dad, you said that there's always someone better than you, but they're not that strong. Their strength is about the same as Uncle Shui Wu's, and they fought for 3,000 moves. If it were me, I would have defeated him in 10 moves. Lin Yi was still a child. Seeing that the battle wasn't as fierce as he imagined, he immediately whispered, "You're definitely different now. You've had so many experts sparring with you since you were young, and you've also had endless cultivation resources. Sometimes even Dad envies you. But you defeated your opponent in 10 moves? That's too many. In my opinion, if you can't defeat him in 3 moves, then it's your loss." Lin Ling said. 3 moves, it's a bit difficult. Lin Yi frowned. If A thinks it's too difficult, then 5 moves it is. However, You can use your pinnacle state. Inuer also laughed. Upon hearing those words, the upper echelons of the immortal sect were stunned. Were these people sick? It was one thing for children to spout nonsense, but even adults were spouting nonsense? However, under their astonishment, Lin Yi was still a child. He shouted unwillingly, "Father, 3 moves is indeed a bit difficult. If I fight the first and second place 2 people in a row, can I defeat them in 5 moves?" Boom. As soon as he said this, the entire ancient city fell silent. One had to know that the intensity of the genius competition was obvious to all. Those geniuses were indeed terrifying, but now a child was saying that he could fight 2 people in a row and defeat them in 5 moves. Did that child take everyone for fools? Of course, they wouldn't take a child's words seriously. However, to their surprise, the child's parents nodded. "If you fight 2 people, then I'll give you a chance to make 5 moves. Your father's words are correct, but you can't be injured. If you are injured, then it's your loss." Are you confident?" "Mother, this is a bit difficult. However, can I use the black tortoise 9 steps? If I can, then I'm confident." That family simply ignored everyone and was actually discussing martial arts. "Hee, you're too arrogant. The leaders of the immortal sect are the 4 fairies of Jade Water. Are their disciples inferior to your son? Take back what you said before, or don't blame us for being rude." The upper echelons of the immortal sect couldn't help but stand up and say indifferently, "Today was the most glorious day of the immortal sect, but that family was pouring cold water on them. How could they swallow this anger? But we're just telling the truth. Moreover, we're all whispering. We're not pointing at you. Why are you being rude to us?" When Lin Yi heard that, he immediately replied stubbornly. He was telling the truth. Was there anything wrong with that? "Hee, child, step aside. Let your parents speak." The expert of the immortal sect snorted coldly. Lin Ling smiled and said, "Sorry for interrupting your genius competition. Previously, I was only teaching my son martial arts, so if it caused any inconvenience, I'll apologize here." Lin Ling's words were humble. Obviously, with his seniority, he naturally wouldn't haggle over minor matters with some weaklings. However, everyone thought that this family was afraid and regretful. "Hee, the establishment of a sect requires endless accumulation of glory, but now, our glory has been trampled under your feet with just a few words. Do you think an apology is enough?" The upper echelon of the immortal sect sneered and said, "My father has apologized. What else do you want? We're just talking about martial arts. We're just telling the truth." Lin Yi was even more unwilling to accept this. "Truth? You mean you're a 10-year-old kid, and you want to defeat 2 geniuses in 10 moves?" The people of the immortal sect were stunned and couldn't help but laugh. Many people shook their heads. Such a thing was actually true? "It's not 10 moves, it's 5 moves." Lin Yi's face turned red with anger. Was it wrong for him to tell the truth? Ha! Everyone laughed even louder. As for the geniuses, they were also laughing so hard that they fell over. Lin Ling patted Lin Yi's shoulder. He didn't care too much and called his family to leave. "Did I say that you can leave?" However, how could the immortal sect allow Lin Ling to leave? Because Lin Ling ridiculed their ancient sect. Did he think that their sect was trash? The crowd also let out a lot of mocking laughter, which made Lin Yi's little face puff up in anger. However, Lin Ling was still as calm as before, and he didn't care at all. You have to remember that not everyone knows about your world. However, you don't have to prove yourself every time. The world laughs at me because I'm crazy. I laugh at them because they can't see through me. So, you don't have to take their words to heart. Just remember your martial arts path." Lin Ling took the opportunity to guide his son. "Father, don't take their words to heart. They don't understand you and they're just jealous of you. Of course, there are a lot of discussions on the martial arts path. However, I can't pay attention to everyone's words. So, I'll just focus on my own martial arts path." Lin immediately nodded and said, "Not bad. That's my son." Lin Ling smiled with satisfaction and left calmly. Looking at the family ignoring the contempt of the whole city and still doing their own thing, The faces of the senior members of the immortal sect turned ugly. This family was too arrogant. Elder, they belittled us so much. In my opinion, I should fight and defeat them. That's right. Not only do we have to let the child see clearly, but we also have to let his father and mother know how lowly they are. That's right. How can he be qualified to teach others martial arts? What a disgrace. Humph. Chapter 1857. Rise to the surface, sir, please stay. Kneel down and apologize, then you can leave. The experts from the Immortals sect also spoke. Remember, on the path of martial arts, you can't be distracted by external things. However, if external things are too naggy, then you don't have to endure it anymore. A martial artist has to be magnanimous. If you can't hold it in, then you have to attack. Go. Lin Ling held Yu's hand and walked forward with a smile. At the same time, his indifferent voice floated out. Lin Ling had no interest in disrupting the genius competition. He was just teaching his son martial arts. He had already apologized for provoking the crowd's anger, but the other party was calculative, so he had to attack when needed. Because this was a true martial artist, this was a true man. Ha, 5 moves and you let a child do it. Ha. The crowd's laughter became louder. Even the elders from the Immortals sect shook their heads. They had seen stupid people before, but they had never seen such a stupid person. When martial artists fought, their attacks were very heavy. That man had killed his son. However, just as they thought that, the young child disappeared under the sky and entered the space. The power of law? All the experts' eyes almost fell out of their sockets. A 10-year-old child had the power of law? Just how did this little freak cultivate? Boom, 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 boom. On the martial arts stage, the geniuses were all beaten to the ground under countless gazes. Their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen. It was extremely embarrassing. The whole city was silent. Everyone stared at the young child as if they were looking at a little demon king. Dad, I defeated them in 5 moves, and I didn't attack too hard. After a moment, an excited voice floated out like thunder, leaving everyone speechless. Well, remember, I will treat people the way they treat me. It's just a competition. You can't kill them. In fact, you can defeat them in 3 moves. Lin Ling ignored the crowd and smiled at Lin. He was somewhat satisfied with his son's result. Okay, I'll be stronger next time. The child nodded proudly. His words made everyone's jaws drop. 3 moves? Defeat all their geniuses? At the beginning, they would think it was a joke, but now, no one thought so. Plop. The elders from the Immortals sect all fell to the ground because the child's strength was stronger than theirs. Was this still a child's words? Was this still naive and innocent? He was simply the youngest genius in the mortal realm with the most freakish strength. Sir, whose disciple is he? Why is he so strong? Said one of the elders as he looked at Lin Ling with fear. That child was already so powerful. What about that man? Lin Ling ignored him completely and left with his wife and son. But in the end, he left a sentence, "How can my son be a piece of trash?" This sentence was obviously filled with his father's pride. Lin Ling was also proud of Lin. Heavens, didn't he leave the Jianghu? Why is he out of the water again? As far as I know, even the 4 jade water fairies of our immortal sect are no match for Lin Ling. The elders' hearts beat violently as if they were watching the Grim Reaper walk past them. How dare they laugh at the son of the Grim Reaper? Who in the human world didn't know about the Grim Reaper? Moreover, this was a real genius. It was said that he had cultivated for less than 100 years, but he was almost on par with the son of desolation. Like father, like son. No wonder he apologized and didn't even refute us. It's because he doesn't care about us. The crowd looked at the departing figure in the distance. The respect and awe in the depths of their eyes grew stronger. The previous incident was just a small episode for Lin Ling. His purpose was to teach Lin Yi how to deal with the world. That was all. The Grand Xinyuan domain is like a fairyland. Look at those martial artists. They're all riding on flying swords. They're as elegant as fairies. Lin Ling said as he looked at the martial artists flying in the sky. Yes, that's the trend here. Those flying swords are saint tools. They can increase the speed by a bit. Yu said with a smile. Those are just trash treasures. There are very few people in the human world who have enchantment weapons. Most of them are obtained from the desolate era. Lin Ling said disdainfully. Yu looked at Lin Ling expectantly and asked, Brother Lin Ling, what kind of gift did you prepare for the Heavenly Mother's birthday? They knew that Lin Ling's gift was very important. If it was too small, it wouldn't be good for Lin Ling. Others would take the opportunity to laugh at him. Lin Ling smiled meaningfully and looked at Lin Yi. What do you think of Father's gift? Father will definitely prepare the best gift. He won't let Mother and the others lose face. Lin Yi looked at Lin Ling with worship in his eyes. Lin Ling laughed. Indeed. Under the lead of Yu and Inuer, they arrived at the Yungu Immortal platform. This was Lin Ling's first time here. It was located at the top of a towering mountain that reached the clouds. The spiritual energy here was very dense and there was a flight of stairs leading up to it. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge stone statue with 3 words engraved on top of it, ascending the immortal gate. The words were faintly discernible, giving people the feeling that they had arrived at a fairyland. Immortal gate? Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. It was just one of the 3 great legends of the human world. Why was there a need to erect such a huge signboard? Yu and the others smiled bitterly. They knew that Lin Ling didn't have a good impression of the Yungu Immortal platform. It was because of the Yungu Immortal platform that they separated. Father, there are many experts in the Yungu Immortal platform. However, none of them are a match for Father. Lin Yi was clearly very familiar with this place. Hence, when he came back, he was extremely excited. Let's go. Lin Ling smiled faintly and led his family up the stairs. At this moment, there were people walking up the stairs. They were all experts from the human world and they were chatting and laughing. However, when they saw a few people walking up from behind, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. This was the birthday celebration of the Yungu Immortal platform. Even the ordinary Xiandi didn't have the qualifications to come. Who are these people? What beautiful girls. What a pity, these 2 fresh flowers are stuck in cow dung. A man spoke with envy. His gaze was fixed on Yu and Inuer. He licked his lips and wanted to chat with them because he had seen countless women before. However, this was the first time he had seen such peak-grade beauties like Yu and Inuer. Do you want to die? You can't afford to offend that person. However, just as he started to move, an old man beside him reminded him. What a joke! I, flowing time meteor, have traversed the human world. There has never been anyone I can't afford to offend. The man snorted disdainfully. In the human world, except for the son of Huang and the crystal 7 talents, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Then you can go and try. The old man sneered. He was kind enough to persuade him, but the other party ignored him. Then he would let the other party court death. Such words undoubtedly made the man cautious because the old man was a member of the He family. He was also famous in the human world. If he was so cautious, then there must be a reason. May I ask who that man is? If I tell you, will you dare to provoke him? I can tell you that his name is Mad God Lin Ling. You can try to provoke him. What? In the end, the man's face suddenly turned pale. Who in the human world didn't know about the extermination of a famous family? Although Lin Ling had disappeared in the human world for a year, the human world didn't dare to forget this terrifying genius. Get out of the way. Is it fun to block the middle of the road? At this time, an indifferent voice came from below the stairs. The man looked down and was instantly terrified. He stepped aside. Chapter 1858. Kneeling in Fear. Lin Ling brought his family and passed by the man. He glanced at him and with just a glance, the man trembled violently, his head almost buried into his chest. Lin Ling smiled and did not pay much attention to him as he continued forward. Father, how awe-inspiring. Lin Yi could feel that wherever his father passed, everyone would make way for him. He was instantly filled with pride. Because he grew up here, he knew that the people who came here were all extremely powerful. They wouldn't easily give way to him. Stepping on the stairs, at the top of the mountain, There were layers upon layers of ancient buildings. White clouds drifted in the air, and the celestial wind was extremely strong. Scattered figures were walking, passing by a majestic door. Above the door, there were the words, Yungu Immortal Platform. Lin Ling continued on. Along the way, many people recognized Lin Ling, and their expressions were complicated. Of course, there were also many who looked up at him. However, this didn't mean that everyone admired Lin Ling. When Lin Ling was about to step through the door, 3 old men looked at Lin Ling indifferently. One of them coldly shouted, "Who are you? Do you have an invitation?" Who in the mortal world didn't know of the current mad god Lin Ling? It was impossible for the 3 old men to not recognize Lin Ling. Clearly, they did it on purpose. Elder Su, Elder Heng, I'm you. Yu and Yuer recognized the 3 old men and instantly smiled. So it's Princess Yu. Princess Yu, please come in. The old men bowed respectfully, but one of them said again, but he can't enter. Princess Yu, you should know that the Yungu Immortal Platform is one of the 3 great legends of the mortal world. Trash like him can't enter. He's our husband. This time, he came here because he received an invitation. And Yuer frowned. She could also see that these elders were doing this on purpose. Or rather, someone was supporting them from behind to make things difficult for Lin Ling. Princess Yu, oh, my apologies. This is our duty. After all, today is the Heavenly Mother's birthday, and this matter is of great importance. Thus, without an invitation, you cannot enter. The old man said. His meaning was clear. Yu and Yuer could enter, but Lin Ling was not allowed. In fact, Lin Ling was so famous in the mortal world that he didn't need an invitation. He only needed someone to invite him. What happened? Mad God Lin Ling is Yu's man. Don't the elders know Lin Ling? Are you stupid? Those elders definitely recognize Lin Ling. They are doing this intentionally. Think about it. If Lin Ling is blocked outside while his wife enters the ancient rhyme immortal platform, how much face would he lose then? That's right. If things don't go well, Lin Ling might even lose his wife this time. The crowd from afar started to watch a good show. Sir, my apologies. Without an invitation, no one is allowed to enter. The few old men spoke again. It was as though the voices in the surroundings had given them motivation. They truly couldn't afford to offend Lin Ling. However, blocking Lin Ling outside the ancient rhyme immortal platform was something they could do. And if Lin Ling lost face, their reputations in the mortal world would soar. And they weren't afraid that Lin Ling would make a move. Because if Lin Ling made a move, it would be the same as challenging the ancient rhyme immortal platform. Here on the path of cultivation, it's inevitable that we would meet some despicable people who use the might of others to intimidate others. Hence, when we meet such despicable people, there's no need for us to endure. Lin Ling didn't even look at those old men. He smiled at Lin Yi and walked forward. Let the people behind you speak. You guys are merely at the 3rd level of Wusheng. You don't have the qualifications to block me. The moment this voice rang out, the whispers in front of the door instantly vanished. Boundless might permeated the air. Those few old men were also shocked. They had long heard of Lin Ling's fame. Only after today's clash did they know what the mad god was. No, there's no one behind us. We're just following the rules. One of the old men anxiously spoke. Right now, how could they still have that complacent look on their faces? Lin Ling simply didn't draw his sword. Once he drew his sword, how could they block that sharp sword light? Do you think I, Lin Ling, am a fool? Since you don't want to speak, I'll invite him out. Lin Ling took another step forward, causing the few old men to panic even more. Don't tell me you dare to make a move here? Lin Ling, although you're a genius of the mortal world, you still can't do whatever you want. If you make a move here, it's the same as challenging the ancient rhyme immortal platform. They were using the rules to threaten Lin Ling. Before this, they dared to make things difficult for Lin Ling precisely because of the rules. That was why they weren't afraid of Lin Ling. You don't have the qualifications to make me make a move. Stop. However, Lin Ling spat out a sentence. His voice was so cold that it felt like it came from the depths of hell. After that, an ancient god descended. The world annihilation physique was mighty and domineering. Boom. It was as though they were being suppressed by an emperor of heaven and earth. The bodies of those old men trembled as their minds buzzed. Was this a divine rank talent? However, this wasn't the end. After the world annihilation physique, the Yellow Spring Immortal Emperor followed suit. Boom. This time, the 5 old men couldn't resist anymore. They knelt down one after another, their faces pale. Their bones, meridians, and even their blood were trembling. 2 divine rank talents, how could they resist? Lin Ling took another step forward, his aura surging like a storm. Didn't you all want an invitation? It's right here, do you want to take a look? Crack, crack, crack. The 5 old men felt as though their bones had been shattered. How could they still dare to ask for an invitation? Stop, you are lawless in our ancient rhyming immortal plateau. Do you think our ancient rhyming immortal plateau is the sacred land of your rainforest? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. A man walked over with a majestic gait. It was the Son of Desolation. His arrival made the old men relax. Their savior had finally arrived. However, after the arrival of the Son of Desolation, Lin Ling didn't retreat. Instead, he took another step forward. His aura was like thunder, suppressing the 5 old men so much that they almost vomited blood. Crazy. The crowd stared at Lin Ling. They finally understood why Lin Ling was called the Crazy God. After all, not everyone could fight in the ancient rhyming immortal plateau. Crazy God Lin Ling, you are courting death. They were just following the rules, but you actually attacked them. Today, I want to see how you will explain this to the mortal world. The expression of the Son of Desolation drastically changed. He didn't expect that Lin Ling wasn't even afraid of him. Not only did he not stop, he even increased the intensity of his attacks. He, Wanyan Shin Emperor, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. These old fogies wanted to see my invitation, so I let them see it. What basis do you have to say that I attacked them? Lin Ling coldly replied. You still want to twist the truth? They all knelt in front of everyone. The Son of Desolation was enraged. Lin Ling laughed loudly. They knelt because my name, Crazy God Lin Ling, is too arrogant. That's why they were afraid. I didn't make them kneel. Look, my hands are still behind my back. Could it be that my hands are behind my back? In that case, the Son of Desolation also made a move against me. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Kneeling in fear? Who would believe that? Chapter 1859. A Lifelong Friend. You. Tianzong originally wanted to use this opportunity to attack, but he forcefully suppressed it. In fact, he could also use his aura to suppress Lin Ling, but he was surprised to find that Lin Ling actually had 2 god-level talents. Although he also had god-level talents, it was difficult for him to suppress Lin Ling with his aura. If he attacked, he could defeat Lin Ling, but he did not dare to casually attack. In fact, I have been good friends with them for many years. This time, I came to the ancient rhyme immortal plateau to reminisce. Lin Ling smiled and came to the front of the 5 elders. He squatted down as if the 5 elders were Lin Ling's close friends. You are called Elder Lu, right? We haven't seen each other for many years. I really miss you. This time, we will drink for 3 days and 3 nights. We will not rest until we are drunk. You are called Elder Heng or Elder Ji, I kind of forgot. After we parted that year, I missed you so much. Lin Ling's words were filled with nostalgia, but his aura did not stop. 2 god-level talents, suppressing the 5 elders until they were about to cry. Was this still considered a close friend? Close my ass, we are about to be crushed to death by you. Lin Ling, I am actually called Elder Su, not Elder Lu. You can go in now, please spare this old man. One of the elders said bitterly. Then are we close friends? Lin Ling's smile was kind and amiable. Could it not be? If it was not, Lin Ling would continue to suppress them. Yes, we are lifelong friends. The 5 elders' voices were filled with sobs. It could be said that they were tortured into confessing. Lin Ling withdrew his aura and smiled. Since you admit that I am your close friend, then I am also a friend of the ancient rhyme immortal plateau. It seems like I can go in. Follow father. Friend? Confessing through torture was considered a friend? Everyone in the distance stared. Lin Ling. Tianzong stood there coldly. His purpose for targeting Lin Ling was very simple. He wanted to embarrass Lin Ling in front of her and let her know that Lin Ling was inferior to him, a lowly commoner. However, he failed, and her seemed to worship his father even more. Tianzong stared at the 5 elders and turned to leave. The 5 elders smiled bitterly as they welcomed the guests once again. However, this time, they could only reveal smiles that were uglier than crying. Entering the ancient rhyme immortal plateau, ancient trees towered into the sky, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. There was even a Qilin spirit beast walking around, making the place even more beautiful. Sister, do you remember the first time we came here? I remember. Look at the Bodhi immortal tree. Or loved to eat the Bodhi immortal fruits when he was young. Yu and Yuer were in high spirits. They had lived here for a few years. Lin Ling smiled at them. He could see that the so-called immortal plateau was actually a stone platform carved with enchantments. Moreover, it had been here for many years. It was likely that the enchantments weren't created by the ancient rhyme immortal plateau. If I didn't guess wrongly, everyone should be gathered at the Mortal World Palace. At this moment, Yu ran back and held Lin Ling's hand as they walked towards the Mortal World Palace. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Once you enter the mortal world, it is difficult to transcend mortality. Once you enter the Mortal World Palace, throw away all distracting thoughts and you can ascend to immortality. Brother Ling, how do you know these words? This is a secret of the Mortal World Palace. It is said that as long as you comprehend these words, you can ascend to immortality. And Yuer was astonished. This sentence, even in the ancient rhyme immortal plateau, there weren't many who knew about it. Moreover, it was said that this sentence was left behind by the master of the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Lin Ling shook his head. He suddenly recalled this memory. Li Xiaoyao must have come to the Mortal World Palace before. This sentence was left behind by the ancient rhyme martial god. Yu was also astonished. Ancient rhyme martial god? Lin Ling felt as though he knew the ancient rhyme martial god. However, he quickly shook his head because his memories were not complete. You and I are both mortals. Born in the mortal world, we are always on the move. We can't rest for even a moment. It is inevitable that we will have distracting thoughts. Casting aside the mortal world and becoming an immortal, I am willing to be immortal. Lin Ling indifferently said. His words were filled with disdain, causing Yu and the others to stick out their tongues. Brother Ling was still as frivolous as ever. The Mortal World Palace was extremely grand and majestic. Most importantly, it was so tall that it pierced through the clouds. Before entering, voices could already be heard. Stepping into the palace, the first thing they saw was the fluttering white clouds in the sky. The entire hall seemed to be boundless. A large number of people were sitting at the tables, chatting with each other. Those who could come here were all important figures in the mortal world. There were the Jadewater Four Fairies, the Twin Dragons Society, Jiu Jiu, and Iron Reed Xiandi, the Crystal 7 Heroes and the other powerful Xiandi. Of course, the giants of the mortal world had not yet arrived. The hall instantly became quiet. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the figures who walked in. In their eyes, there were 2 fairy-like women. One was wearing a white dress, the other was wearing a pink dress. They were as pure as ice and as pure as jade, but also agile and graceful. They were holding hands with a child wearing a blue and white robe. The child's eyes were very big and his nose was very straight. It could be assumed that he would grow up to be a handsome man. However, most of the people were still staring at the man beside the child. The man was actually very young. He had a slender figure and was very handsome. His long hair was tied behind his head. Coupled with his clean blue and white robe, he gave off a calm and carefree feeling. Mad God Lin Ling. Many people had this thought. Even those who did not know Lin Ling had heard of the name Mad God. For a moment, whispers were heard. Especially the powerful Xiandi like the Jadewater Four Fairies and the Crystal 7 Heroes. Their eyes narrowed. It had been a year. Lin Ling had disappeared for a year. Now that he had finally resurfaced, they wondered if his strength had increased. Lin Ling did not seem to notice the gazes of the crowd. He led Yu Yu and the others forward and sat down at one of the tables. Throughout the whole process, he was calm and composed. After Lin Ling entered the hall, there was a brief moment of silence. However, it seemed that Lin Ling did not have anything to be proud of, so the atmosphere became lively again. Not just anyone can come to the Mortal World Palace. Legend has it that there is a star of laws at the top of the palace that can emit magical clouds. No one can break it. Eternal Fairy, you are the most dazzling Xiandi in the Eternal Palace. I wonder if you can break it? Suddenly, a figure appeared, causing many people to look at a woman. That woman carried a 3-foot-long green sword on her back. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and she was as ethereal as a fairy. She was called Eternal Fairy. She was the rising Xiandi this year and was in the limelight. Once she rose, she was at the level of the Jade Water 4 fairies. Great Buddha, why don't you give it a try? The woman looked at a burly man and said, Great Buddha, this person was also the rising Xiandi. He had a 10th grade heaven tier talent and powerful laws. Okay. A loud voice came from afar. A man walked out and stretched out his fist. Golden light shone brightly as laws erupted. Boundless Dharma fist. Boom. Chapter 1860. A sword reaches the top of the palace. I'm afraid the top of the palace is engraved with powerful runes. It can resist the power of law like willow catkins. I failed. The man shook his head. His power of law was very strong, but he couldn't blow away the clouds and see the top of the palace because the clouds were like cotton. They could absorb his power and feed it back. Seniors of the Jade Water 4 fairies, come and try. A voice sounded in the hall. They were waiting for the big shots of the mortal realm, so everyone took the opportunity to see the power of the top Xiandi. We can't break it. The Jade Water 4 fairies came from the Yungu Immortal Plateau and naturally knew the mystery of the Mortal World Palace. It's indeed mysterious. Can anyone break it? Seniors of the Crystal 7 Talents, why don't you try? Someone asked. The Crystal 7 Talents all had God-level talents, so they should be able to do it. This law is strong when it meets a strong opponent. It's like Tai Chi. If we don't understand the law of the clouds, it's very difficult. The Crystal 7 Talents also shook their heads. This didn't mean that they were weak. It could only be said that everything had its nemesis. For example, if you hit the clouds with your palm, even if you broke the clouds would gather again. Then I'll try. Finally, the woman called Eternal Fairy walked out. She pulled out the 3-foot sword in her hand and pointed it at the top of the palace. Eternal Sword. When the sword was drawn, the power of 25 laws bloomed. The sword was like water, carrying the power of eternity. Swoosh. The clouds in the sky were cut apart as if they were cut apart. The clouds dispersed and gradually the top of the palace could be seen. However, it was blocked by a layer of 7-colored clouds. She's indeed a swordsman of the Eternal Palace. She can see the 7 clouds with one sword and almost see the heart of law at the top of the palace. Below the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, the Eternal Fairy rarely has any opponents. That sword is so beautiful. The hall was silent for a moment. Then, exclamations sounded. Even the Crystal 7 Talents had serious expressions. Although this didn't mean that Eternal Fairy was stronger than them, it meant that she couldn't be underestimated. The power of 25 laws. This wasn't something any Xiandi could have. Eternal Fairy kept her sword and stood. She revealed a beautiful smile. Everyone present was a top expert. It was very difficult to get their praise. She glanced around and suddenly realized that there were a few people in the crowd who were not paying attention to her at all. Instead, they looked disdainful. This made her feel disappointed. She said indifferently, Mad God Lin Ling, do you think my sword is not good enough? Countless eyes began to look at Lin Ling. Although they acknowledged Lin Ling's status, Lin Ling's strength had been recognized. He was also at the level of the Eternal Fairy. Therefore, he did not seem to have the right to comment. Transin. Instantly, the hall was filled with discussion. Lin Ling was with his family. He didn't expect to be the center of attention. He looked at Yu and they were looking at him expectantly. He couldn't help but smile. Originally, he wasn't interested in this birthday celebration. But now, he suddenly realized that since he was here with Yu and the rest, he wouldn't embarrass them. Your sword is all right, but the power of the precepts is not concentrated enough, causing it to be a little gaudy. After all, those clouds are no match for you. The clouds will not dodge, so you should concentrate your power a little. That way, you will be able to see the top of the palace. Lin Ling said calmly. Voices came from the hall. Mad God, Lin Ling, is a genius of the human realm. But he's not very strong now. He's only at the same level as the Crystal 7 Talents. What right does he have to guide Eternal Fairy? Maybe he thinks he's the son of Huang. He doesn't know that he's not the only one with God-level talent. Many people felt injustice for Eternal Fairy. They didn't look down on Lin Ling, but they didn't think too highly of him. Mad God Lin Ling, you have a good relationship with the seniors of the Eternal Palace. However, you're trampling on my sword. You're trampling on the Eternal Palace. Eternal Fairy frowned. She respected Lin Ling. She treated him as a senior. But Lin Ling had said that she was useless. She didn't have any good points? Any senior who saw her would say that she was talented and would have great achievements in the future. Do you want to see Father's sword? Lin Ling ignored those voices. Instead, he smiled at Lin. Lin Yi blinked his big eyes and nodded. Yes, Father is the best. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He walked out from his seat and came to Eternal Fairy. He stretched out his hand. Lend me your sword. Eternal Fairy thought for a while and handed the sword over. She knew Lin Ling's plan. She also wanted to see how powerful this legendary senior was. Is he going to slash the top of the palace? Isn't his talent the flames of the underworld? Does he know how to use a sword? He's putting on an act. He's going to embarrass himself. The crowd started to whisper. Even the Crystal 7 Talents started to sneer. Lin Ling didn't seem to hear the voices around him. He held the sword in his hand and suddenly said, Lend me your sword. If this sword is destroyed, you won't ask me to pay for it, right? Destroy the sword? Eternal Fairy was stunned. She smiled and shook her head. Senior Lin Ling, I won't ask you to pay for it. Of course, the premise is that you can destroy the sword. Let me remind you, this is a high-level divine weapon. It hides several laws. Other than me, no one can activate the laws. That's good. Lin Ling nodded. In the next moment, he raised the sword and returned it to Eternal Fairy. The crowd's jaws dropped. What happened? Lin Ling raised the sword and left? Even Eternal Fairy was shocked. Could it be that this senior knew he was going to fail, so he gave up halfway? Lin Ling, it's better to keep a low profile. You can be arrogant in front of many immortal emperors, but in front of us, you're at most on the same level as us. The Jade Water 4 fairies laughed as if they had seen the biggest joke in the world. The Sanjiang gang, who had lost to Lin Ling in the past, also laughed mockingly. They were about to speak. Clang. At this moment, the sword in Eternal Fairy's hand broke. The fragments were like snow, floating on the ground. Seeing this, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Could it be that he had already attacked? It was just that the sword was too fast and we didn't see it clearly. Eternal Fairy mumbled to herself. Hearing this, all the experts gasped and looked at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had already returned to his seat, drinking wine and accompanying his family. Rumble. However, at this moment, there was a roar in the air above the hall. The white clouds were separated, and a beautiful world of laws appeared. It was like a sword pillar that rose up. Finally, with a loud bang, the endless clouds were separated, forming a path. At the end of the path, the Star of Laws appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes. It was beautiful. According to the rumors, there was a star at the top of the Mortal World Palace. Anyone who saw it could ascend to immortality. Now that they saw it, that star was indeed beautiful. Boom. At this moment, everyone's hearts exploded like thunder. Lin Ling had seen the top of the palace with a single sword strike. Chapter 1861. Making things difficult, Lin Ling, the mad god. As for the eternal fairy, she finally understood how terrifying the legendary cultivators were. She was a rising star, but she still needed time to become stronger than one of the most famous geniuses in the world of mortals. The most terrifying thing was that she had the feeling that Lin Ling's sword contained 50 cosmic energies. Moreover, Lin Ling's physical strength was extremely strong. After that strike, even the eternal night sword in her hand was able to block that strike and shattered in the end. Of course, what she didn't know was that everyone thought that there were runes on the top of the palace. Only Lin Ling knew that the Star of Law on the top of the palace was actually a barrier. Moreover, Lin Ling was very familiar with that barrier, so this was also the reason why he took action. It allowed him to be more familiar with the mortal world palace. I won't ask you to compensate me for that sword because the master told me that the world of swords is limitless, said the eternal fairy admiringly. The great hall became silent again. Lin Ling's sword made them guess that after not seeing him for a year, Lin Ling's strength was probably even stronger than the crystal 7 talents. The 7 emperors have arrived. At that moment, a voice spread in the air. The son of Huang, Luochen, has arrived. The son of Huang, Xiao Yao Tianzi, has arrived. The son of Huang, Tianzong, has arrived. The strongest cultivators of the human world had finally arrived. The great hall became silent. Everybody was waiting. The strongest cultivators of the human world were gathered there. Finally, after the 2 champions of Champion University arrived, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother arrived with the leader of the sky. Lin Ling looked at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. She was about 30 years old. She looked graceful and elegant, as if she was the mother of the world. Lin Ling couldn't see how strong she was. She had probably surpassed Wu Sheng's cultivation level. No wonder she was the first cultivator of Yungu. She was even stronger than the leader of the sky. "Thank you for giving me face," said the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother after she sat down. Her voice was calm and made people feel relaxed. Everybody smiled and replied. The great hall became lively again. You little e." After a short exchange of pleasantries, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother looked at Lin Ling. "Heavenly Mother," Yu said excitedly. Although the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother wasn't their biological mother, she was really good to them. The 2 of them immediately brought her and walked over. After not seeing Yu and the others for a year, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was clearly very emotional. She hugged her in front of everyone and kissed his little face. "And who are you? Who told you to come to my birthday celebration?" After catching up, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother looked at Lin Ling with a solemn expression. The crowd was stunned, including Yu and the others. Wasn't Lin Ling here because the symbol ancestor had informed them through the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother? But now, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother actually didn't recognize Lin Ling? Lin Ling also frowned. "Heavenly Mother, this person is Lin Ling, one of the mortal world's geniuses. He belongs to the same level as the 7 crystal heroes." At this time, Tianzong martial god said with a smile. "So that's how it is. Then let him stay. In any case, not just anyone can come to my mortal world palace. For him to be able to come here, that's his good fortune." The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother said with disdain. How could she not know Lin Ling? She said this to suppress Lin Ling's momentum and let Lin Ling know that she, Lin Ling, had stolen someone from the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. She hated Lin Ling to the bone. She didn't hesitate to lower herself to make things difficult for Lin Ling. Lin Ling, quickly thank the Heavenly Mother. Tianzong martial god said immediately and sneered at the same time, "Salute." Did you hear what the Heavenly Mother said? Quickly salute. The Jade Water 4 fairies, as well as the Sky Master and the others, all laughed coldly. Lin Ling was very arrogant, but now he had to obediently bow his head. Countless gazes fell on Lin Ling. The ancient Ji clan and the Xinyuan clan also revealed malicious expressions. As for the 7 emperors and the lower heaven, many frowned. They wanted to speak up for Lin Ling, but after considering that today was the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's birthday, they endured it. Lin Ling frowned. Although he knew that trouble would come today, he saw that Yu and the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother had a good relationship, so he didn't want to provoke anyone. Who would have thought that he didn't provoke anyone but someone else came to take him down a notch? Did they think that Lin Ling had lost his cold aura after a year of seclusion? Lin Ling couldn't help but look at Lin. He found that Lin Yi was secretly clenching his fists. His little face was filled with unwillingness as if he didn't want his father to be bullied. Moreover, Lin Yi also saw Lin Ling's gaze and couldn't help but feel wronged. Children always sided with their family. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong, but he knew that his father was closer to him than the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Suddenly, Lin Yi turned his head and looked at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother as if he wanted to speak. This made Lin Ling realize that Lin Yi wanted to plead for him. Lin Ling's eyes were burning with anger. He wanted his son to plead for him? This was impossible. He couldn't lose face in front of his son. Lin Ling had his own pride. He didn't provoke others, but others shouldn't think of stepping on him, especially in front of his son and wife. This was also a man's responsibility. Why should I salute? Just as Lin Yi was about to speak, Lin Ling finally stood up. His words were like thunder. He didn't even give the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother any face. Audacious. Do you know who you're talking to? That's the Mount Tai and the Big Dipper of the mortal world. The heaven-blessed martial warrior immediately shouted. I received an invitation to attend the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's birthday banquet. Isn't this the birthday banquet of the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother? Or did I come to the wrong place? Is this a wet market? Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He sneered and replied. Wet market? The whole hall was in an uproar. This was the famous mortal world palace. Mad God Lin Ling dared to say it was a wet market? Today is the Heavenly Mother's birthday banquet, and this is the sacred mortal world palace. You insulted her with words. What do you think the mortal world palace is? Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, although you're a genius of the mortal world, you're lawless. In my opinion, you should be punished by the highest deacon palace in the mortal world. The heaven-blessed martial warrior had long disliked Lin Ling. At this moment, he took the opportunity to suppress Lin Ling. However, he obviously underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling had experienced ups and downs in his life. In his previous life, he was Li Xiaoyao. With his strength, how could Lin Ling be afraid? Why are you so loud? Also, why are you pointing your nose at the sky? Are you trying to tell everyone that you're the son of desolation? You're the most important genius in the mortal world? But I'm sorry, I don't see how you're the son of desolation. I only know that when it rains, you won't get wet at all because your nose is filled with rainwater. Lin Ling laughed. Like a hidden dragon, he rushed out from the bottom of the water and flew in the sky. In front of his relatives, he would not throw away his backbone and face. Nose filled with water? Chapter 1862. Birthday gift. Many people couldn't help but chuckle. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many big shots around, they would have laughed out loud. Ha! Lin Yi was smart since he was young. After realizing what was going on, he chuckled. Tan Zong was so angry that his hair stood on end. He had long regarded Lin Yi as his son. Although Lin Yi didn't agree to it, it didn't stop him from being self-satisfied. But now, his son was laughing at him? I received an invitation from Jade Lake Heavenly Mother to attend her birthday banquet. Now that I'm not treated as an invited guest, it means that this isn't her birthday banquet. Let's go back and attend the real Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's birthday banquet. Lin Ling shouted again. Okay, Dad. Lin Yi nodded immediately. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face turned ugly. She rejected Lin Ling, but she didn't expect that Lin Ling would reject her too. Most importantly, Lin Ling wanted to take Lin Yi and the others away. This is indeed my birthday banquet. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother said coldly. However, in my impression, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother is benevolent and gentle. When she sees a junior, she wants them to bow. Furthermore, she doesn't make them bow willingly. Instead, she forces them to bow. Is this really the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother? As far as I know, this mortal world palace was created by a senior who cast off the mortal world and transformed from a blade of grass into a human. The meaning behind this was to wash away one's flesh and sublimate one's soul. But now, this mortal world palace has become a noble place. Since it is noble, Then how can it be mortal? Lin Ling said again. In his anger, memories suddenly appeared in his mind, and he seemed to be more familiar with Yungu Immortal platform. What? Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face changed dramatically. How did Lin Ling know this? Indeed, this mortal world palace was built by her master, Yungu Martial God. Her master used to be a blade of grass from the demon world. After being enlightened by her master, Li Xiaoyao, she shed her mortal body and turned into a human. Not many people in the mortal world knew this. Even Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation, Luo Chen, didn't seem to know. Answer me. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. You're right. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother frowned. I'm just a mortal. It's normal for me to enter the mortal world palace. But you actually said that it's my fortune to be here. This mortal world palace is very noble. It's better to call it the Imperial Palace. Lin Ling sneered. Alright, Mad God Lin Ling, take a seat. I'm very happy that you came to celebrate my birthday. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother pondered for a moment before replying. Lin Ling's words were too sharp. She wanted to intimidate Lin Ling, but in the end, Lin Ling refuted her from all aspects, and she found it hard to refute. If she refuted, Lin Ling would directly deny her identity as the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, and Yu and the others would also leave. This wasn't what the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother wanted to see. Of all her calculations, she had never expected that Lin Ling would be so unyielding. The more she pressured him, the greater his retaliation. Thank you, Heavenly Mother. Lin Ling replied politely. The anger in his heart dissipated, and he smiled at Lin. Lin Yi also revealed a brilliant smile, his little face filled with pride. Then, Lin Ling looked at Tianzong Divine Marshal and said indifferently, Lower your nostrils. It's not raining here. As soon as his words fell, the crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Ling. Tianzong Divine Marshal became even angrier, but he suppressed his anger and sat back down. However, he still had doubts in his heart. Why was Lin Ling so familiar with the mortal world palace? Because of this, the Heavenly Mother didn't dare to refute Lin Ling. Because to the Heavenly Mother, the mortal world palace was left behind by her master. Refuting Lin Ling was the same as refuting her master. Alright, today is the Heavenly Mother's birthday. Everybody came here to give face to the Yungu celestial platform. As the leader of the sky, I'll give you a gift. This is a 9-song spiritual ginseng from the remote antiquity era. It's already turned into a human being. If you eat it, your cultivation level will increase by 1 level and your lifespan will increase by 1,000 years. At that moment, the leader of the sky interrupted the previous topic and gave a gift. What, 1,000 years? The crowd was astonished. A 9-song spiritual ginseng from the remote antiquity era was a precious treasure. If it was given to the 3 mysterious cultivators of the human world, it would cause a storm of blood. After all, who didn't want to live for 1,000 years? I, the Emperor of Life, give you a turtle spirit life replenishing ointment. Even if your soul is destroyed, as long as you find your soul, you can come back to life. I, Champion University, give you a living soil of the 9 heavens. One after the other, the strong cultivators of the human world gave gifts. Each one was more precious than the previous one. As for powerhouses like the 7 crystal heroes, their birthday gifts weren't as valuable, but they were still extremely rare existences. You and the others also gave gifts. Even though they weren't precious, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was extremely happy. Your Excellency, I'll give you a dragon egg. It's a 7-colored dragon. Even though it's not the highest level dragon, it's a real dragon. At this time, Tianzong Divine Marshal came out with a smile while holding a 7-colored egg in both hands. A real dragon? Many people's facial expressions changed drastically. It was rare to see a real dragon in this world. Even if they were lucky enough to see one, they were dead. Half a year ago, there was a battle in the mysterious world of the Dragon Mountain. Many strong cultivators fought over a dragon egg. I wouldn't have thought that the Tianzong Imperial Warrior would take it, said the 7 crystal heroes admiringly. That battle had been fierce and famous. It was said that many strong cultivators had died. However, the rewards for such a fierce battle were great too, because the dragon egg was precious. Good, good, good. My Yungu immortal platform is an immortal. Only a dragon can be called an immortal. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother nodded in satisfaction. The Tianzong Imperial Warrior's smile deepened as if he had stolen the most dazzling light. However, his eyes suddenly fell on Lin Ling, Mad God Lin Ling, that's Yu's father and Yu's husband. You shouldn't have come empty-handed. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ling. Many people knew that the Tianzong Imperial Warrior was making things difficult for Lin Ling again. Of course, they could empathize with Tianzong martial artist's frustration. The woman he had pursued for many years was now in the arms of another man. Although Tianzong martial artist was powerful, he couldn't easily make a move on Lin Ling. This feeling of being stuck between a rock and a hard place would infuriate anyone. Of course not. I'm not as shameless as a certain someone. Lin Ling sneered. The certain someone he was talking about was naturally the Tianzong Imperial Warrior. Oh, I wonder what gift Mad God Lin Ling is giving? Said the Tianzong Imperial Warrior arrogantly. He sized up Lin Ling with disdain. As far as I know, the Rainforest Holy Land is a rural place. There aren't any treasures here. Don't tell me you're giving some embroidery like Yu and the others? Of course, we won't laugh at you if you do. Mad God Lin Ling is omnipotent. Chapter 1863. Embroidered Handkerchief. Embroidered? I think Mad God Lin Ling can only give some trash treasures. Yungu Immortal Platform can be considered as Yu's maiden home. If he gives them treasures that can't be seen, then Mad God Lin Ling will give people the impression that he is trying to curry favor with Yungu Immortal Platform. Many people began to talk about it. Heaven-blessed Martial Emperor, birthday gifts are more important than the weight. Emperor Lisho supported Lin Ling. Emperor Lisho, you are right, but you are also admitting that Lin Ling is poor. Heaven-blessed Martial God replied, a poor son-in-law who doesn't have any treasures to show people. That's not a big deal. It's a pity that you and the others are going to suffer with him. As their elder brother, I have to worry about them. Mystic Emperor, don't look down on others. Hearing that, Yu and the others naturally helped Lin Ling. However, heaven-blessed Martial Emperor was not angry. Instead, he was pleased. Yu and the others helped him, which meant that Lin Ling was indeed poor. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling slowly stood up. All you did was give me a broken egg. What's there to be proud of? You said I'm shabby, but as the elder brother, you're even shabbier. At least I'm younger than you, but the gift I gave is more valuable than yours. You're so embarrassed that you can't even show your face. Lin Ling knew that this would happen, so he directly retaliated. A dragon egg is poor? Heaven-blessed Martial Emperor couldn't help but laugh. Then Mad God Lin Ling, let me see what treasure you have. He didn't believe that a mere Lin Ling's gift could be more valuable than his. One had to know that he came from Yungu Immortal Platform and was even more powerful. What Lin Ling had, he didn't have. On the contrary, what he had, Lin Ling definitely didn't have. The eyes of the crowd were also filled with anticipation. Lin Ling's tone was very arrogant. If he gave out some trash treasures, it would be embarrassing. After all, the big shots of the human world were gathered here, and ordinary treasures were definitely not qualified to shine here. I'm sorry, but what I gave was indeed an embroidered handkerchief. What surprised the crowd was that Lin Ling took out a white handkerchief. This handkerchief was more than a meter wide and had a phoenix embroidered on it. However, the embroidery was crooked and looked like an old hen. Silence. The entire hall was dead silent. Even Emperor Lisho and the others smiled wryly. It was one thing to give an embroidered handkerchief. After all, it was embroidered with painstaking effort. But what did Lin Ling's phoenix look like? It was an old hen. Was he saying that the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was an old hen? Finally, everyone burst into laughter. Good, 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 this treasure is indeed precious. I will personally give it to the Heavenly Mother for you. Tianzong didn't expect Lin Ling to be so stupid. He slowly walked forward and took the embroidered handkerchief. Moreover, he wanted to humiliate Lin Ling. So he secretly used the power of law and placed it on the handkerchief. As long as he gave it to the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, the handkerchief would burn on its own. At that time, Lin Ling would be even more embarrassed. And his little trick was noticed by Lin Ling's powerful soul force. As soon as he used the power of law, his eyes turned cold. Tianzong, if you want to play, I will play with you. Lin Ling didn't make any move and still waited there quietly. The reason for that was because he knew that it was impossible for a mere law to burn his handkerchief. After all, that handkerchief was a spirit formation immortal armament. Furthermore, for the sake of making Yu and the others look more presentable, Lin Ling had spent a great deal of effort to forge that immortal armament. At this moment, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's expression was ugly. She took the embroidered handkerchief and opened it. The crooked hen made her even angrier. Next to her, heaven-blessed martial god sneered. Although the embroidered handkerchief is ugly, it's still a token of our sincerity. I only hope that Mad God Lin Ling won't play with the Heavenly Mother. After saying that, he secretly controlled the power of law. But to his surprise, that ugly handkerchief didn't move at all. His power of law disappeared without a trace. Of course he won't play with you. Unlike someone, a majestic desolate son, who only knows how to do sneaky things. At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. Tianzong's face turned ashen. He knew that Lin Ling had noticed his actions. Although this handkerchief is ugly, don't underestimate it because it is not an ordinary handkerchief. It has two advantages. Lin Ling said again. The crowd was puzzled. That strange handkerchief had advantages? First, it has a phoenix embroidered on it. Lin Ling said. Everyone was stunned. That was obviously an old hen. Was this Lin Ling playing with the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother? However, just as they thought that, Lin Ling said again, second, it is a barrier divine weapon. Boom. The hall finally became silent. It was said that barrier divine weapons only appeared in the ancient and desolate antiquity era. Today, there were no more than 5 people who knew how to inscribe barriers. Barriers could erupt with the power of law. It was the favorite weapon of the strong. But now, that crooked handkerchief was a barrier divine weapon? Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. If you say it is a barrier divine weapon, then it is a barrier divine weapon? Tianzong immediately mocked. If you don't believe me, you can try. Didn't someone give out a high-level divine weapon before? We will know when we touch it. Lin Ling shrugged. Okay, I will try. But if it is destroyed, you can't blame me for the Yungu Immortal platform. Someone from the Eternal Palace took out an ancient sword. This sword was Qingla sword. It was also extremely famous in the mortal world. It was said that it had killed more than 90,000 demons. This sword is too sharp, change it. Emperor Li Shou immediately frowned. He sensed the terror of that sword and used it to touch the embroidered handkerchief. The result could be imagined. He couldn't help but glare at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's boasting was too big. That sword is too weak. Take out another 100 of them. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to notice Emperor Li Shou's help and said again. Such words undoubtedly alarmed the hall. Even if that sword was given to the 7 crystal talents, they still loved it too much. But such a treasure sword was too weak? That embroidered handkerchief could resist 100 of those swords. This was the biggest joke in the world. Because that embroidered handkerchief was so powerful, Lin Ling's strength had already surpassed the 7 crystal talents. Moreover, he could easily crush them. But in reality, what everyone didn't know was that once Lin Ling took out his peerless divine sword, 100 of the 7 crystal talents would be defeated. He even had the confidence to fight against Wu Sheng, who had a real source of power. Let him try, take out 100 ancient swords. Tianzong didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He simply let Lin Ling be arrogant. When he failed, the higher Lin Ling flew, the more painful it would be for him to fall. Why don't we make another bet? We'll bet 3 million merit points and see who wins. It'll be fun to celebrate Heavenly Mother's birthday. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. If they made another bet, then he would get back all the merit points he spent to forge the embroidered handkerchief. 3 million? I'll bet 5 million with you. Tianzong directly agreed. Lin Ling smiled and looked at everyone. Who else wants to bet? My Jade Water 4 Fairies. Chapter 1864. Clash of Divine Weapons. Lin Ling carefully calculated. All the bets added up to a total of 10 million contribution points. In other words, these contribution points were enough to forge 3 2-star immortal weapons. If he used them to purchase the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid, he might be able to raise his strength by another 10%. What? You don't dare? Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Tianzong Martial Emperor indifferently spoke. It's not that I don't dare, it's just that. Lin Ling smiled, but before he could finish, Tianzong Martial Emperor coldly shouted, "A gentleman doesn't joke. Let alone you, Mad God Lin Ling, is a genius of the mortal world. I don't think you are capable of going back on your words. Since you have agreed, you will have to pay the contribution points today. Of course, if you don't have enough contribution points, you can stay at the Ancient Rhyme Immortal platform and work there to repay your contribution points." Lin Ling furrowed his brows. Tianzong Martial Emperor was truly ruthless. He hadn't even spoken and Tianzong Martial Emperor had already agreed on his behalf. Many voices rang out in the surroundings, as though Lin Ling had already lost. They immediately wanted Lin Ling to repay his contribution points. Enough, are you done with your nonsense? It's too early to decide everything now. Lin Ling finally spoke. He took a large step forward and took back the embroidered handkerchief. Then let's fight. Let's grant him his wish. Tianzong Martial Emperor coldly replied. Lin Ling was courting death. Hence, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. 100 ancient swords. It doesn't matter if we have one more or one less. The Jade Water 4 Immortals gathered the ancient swords of many experts here. They were from the Ancient Rhyme Immortal platform and would naturally side with the Son of Desolation. As for the Li Shou Emperor and the others, they were frowning. They couldn't see anything special about Lin Ling's embroidered handkerchief. One must know that the most precious treasures in the mortal world were mostly from the Deacon Hall. But clearly, the embroidered handkerchief wasn't sold by the Deacon Hall. Hence, they didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Ling placed the embroidered handkerchief on the ground. I want to see how amazing Mad God Lin Ling's birthday gift is. The Jade Water 4 Fairies all brandished their swords. Suddenly, the 100 swords whistled through the air. Each sword contained at least 3 strands of the power of law. With 100 swords, that was a total of 300 strands of the power of law. Of course, the clash of the divine weapons before them was not a battle between people holding swords. Hence, the power of law was reduced. However, there were still 150 strands of the power of law. Laws gushed out, and the scene of 100 swords crisscrossing appeared. How terrifying! If anyone were to obtain these swords and form a sword array, I'm afraid even Wu Sheng in the 6th degree realm would be able to battle him. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Unfortunately, this was an extravagant hope. After all, those swords did not belong to a single person, but rather the treasures of many people. Subconsciously, everyone looked at the ground and saw a white handkerchief lying there with a phoenix embroidered on it. It was as ironic as ever. Break it! Tianzong Martial Artist shouted coldly. Bush, bush. 100 swords shot down from the sky like a river of swords. Laws exploded. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The space fluctuated and then was cut apart. 30 beautiful worlds appeared clearly. There was the ancient Kangmeng continent, the mysterious ocean world, the world of giants, and the ancient races war and so on. These worlds obviously did not belong to this world. 30 strands of the power of law? Everyone's expression changed drastically. A handkerchief contained 30 strands of the power of law. This kind of treasure would be regarded as a treasure in anyone's hands. Think about it, if a 1st degree realm expert of Wu Sheng obtained this handkerchief, he would be able to battle a 5th degree realm expert of Wu Sheng. This concept was very terrifying. In other words, none of those 100 ancient swords could shake the handkerchief in a one-on-one battle. Clang, clang. Space laws erupted from the ground and swept across the sky. Those ancient swords seemed to be blown by a storm and were swaying left and right. Seeing this, the hall became even more silent. One could even hear a pin drop. Lin Ling is not considered to have one. I admit that the embroidered handkerchief is quite powerful. However, he boasted that he would be able to fight 100 swords with one handkerchief. He will lose for sure. At this moment, Tianzong martial artist spoke with a cold gaze. Many people's eyes in the hall flickered. Tianzong martial artist was obviously going to drag this out with Lin Ling. He wanted to suppress Lin Ling even if he had to die. One must know that Tianzong martial artist was the son of Huang. His status in the human realm was extremely high. Generally speaking, Tianzong martial artist disdained to suppress newcomers. However, this time, Tianzong martial artist was different from his usual self. He repeatedly humiliated Lin Ling. Presumptuous. Lin Ling wants to prove that his birthday gift is not a disgrace. Now that he has proven it, Tianzong martial artist, what else do you want to do? That's right. That embroidered handkerchief contains 30 strands of the power of law and countless runes. It is the rarest existence among the divine weapons. Isn't this birthday gift enough? Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu shouted coldly. They could not watch Tianzong martial artist do whatever he wanted. Hearing this, Tianzong martial artist fell silent. Apparently, he also knew that the embroidered handkerchief was one of the best among the divine weapons. Wait, since the bet has already happened, we should let him continue. However, after a few seconds of silence, Lin Ling's voice spread in the air. He wants to continue the bet? Is he an idiot? I admit that his embroidered handkerchief is extremely powerful, but how could it defeat 100 ancient swords? Everybody's mouth was wide open, including Emperor Li Shou. They smiled wryly because they had helped Lin Ling, but Lin Ling didn't seem to appreciate their help. It was the second time. My embroidered handkerchief is not a trivial divine weapon, it's a 2-star celestial weapon, and it's a defensive barrier celestial weapon, said Lin Ling. The atmosphere became even more silent. A defensive barrier celestial weapon? They had never heard of it. However, the two champions, the 7 emperors, the leader of the sky, and the others' facial expressions changed drastically. With their seniority, they naturally knew that above the formation runes was a spirit barrier. Weapons forged with spirit barriers were even more powerful and were called immortal weapons. They were above divine weapons. Besides, in the human world, divine weapons were called celestial weapons. In places like the martial god world, divine weapons were actually celestial weapons. They couldn't help but be suspicious. Lin Ling was just a genius from the human world. How could he know such secrets? You're exaggerating, but in terms of cosmic energies, a handkerchief can't compete with 100 swords, said Tianzong martial artist, narrowing his eyes. Shush shush shush. At the same time, the ancient swords in the sky attacked the white handkerchief again. The white handkerchief released empty space cosmic energies and repelled the 100 swords again. Then the second time. A third time. Gradually, many people started smiling coldly. The white handkerchief's defense was very strong, but there were too many ancient swords and cosmic energies. If the battle dragged on, the white handkerchief would definitely lose. Celestial weapons were the same as cultivators. Celestial weapons also had energy reserves. If they kept consuming energy, they would be like ordinary weapons. Tianzong martial artist also realized that. He groaned coldly. Now, he wanted to see how arrogant Lin Ling could be. However, the light of the ancient sword in the sky had weakened. Clearly, the collision of laws had consumed a great deal of the ancient sword's energy. Chapter 1865. Stinky Egg, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth on its own? The crowd was numb. They stared at the white handkerchief as if it was an expert who had practiced martial arts for many years. Everyone knew that when a weapon reached the level of a celestial weapon, it could absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth on its own to recover. However, the white handkerchief recovered too quickly. In just 3 breaths, it had recovered to its peak. How could it fight? 5 would sky-shattering liquid enchantment, said Yu Yu in astonishment. Of course, she recognized the symbol. It was the enchantment that Lin Ling used to cultivate. Even Little Flame and the others used it. It was said that not only could it heal injuries, but it also had excellent recovery effects. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would engrave the enchantment on his weapon. Come, let's see who's stronger. At this moment, Lin Ling calmly spat out a sentence. The crowd looked at the ancient swords in the sky and then looked at the white handkerchief on the ground. Finally, they started breathing rapidly. 100 swords couldn't defeat the white handkerchief. And if 100 divine weapon-level ancient swords couldn't even move a single handkerchief, then it was clear at a glance whether this birthday gift was expensive or shabby. What a powerful weapon! Emperor Li Shou finally let out a sound of praise. With his strength, he naturally didn't fear that white handkerchief. However, the others wouldn't. It could be said that with that handkerchief in hand, they would be invincible in the 5th level of the martial saint realm. Is that the legendary enchantment weapon? Today, I've seen it with my own eyes. Many giants of the mortal realm also praised him. Enchantment weapons were indeed more precious than divine weapons. They were more powerful. The champion looked at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, where did you get that treasure?" "I got it by luck in a mysterious territory," said Lin Ling smiling. He obviously wouldn't say that he had made it because it would be harmful to him. The reason was that he wasn't strong enough to protect himself. I see. Many people nodded. There was only one treasure like that. If Lin Ling could get more, he would be invincible in Wu Sheng's realm. Now, have I won? Lin Ling looked at the crowd, and the people who had bet before all had ugly expressions. In the blink of an eye, they had lost everything. As for the heaven-blessed martial god, he was also breathing rapidly, like a bull panting. "This treasure is priceless. Lin Ling, you win." Lin Ling laughed as he stared at the heaven-blessed martial artist. "Merit points must be repaid on the same day. I don't accept IOUs. If you don't have any merit points, then go sweep the floor of my rainforest holy land for 100 years. You don't have to pay me back." Hearing this, many people's hearts trembled fiercely. Lin Ling was also very fierce. "Don't worry, I won't owe you this small amount of merit points. Furthermore, I'll pay for the merit points they bet." Heaven-blessed martial god was so angry that his teeth were chattering. He knew that some people were just flattering him, but in reality, they didn't have that many merit points. Therefore, he was going to be the sucker. Otherwise, those geniuses of the mortal world wouldn't have followed him. However, all the bets added up to 10 million merit points. Even he was pained, as if he had been slapped 1,000 times. As expected of the son of Huang, heroic. Lin Ling smiled and looked at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. "Heavenly Mother, how is my gift? Is it shabby?" He gave such a valuable gift because he wanted Yu and the others to be more dignified. Therefore, he naturally wanted the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother to admit it herself. Of course, the gift cost Lin Ling a lot of treasures, but now he had earned it back and several times more. This treasure is not bad. In terms of value, you are second only to the mortal world's giants. Moreover, with your status and strength, you can give out such a treasure. You are not shabby, and can even be considered heroic. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother pondered for a moment and said, "This sentence could be considered as acknowledging Lin Ling." Hearing this, Yu and the others laughed. At this moment, they were incomparably proud because they also knew that many people in the Yungu Immortal platform were unconvinced by Lin Ling. They thought that Lin Ling was a toad eating swan meat, climbing up the Yungu Immortal platform's thigh. But now, who would dare to say such a thing? In terms of heroism, who here could compare to Lin Ling? Even the son of Huang couldn't compare. Lin Ling didn't reveal any pride. He smiled and replied, "Hee, thank you for your praise, Heavenly Mother. This treasure is not only valuable, but also exquisite." Hearing this, the crowd stared at the white handkerchief and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. One had to admit that the mysterious handkerchief was indeed amazing, but it was far from being exquisite. After all, embroidering a phoenix into an old hen wasn't something that anyone could do. Perhaps the original owner of this treasure could foresee the future and knew that this treasure was to be given to the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, so when he forged the handkerchief, he embroidered an old hen into it. One had to admit that the ancient people from millions of years ago were truly amazing. Of course, if they knew that the embroidered handkerchief was forged by Lin Ling, and that it was done on purpose, they wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Today is the Heavenly Mother's birthday, so this junior naturally wouldn't give her some trash. However, I suspect that someone is disrespectful to the Heavenly Mother and sent some stinky eggs to celebrate her birthday. At this time, Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and spoke again. Previously, heaven-warping martial artist had made a move against him, so now it was his turn to make a move. Stinky eggs. Stinky eggs. Many people's eyes shifted. They suddenly knew who Lin Ling was talking about. It should be heaven-warping martial artist because he sent out a dragon egg. Nonsense, my dragon egg was obtained in front of everyone's eyes. It's the last dragon egg in the mortal world. If you don't understand, then don't speak carelessly. Heaven-warping martial artist didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant and even counterattack. Hee, it is indeed the last dragon egg, but it's a stinky egg. You sent a stinky egg to the Heavenly Mother, but it can't be used or eaten. Are you mocking Her Excellency? Lin Ling calmly replied, Of course, I know you don't believe me, so I'll open the dragon egg for you to see. It takes 1,000 years for a dragon egg to hatch. If you open it now, you'll be destroying it. Can you afford to pay for it? Heaven-warping martial artist immediately retorted. Are you feeling guilty because you're guilty? If I destroy this egg, then the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother can do whatever she wants with me. If this is a stinky egg, then you're in trouble. Lin Ling walked out from his seat. Wearing a blue and white robe, he was fearless and fearless. As expected of the mad god, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If others offend me, I'll return it 100 times over. Many people stared at Lin Ling, their hearts shaken. They could only look at the confrontation between Lin Ling and the son of Huang with admiring eyes. Dragon eggs are very rare in the mortal world. Even we are not familiar with dragon eggs. Where does Lin Ling's confidence come from? Emperor Li Shou frowned. He found that he couldn't see through Lin Ling even more after a year. It's fine. That little guy is a soft persimmon. What we don't know doesn't mean he doesn't know. Emperor Yu said with a smile. He was extremely confident in Lin Ling. Chapter 1866. 2,000 whips, don't be nervous. The egg hasn't been opened yet, and you haven't lost yet. Maybe it's not a rotten egg. If that happens, I'll be doomed. At this moment, Lin Ling's smiling voice was heard. His voice was teasing. I'm not nervous. Heaven-blessed martial warrior immediately roared. However, it would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Once he did, everyone realized that he was indeed nervous. Even his forehead was sweating. At this moment, everyone realized that compared to Tianzong martial artist, Lin Ling was more like the son of desolation. In fact, he was so desolate that he was a little demonic. Lin Ling had already arrived in front of the dragon egg. His fingers glowed with a brilliant light like a brush. Then, he started to carve on the dragon egg. What are you doing? Seeing Lin Ling's mysterious actions, Tianzong martial artist frowned and asked. It's a type of formation that can accelerate the ripening of the dragon egg. If your dragon egg isn't a rotten egg, then after the egg is opened, the baby dragon will wake up. In this way, I'll know if the egg is rotten or not when I open it. Lin Ling said without looking at him. How would I know if you've done something? Heaven-blessed martial warrior stared at Lin Ling's actions, worried. Lin Ling stopped and smiled. Even if I did something, would you be able to tell? Contempt. This was full of contempt. Most importantly, the other party was the son of desolation. This undoubtedly made Tianzong martial god's face turn ugly. However, he really didn't understand the Tao of array patterns. He is indeed carving a type of formation rune that nourishes life. So, with us watching him, he won't do anything. At this moment, an old man in Yungu Immortal Platform said. This person was an extremely famous formation rune master in Yungu Immortal Platform. He was helping Tianzong martial artist. Hearing this, heaven-blessed martial artist was relieved. That old man was one of the best in the Tao of formation in the mortal world. Nourishing life runes? Lin Ling, you do know quite a bit. Unfortunately, there are too many runes in this area, and some of them are wasted. So, you still have to learn humbly when it comes to runes. The old man stared at Lin Ling as he spoke, and his tone was filled with a sense of superiority. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. Lin Ling replied with a smile. His words were polite, but he sped up. The old man's eyes narrowed. He couldn't understand some of the formation runes, and the speed was too fast, causing him to be dazzled. What he didn't know was that Lin Ling's formation runes had formed a boundary. They were even more confused about the barrier. This barrier had the effect of speeding up the flow of time. It was similar to Lin Ling's time law seal, but the area of the seal was very small and unsuitable for cultivators to use in battle. Finally, the eggshell cracked. At the same time, a mosquito-like sound came out. Everyone present was a powerhouse. Naturally, they could hear the sound. Tianzong martial artist laughed. Good. This is a real dragon egg. The young dragon is not dead. Lin Ling, do you have dog eyes? You actually called such a rare dragon egg a stinky egg. At this moment, he was in high spirits. It was as if he wanted to crush Lin Ling from all angles. A sound came out. This means that the dragon in the egg is still alive. How could Lin Ling think it's a stinky egg? He boasted before. Now he's in trouble. Emperor Liso and the others frowned. However, at this moment, Lin Ling suddenly laughed and shrugged. Why are you making such a fuss? The eggshell only cracked a little. The sound came from me, not the eggshell. As for why I made a sound, the reason is very simple. It's because it stinks. As soon as he said this, everyone stared at Lin Ling, not understanding the meaning of Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flickered. His right hand finally slapped on the dragon egg, and power bloomed. Bang! The entire eggshell cracked, and a nauseating temperature soared into the sky. Stinky egg. A real stinky egg. It turned out that Lin Ling had made a sound before because he was smelled by the stinky egg. Now the entire hall was filled with the stench, causing everyone to cover their bodies with spiritual energy. They blocked the stench and looked at Lin Ling. They immediately discovered that a large amount of colorful liquid flowed out of the eggshell. There was a young dragon there. This also meant that Tianzong martial artist had indeed given away a stinky egg. Well, Tianzong martial artist, do you think we're all monkeys? It's fine if you give away a dead egg, but this egg is even more smelly. Are you mocking us giants of the human world? Seeing this scene, Emperor Liso felt comfortable all over and immediately shouted angrily. The most precious treasure? Tianzong martial artist, you really know how to joke. Emperor Yu also added. Gradually, many giants of the human world also questioned Tianzong martial artist. Although Tianzong martial artist was the son of desolation, but to give away a stinky egg in public was like playing with everyone. At this moment, Tianzong martial artist's face was pale and his body was trembling. He didn't fear Lin Ling, but it was impossible for him to not fear the giants of the human world. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling and shouted hysterically, Lin Ling, you did something. Ha, a son of desolation, Tianzong martial artist, you were the one who told the Grandmaster of the ancient rhyme immortal platform to watch me. I did something, how could he not know? Or do you think my formation Dao is better than his? Lin Ling mocked back. Hearing this, Tianzong martial artist was tongue-tied and couldn't answer. He suddenly looked at the elders of the ancient rhyme immortal platform. However, those elders smiled bitterly and shook their heads. In fact, they didn't see Lin Ling doing anything. Of course, even if they saw it, they wouldn't understand. So, how could they admit it? How could they know that Lin Ling carved a boundary that sped up the flow of time and turned the dragon egg into a stinky egg? Hee, Lady Heavenly Mother can be considered your master. Insulting her like this, Tianzong martial artist, I admire your courage. Lin Ling clapped his hands. The crisp sound of the slap caused Tianzong martial artist to stagger back. His face became even paler. As for the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, her expression was ugly. She even blamed Tianzong martial artist because he was trying to make things difficult for her by messing up her birthday celebration. Men used the immortal vine to whip him 3,000 times in front of everyone. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother knew that if she didn't punish Tianzong martial artist, she wouldn't be able to convince everyone. She immediately shouted, causing Tianzong martial artist to raise his head. His eyes narrowed. He wanted to be beaten in front of everyone? 3,000 lashes? Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly. He knew that if he had lost earlier, the result wouldn't be just 3,000 lashes. This Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was indeed siding with Tianzong martial artist. He immediately smiled and said, "Lady Heavenly Mother, Tianzong martial artist himself didn't know whether the dragon egg was alive or dead. In my opinion, he made an unintentional mistake. So, there's no need to give him 3,000 lashes." Lin Ling is pleading for Tianzong martial artist? Hearing this, many people were shocked. Even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was shocked. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's smiling voice floated out again. "The remaining 2,000 lashes, let me handle them." Boom. Many people felt as if they were struck by lightning. It turned out that this wasn't a plea, but Lin Ling wanted to do it himself. Chapter 1867. Demon Prison Mountain Range. This guy is indeed a monster. Emperor Li Shou and the others secretly laughed. Today, Heavenly Martial Warrior and the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but they were slapped 3 times by Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling took the immortal vine and strode toward Heavenly Martial Warrior. He smiled again and said, "Senior brother, don't worry. The punishment is just for show. After all, you've been too ugly. If I don't hit you, everyone will feel uncomfortable." Holding the immortal vine, Lin Ling fiercely swung it. Smash. Under the whip, lightning blossomed and flames followed closely behind. The most terrifying thing was that there was even the power of frost in the end. Heavenly Martial Warrior couldn't block it with laws. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. "I, your junior brother, will be very gentle." Lin Ling swung the whip again, but was he gentle? Everyone saw that the ground was cracked by him. Arg! Heavenly Martial Warrior gritted his teeth and groaned. Under each whip, his back and butt seemed to split open. There was the heat of flames, the explosion of lightning, and the freezing of frost. But compared to the pain on his body, his heart was more painful. Because he, the son of desolation, was being whipped in front of everyone. And the one who whipped him was Lin Ling, who was weaker than him. What kind of humiliation was this? Most importantly, Yu Yu and the others were also watching. Being humiliated in front of his beloved woman, Heavenly Martial Warrior hated Lin Ling to the bone. "Yu Yu and the others treat you as a big brother, and I also treat you as a big brother. But you don't have any principles, and jealousy turns to hatred. These 2,000 whips tell you that you can continue to fight with me, but today's self-humiliation is not the last time. And if you choose to shake hands and make peace, I, Lin Ling, will also treat you as a big brother. Which choice is up to you?" After the 2,000 whips, Lin Ling's voice came to Heavenly Martial Warrior's ears. This was a threat, but it could also be a suggestion. It depended on Heavenly Martial Warrior's choice. As for the identity of Desolate's son, to Lin Ling, that was nothing more than a fart. If anyone dared to provoke him, he would beat them all the same. After 2,000 lashes, the birthday banquet finally began. It was extremely lively. However, everyone was more or less looking at Lin Ling with complicated gazes. Interesting. I thought that as the reincarnation of a realm lord, I am already a monster. However, this Lin Ling is even more monstrous. Whipping the son of desolation is not something that anyone can do. At a banquet, a young man smiled faintly. He was admiring Lin Ling's masterpiece as if he was the person behind the scenes. He was none other than Luo Chen. Lin Ling is a tough nut to crack. The more he is pressured, the stronger his resistance will be. In Lin Ling's heart, there is no such thing as the son of desolation, only enemies and friends. The unfettered Son of Heaven laughed from the side. However, the heaven-blessed martial god will not let this matter rest. This Lin Ling is in trouble. He hasn't had the chance to make a move yet. Lin Ling, I will protect him. As far as I know, the current Lin Ling seems to have 2 god-level talents. Such a rare genius, it won't be difficult for him to become the son of desolation. I think you, unfettered son of heaven, want to devour him. The two of them conversed in a low voice. In the entire hall, no one could hear them. Emperor Li Shou and the others walked towards Lin Ling, including the two battle kings and the various attendants. Today, Lin Ling had shown them what a mad god was. Therefore, in the face of such a rising star, they naturally wouldn't miss out on making friends with him. Lin Ling also politely returned the greeting. It was always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. The birthday banquet lasted for 6 hours before it finally ended. Lin Ling left with Yu Yu and the others. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was extremely reluctant to part with them, but she was even more unwilling. Lin Ling naturally knew that the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was unwilling. However, if she chose to compromise, he would shake hands and make peace with her. However, if she chose to be stubborn and still look down on him, then Lin Ling would continue to fight. His personality was like this. He could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. After leaving the ancient Rhyme Immortal platform, Lin Ling didn't immediately return to the rainforest's sacred ground. Instead, he asked in his soul, "Have you found the one surnamed Shang in a year?" Great Emperor, there are many people surnamed Shang in the entire human world. However, the only one with a long history is the tribe in the Devil Prison Mountain Range. We think that they are the ones you are looking for. A large number of voices came from Lin Ling's soul. It was the Yellow Spring Army. Although Lin Ling had been in seclusion for a year, in reality, his Yellow Spring Army covered the entire human world. Moreover, they were looking for the one surnamed Shang. Their goal was to find the second stone sculpture. Currently, Lin Ling had a part of Li Xiaoyao's memories and was extremely familiar with barriers. However, if he could find the second stone sculpture, Lin Ling would be more familiar with ancient existences in the human world. For example, the one in the chaotic demon sea's prison. If he could obtain his help, what would Lin Ling fear in the human world? Devil Prison Mountain Range, what is that place? Lin Ling asked curiously. Great Emperor, that is the prison of the human world. It is different from the one in the chaotic demon sea. The one in the chaotic demon sea is even more terrifying. The one in the chaotic demon sea is an ancient giant. We can't even get close. A voice came again. Alright, I will head to the Demon Domain Mountain Range. Lin Ling nodded and led Yu Yu and the others forward. When Lin Ling left, on top of a mountain in the ancient Rhyme Immortal platform, Tianzong Martial Emperor had his hands behind his back as he coldly looked into the distance. Do you have the confidence to kill him? Whoever can kill him will be rewarded with 10 fruits of law. The fruit of law was a product of the desolate era. According to legends, this fruit was born together with the tree of talent. It could allow a martial artist to give birth to the power of law. It was extremely precious. One had to know that Wu Sheng's origin of void force gave birth to a law every time he increased his realm. However, one fruit could give birth to a law. This kind of treasure was enough to make people go crazy. Of course, the first time a fruit of law could give birth to a law, the second time the effect would be halved, and the third time would be halved again. In the end, there would be no effect at all. Mystic Emperor, are you sure? Behind Tianzong Martial Emperor, several voices sounded. However, their voices were mixed with surprise. However, Lin Ling is not easy to kill. Acting rashly is going against the world's carelessness. One of them said, it was one of the 4 Jade Water Fairies. If he was easy to kill, why would I need you to act? I could kill him with a single finger, so I can't act. However, you all still have a chance. After all, you are geniuses of the same level as him. Tianzong Martial Emperor turned around and said, his eyes extremely cold. If it's a challenge, we can attack Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's strength is not weak. Previously, his sword reached the top of the palace. I suspect that his strength is stronger than ours. Moreover, Lin Ling could use the mysterious handkerchief as a birthday gift. This means that he has such a treasure on him. How can we win? Crystal 7 Beauties and the others spoke. One person is not enough. What about 7 people? You all have god-level talents. Tianzong Martial Emperor said. Everyone fell silent. In truth, they did not dare to provoke Lin Ling. However, with such a great treasure in front of them, it would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. Don't worry, after killing him, I will support you. Just say that Lin Ling challenged you and died in battle. Of course, if you can find out that he violated the rules of the mortal world, then you will have a good reason to attack. Tianzong Martial Emperor said again. Chapter 1868. At the same time, by the side of a calm lake, a man was holding bait. He casually tossed the bait into the lake, causing countless small fishes to fight for food. Lin Ling is getting stronger and stronger. Now is the time to devour him. Otherwise, when he gets stronger, it will be more difficult for me to devour him. The man laughed and tossed out all the bait in his hand, causing all the fishes in the lake to boil. But at this moment, a terrifying killing intent permeated the air. The lake instantly turned silent. After the man disappeared, a large number of fish bones floated up from the calm lake. This man was the carefree prince of the path of slaughter. Lin Ling's wings were already fully developed. Many people knew that if they did not kill Lin Ling now, they would not have any more chances. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know that a storm was approaching. He was heading towards the Devil Prison Mountain Range. Devil Prison Mountain Range, hell of the mortal world. That is a lawless area with dragons and snakes mixed together. There are characters from all four eras there. And Yue could not help but exclaim as she followed Lin Ling. She had heard of the Devil Prison Mountain Range when she was at the Yungu Immortal Plateau. Are there many experts there? Lin Ling asked. And you? Shook her head. There aren't many experts. The true experts have all been wiped out by the human realm. What's left are the descendants of some clans and some weak demons. Those people can't leave the Devil Prison Mountain Range in their lives. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Li Xiaoyao asked him to look for the one surnamed Shang, but he had no memory of him. Maybe he would only have memories when he met him. After a long time, the dragon-locking mountain range formation appeared in front of them. The 99 mountains were like a dragon sitting on the ground, sealing everything in the mountain range. Looking from afar, one side of the mountain range was covered in flames and desert, while the other side was a world of ice and snow. It was extremely strange. The person who set up this formation is really vicious. Being locked in this formation, every day feels like a year. Lin Ling frowned. It seemed that the prison of the mortal world was inside the formation. At the entrance of a mountain, the few of them floated down. A thin line of sky appeared in front of them. The two sides of the cliff were so tall that they reached the clouds. Who are you? There were people guarding the entrance of the mountain. Lin Ling did not waste any time. With a wave of his right hand, the jade tablet of the Seven Emperors world appeared. The expressions of those people changed slightly as they opened up a path. Lin Ling and the others slowly walked in. After walking through the long mountain path, a vast city finally appeared in front of them. In the distance, there were mines. They could vaguely see many people carrying the ores. They were probably prisoners. Meanwhile, the city was dilapidated and filled with people. Moreover, it was extremely dirty. Come, let's make a bet. Bet big, bet 3 days' worth of rations. Go to hell. How dare you steal from me, Lord Death Slayer? You must be tired of living. It's time. Hurry up and get to work. Do you want to die? The world in the mountain was very crazy. It was even more bloody and brutal than the prison he had imagined. Lin Ling and the others saw with their own eyes that an old man in his 70s was beaten to death by 5 or 6 people. Some of the people who were gambling were drinking human skulls. Father, it's so messy here. Lin Yi frowned. He did not know that the human world also had such a dark side. If your strength is not as good as others, you will be reduced to pigs and dogs. You must remember that when you grow up, you must never fall down. Otherwise, your family and friends will end up like you. Lin Ling had seen great storms and great waves and was accustomed to it. However, he still gave Lin Yi some pointers. Oh, what beautiful wives. Look at them, they are dressed so cleanly. It must be very cool to press them under your body. Many people stared at Yu and the others. These people were tall and sturdy, naked, and had mysterious tattoos on their bodies. Their gazes quickly fell on Lin Ling. Seeing that Lin Ling was handsome and young, they finally could not help but walk forward. Boy, do you know where this place is? Did you bring such a beautiful girl here to satisfy us? A bald man with a hideous scar on his face sneered. But Lin Ling did not even look at him. The power of law slashed out. Blood spurted out and the man's head fell off. The crowd was shocked. They did not expect that the young and handsome man was also a vicious and merciless person. For a time, everyone was afraid. No one dared to offend Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others continued to move forward. After passing through this area, a town appeared. However, there were also criminals of all trades. Lin Ling did not know where the criminals came from. However, he found that in addition to the criminals, there were also some people in luxurious clothes. It seemed that their status was not low. They should be the sons of some big families who came here to play. Or they should be the descendants of the experts guarding the prison. I would rather be a servant for a day's rations. At this time, a voice came from the front. Many people gathered around. Lin Yi was a little curious and pulled Lin Ling over. In the crowd, a dirty girl was kneeling on the ground. Her long hair was messy and her head was lowered. She was extremely thin and weak. It seemed that the wind could blow her down. Just for a day's rations, she had checked her pulse. She has no strength and no figure. Is this trash worth a day's worth of rations? The crowd said disdainfully. In this place, rations were extremely precious. Even if it was a day's rations, they felt that it was not worth it. I'll give you a month's rations. You don't have to kneel here. At this time, a clear voice sounded. It was Lin Yi. He strode out and looked at the little girl sympathetically. The crowd was stunned. They saw that Lin Yi was dressed neatly and thought that Lin Yi was the young master of some family. However, this young master was a little stupid. A month's rations in exchange for a girl who was about to die at any time? Young master, is it true? The girl raised her head in surprise. What was surprising was that she looked dirty, but her facial features were as beautiful as a painting. If she did not care about her appearance, what would happen if she cleaned her face? And what would happen when she grew up? Wow, this girl is so beautiful. Seeing the little girl's appearance, the crowd was also in an uproar. Lin Ling laughed. He did not expect to see such a good seedling here. The girl had the myriad bones body and could continue to grow until she finally achieved the divine level body. One should know that a person's bones were generally 206 bones. However, the girl now had 1,000 bones. This was also the reason why she was so thin and weak but still alive. Yu, how about using this little girl to protect you? Lin Ling whispered to Yu and the others. Okay. Yu and the others were soft-hearted. They had long wanted to help the girl. When they were about to speak, Lin Ling stopped them. At this time, a young master in brocade opened a white jade fan and said with a smile, I'll reward you with a year's worth of rations and even take you away from here. From now on, you will follow me, young Master Ouyang. What? Leave here? The crowd was shocked. One should know that the prisoners here could not leave this place in their lifetime. Therefore, to be able to leave this place was more precious than any rations. The little girl was about 11 or 12 years old. However, she was not stupid. At this moment, she was also surprised. Seeing this, I's face became gloomy. However, the little girl shook her head stubbornly. She came to her and said, You're the first one who helped me. I'll go with you. Chapter 1869. Shang Qianshi, he only gave you a month's worth of rations, that's all. That doesn't mean you can leave this place, but I can let you leave this place. Are you stupid? That young master was very surprised by Ker's choice. Uncle Qianshi said that although it is precious to add flowers to a brocade, it is even rarer to provide timely help. However, the little girl was still stubborn, which made Lin Ling finally smile. The reason he had stopped Yu and the others was because he wanted to see this little girl's temperament. If the little girl had chosen a better condition, then no matter how good her talent was, he, Lin Ling, would not want her. Because of being ungrateful, this was what Lin Ling disliked the most. Fortunately, that little girl did not disappoint him. From now on, follow me and protect it. Lin Ling walked out from the crowd and looked at it. Call her big sister. From this moment on, she's also part of our family. Yes, father. Having received his father's approval, excitedly clenched his little fists. In his heart, his father was omnipotent. A family? Kaer was stunned for a moment. She was deeply moved. She was a slave, a prisoner for her entire life. Someone actually treated her as a family? Immediately, she knelt down before Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile and helped her up. A family? Don't tell me that you're going to spend the rest of your life here with her? Seeing that Lin Ling had interfered, the young master was extremely unhappy. He sneered and looked at Lin Ling. But Lin Ling was also looking at him. Within his eyes, a sharp sword light bloomed, causing the young master's expression to drastically change. What a terrifying gaze. He didn't dare to say another word. The surrounding people were also secretly shocked. They were all experienced people, so naturally they could see that the young master was afraid of Lin Ling. However, judging from the surface, Lin Ling was actually as young as the young master. They couldn't understand why the gap between them was so big. Come on. Lin Ling naturally did not have the time to prove himself in front of a small fry. He led his family forward again. Kaer, on the other hand, was somewhat flattered. She thought to herself, this little boy's father seems to be very powerful. Along the way, Yu and the rest helped her clean up, revealing her delicate little face. Her face was as beautiful as a painting, and she had the temperament of a young Yu. Everyone couldn't help but be a little envious. Moreover, Yu and the rest also took out some food for her to eat. However, what surprised them was that even though Ko was very hungry, she held onto the food with her little hands and resisted the urge to eat. Sister Ko, why aren't you eating? We still have a lot of food here. Asked curiously. I have to wait for Uncle Chencher before I eat. Ko looked at her stubbornly, which made Lin Ling smile. He hadn't expected this little girl to be so sensible. He said, who else is in your family? I can bring them out with me. An uncle. Kaer was extremely respectful towards Lin Ling. She saluted and said, what is your uncle's name? Lin Ling also liked Kaer's obedience. Shang Chencher. Yes. Kaer whispered back. Her words made Lin Ling stop in his tracks. He frowned and said, Shang Chencher, follow my master. Yes. A memory suddenly came to his mind. In the past, there was a group of powerful guards under Li Xiaoyao. Those guards were called Shang Chencher. In fact, Shang Chencher was not a name, but a title of honor. These people had been following Li Xiaoyao since ancient times, and they had accompanied Li Xiaoyao to conquer the world. In the ancient times, no one was not afraid of this group of tigers and wolves. Even the repeated invasions of the Ghost Realm were blocked by this group of warriors at the front line many times. In the end, the Ghost Realm ended in defeat. Unfortunately, there was one time when Li Xiaoyao encountered a powerful enemy. In order to protect Li Xiaoyao, more than half of the guards were killed or injured. In the end, they disappeared without a trace. While they were recovering from their injuries, Li Xiaoyao was furious. He killed the group of powerful enemies all by himself. In the end, Li Xiaoyao left the martial god world. However, the group of guards was still recovering from their injuries until today. Shang Chencher. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He knew that Li Xiaoyao felt guilty towards these warriors and owed them a favor. He did not expect that after the ancient times, Lin Ling would still be able to see Shang Chencher and the other strong cultivators. How many uncles do you have? Lin Ling asked anxiously. Only has one uncle. In the past, there were more than 100 of them. Later, they all died of illness or were beaten to death. Some died of old age. There is only one left. Lowered her head and said. Lin Ling's heart trembled, and the touch of guilt in his heart became stronger. In the ancient times, the warriors who roamed the mortal world, traversed the 3 worlds, and guarded the safety of the mortal world, were now left with only one person. Moreover, they had protected the mortal world for their whole lives and supported Li Xiaoyao. But now they were all prisoners and they could never leave. You are also Shang Chencher, right? Lin Ling looked at Ke and said. Ke's thin body trembled. This was their secret, and she was not supposed to say it. However, Lin Ling was the first person who did not despise her for being filthy and lowly. Therefore, Tar nodded. Take me to him. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Shang Qianshi was a name passed down from generation to generation. Even though humans had abandoned them, they did not give up on humans, nor did they blame humans. They still regarded themselves as Shang Qianshi. Perhaps it was a kind of belief. Okay. Ku was born in a chaotic world. She had seen the fickleness of human nature and the hypocrisy of the world, but she did not know why she trusted Lin Ling. She felt that Lin Ling was a kind person and a kind person. They quickened their pace and walked through a large number of chaotic brick houses. At this moment, in front of a noisy market, a large number of people gathered, and laughter could be heard from time to time. If you want a steamed bun, it's easy. Our hands are cold now. You can be a human sandbag and withstand 3,000 punches and kicks, and the steamed bun is yours. Beat him. Bang. Bang. A large number of armored men walked out with evil smiles on their faces. It was as if they were toying with the prisoners in order to pass the time. They surrounded one of the prisoners and started punching and kicking. The dull sounds made people tremble in fear. Crack, crack. Many people even heard the sound of bones breaking. This guy is crazy. The people around shook their heads. Was he risking his life for a steamed bun? In their eyes, a one-armed old man was standing on the street. He was tall and sturdy, and his hair was white. His body was like a wooden stake that was being ruthlessly beaten. With every punch, his footsteps would become unstable. However, he soon straightened his back, and his eyes were firm and unwavering. Blood spurted out from his mouth, but he did not seem to hear it. His bones were broken, but he did not seem to notice it. However, his remaining arm was holding a steamed bun tightly. It was as if that was his motivation to continue living, because with Manton, who would have food to eat. You're tough enough. Now, I'll give you another steamed bun, but you have to kneel down and kowtow 3 times. How about that? A man in armor smiled faintly. It was the first time he had seen such an unyielding man, but he wanted to see how arrogant this man's backbone was. If you want to beat me, then beat me. If you want me to kneel, then dream on. I don't kneel to the heavens, I don't kneel to the earth. I will only kneel to one person in my life. Chapter 1870. If you die at the 3rd watch, you will not live past the 4th watch. Not bad at all. But let's see how long you can endure. If you don't kneel today, I'll beat you until you kneel. Beat him. The armored man smiled as he drank. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone fought even harder. The old man could not bear the burden and was finally beaten to the ground. However, his only arm was still holding the steamed bun. Hee hee, lowly trash, you still want to eat? I'll let you eat, I'll let you eat. A man sneered and stepped heavily on the old man's palm, crushing the steamed bun. The old man remained silent and continued to hold the steamed bun tightly. He even began to laugh loudly. Every time he laughed, he coughed up blood. A person's life is less than 100 years old. Who dares to laugh at my white hair? With a 3-foot-long sword in hand, I can still kill bandits with my white hair. The surrounding people were in an uproar. That old man would rather die standing than live kneeling. After all, in the prison, even if the prisoners were to starve to death, they wouldn't dare to ask the prison guards for rations. This was because the prison guards were all perverted. If they were in a good mood, they would give you a steamed bun for fun. If they were in a bad mood, the price of a steamed bun would be very high. However, that old man knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, yet he still chose to go there. At this moment, not far from the market, Lin Ling and the others finally arrived. Lin Ling stared blankly at the scene in front of him. Hot blood rushed to his chest and reached his brain. With a bang, his eyes turned red. Shang Qianshi, the warrior who protected the mortal realm with Li Xiaoyao in ancient times. If it weren't for those warriors who didn't fear death, how could there be peace in the human world? However, those heroes and warriors didn't receive any courtesy at this moment. Instead, they were surrounded and beaten by everyone because of a bun. Uncle Qianshi, I don't want the steamed bun anymore. Claire also brought some food back. When Claire saw this scene, her beautiful eyes became moist, and she anxiously shouted. Gu Shijio and Shang Qianshi depended on each other for survival. Gu Shijio sold herself just so that her uncle could have a meal. Her uncle, on the other hand, was treated as a living target by others for her sake. All for the sake of a bun. This was the cruelty of the human world's prison. Ku'er wanted to run over, but Lin Ling pulled her back and said coldly, "Let me do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked forward step by step. As he walked, a terrifying murderous intent filled the air. One had to know that Lin Ling hadn't killed a single living being in seclusion for a year. His murderous intent had already disappeared, but now, it was once again revived. "It's so cold. What happened?" "It's that youth." Everyone's teeth were chattering. Even though they were far away, they could feel the chill in their hearts. As for the prison guards, their expressions changed drastically. What a strong murderous aura. Who was that handsome young man? At this moment, no one dared move, and it was even to the extent that their breathing slowed down as they were deeply afraid of waking up the god of slaughter from the ninth hell. Lin Ling did not stop and finally arrived in front of the old man. There were still a large number of prison guards around the old man. At this moment, they were still punching and kicking, but obviously, they did not dare to attack anymore. "Sir, this is the human world's prison. It's none of your business that we're teaching a prisoner a lesson," an armored man said in fear, reminding Lin Ling of where they were. However, Lin Ling acted as if he did not hear him. Instead, he helped the old man up, which made the old man's expression change drastically. Someone was helping him? He was just about to say thank you, but Lin Ling's eyes had already turned to the prison guards. "Sir, what happened before was a misunderstanding. Because it's very common to bully prisoners in prison, we can give you face and not bully this prisoner in the future. Then, we'll mind our own business. What do you think?" A prison guard leader said with a frown. He noticed that the young man was not to be underestimated. It seemed that he wanted to help the prisoner, so he gave him enough face. "Those prison guards dare not provoke uncle?" Ku'er covered her mouth in surprise when she heard the prison guard's words. She had lived here for so many years, and it was rare for her to see the prison guards speak so humbly. The prisoners around looked envious. With the prison guard's words, Shang Qianjun, the madman, would be able to live a good life from now on. Obviously, the prison guards noticed that Lin Ling was not weak, so they gave face to him. However, Lin Ling did not need them to give face to him. Shang Qianshi was Li Xiaoyao's subordinate. Now that he was in such a situation, how could Lin Ling not do anything? "You're all going to die," Lin Ling said coldly. "What?" All the prison guards' faces changed dramatically. They were all going to die? The young man was crazy. "We admit that you're very strong, so we're giving you face. But you want us to die for a prisoner? Let's not talk about whether you can kill us. Even if you can, you're openly causing trouble in the prison of the mortal realm, which is also challenging the highest deacon palace in the mortal realm. Also, let me remind you, the prison of the mortal realm is guarded by Lord Ouyang." The prison guard leader said coldly. He did not believe that the young man was so arrogant. "I do things with principles. Not to mention the deacon hall, even if I were to become enemies with the entire world, all of you would still die today. This is for the dignity that has passed away, and for the justice that has passed away. Tens of millions of years ago, they protected you, but tens of millions of years later, you humiliated them. I will not let this matter rest." Lin Ling's voice became colder and colder. It was as if the emperor was angry. The prisoners around all opened their mouths wide, and Yu and the others' faces changed dramatically. They noticed that Lin Ling was angry. In this year, Lin Ling rarely got angry, but if his bottom line was crossed, it would lead to the wrath of the killing god. Seeing this, the prison guards around were on guard. However, they did not believe that Lin Ling could kill them all by himself. As long as they could hold on until the lord guarding the prison arrived, the young man would die without a doubt. Unfortunately, they thought too much. If Lin Ling wanted them to die at midnight, they would not live past midnight. "Die all of you," Lin Ling shouted. The ancient god emperor descended and stomped on the ground. Rumble. Something terrible happened. The prison of the mortal realm seemed to have an earthquake. The ground cracked and shook nonstop. This was the effect of the power of almost 20 universes. Bang bang bang. The power passed through the ground and reached the bodies of every prison army soldier. Their bodies exploded like flowers blooming in the sky. With one kick, hundreds of prison guards exploded and died. Blood floated like rain and fell on Lin Ling's body, making his blue and white robe even more dazzling. Seeing this, the surroundings became even more silent. The prison guards who died did not expect that they would be killed just because they wanted to humiliate a prisoner. Looking ahead, Yu and the others were calm and used to it. However, Lin Yi's little face was a little complicated. He was a child after all. He was kind-hearted and had never seen such a bloody thing. Remember, on the path of martial arts, sometimes you have to raise the butcher's knife and kill everything as long as you don't violate your own principles. That is what a martial artist is like. Lin Ling's voice floated over. Lin Yi nodded and gradually got used to it. Chapter 1871. Personally escort you. This, my lord, you killed them. After a moment of silence, the old man said with a pale face. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would openly kill prison guards for him. Lin Ling looked at the old man. Although it was his first time meeting the old man and he knew that the old man was no longer the Shang Qianjun from the ancient times, he knew that the old man was their descendant and shouldered the faith and mission of the older generation of warriors. If I don't stand up for you, who will? Lin Ling glared with his tiger-like eyes. His voice was like the resounding might of the heavens, like the beating of a war drum. Boom! The old man looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Although it was a simple sentence, it carried a domineering aura and concern. My lord, this Shang will never forget the kindness you've shown me today. However, this Shang has principles and will only submit to one person in this lifetime. Thus, this Shang will not be able to repay this kindness. The old man shook his head and said, he didn't understand why Lin Ling stood up for him. Although he was very touched, he still had his principles, so he couldn't kneel down and worship Lin Ling. I know, but this is what I owe you. Lin Ling nodded and looked into the distance. He saw a mountain range in the distance that looked like a group of dragons. A large number of figures were flying over. It seemed that the prison guards of the human world prison were mobilized. Owe us a favor? Sir, what do you mean? The old man stared blankly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling turned around and looked deeply at the old man. In the end, he spat out a sentence. This was also the first time he had told others his identity. I am Li Xiaoyao. No one knew what this sentence meant, but to the old man, it was like the firmament above his head. He glared at the young man and discovered that the young man's expression was cold. His blue robes fluttered in the wind, and his killing intent was frivolous and arrogant, as if he was free and unfettered under the heavens. I am Shang Qianchu's 3627th successor. Greetings, my lord. The old man knelt on one knee. Even if his bones were broken, even if he died, he would never kneel. In his entire life, he would only kneel to one person. That person was none other than the man in front of him, Li Xiaoyao, who had once dominated the mortal world and was regarded as the first sovereign of the four great eras. In today's world, not many people knew the name Li Xiaoyao, and even fewer dared to admit that they were Li Xiaoyao. This young man was the first, so he believed in his intuition. Quickly greet the Lord. The old man shouted again. Shang Qianchu, the 3628th successor, greets my lord. Kaer was extremely intelligent. She could guess what was going on. She knelt down in excitement. They still wanted to pass down the legacy from generation to generation. Even if they were ridiculed by tens of thousands of people, even if they suffered all kinds of hardships in life, they still did not give up. They were still waiting for the return of the king. Today, the number one sovereign from ancient times had finally returned. Get up. Lin Ling's gaze gradually softened as he personally helped the old man up. He still felt a deep sense of guilt towards Li Xiaoyao's former bodyguard. Who are you? How dare you cause a ruckus in the mortal world prison? Are you courting death? In the distance, a mighty aura finally arrived. There were actually thousands of prison guards. Clearly, the strength of this human world prison was not weak. Lord, let me protect you. Ku Er and the old man immediately stood in front of Lin Ling. Whether it was in ancient times or now, Lin Ling was their king. In the past, you protected me. Today, I will personally protect you. You're just a group of ants. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Ling took a step forward and shouted coldly. Ku Er and the others were stunned and their eyes were wet. Rumble. In the sky, countless prison guards appeared and coldly stared at the ground. On the ground, the prisoners had already retreated far away. They were shocked. In fact, there were often big shots coming to the mortal world prison. They would also intervene in the affairs of the prisoners. The mortal world prison also gave face to these big shots. However, Lin Ling was too arrogant. He did not want to be respected and directly killed. As a result, how could the mortal world prison not send out an army? Who are you? Why did you cause a ruckus in the prison? Who is your backer? Ask him to come out and see me immediately. The sky finally quietened down. A man who was close to 2 meters tall looked coldly at Lin Ling. He realized that Lin Ling's realm was not low. It was Wu Xing's third stage realm. Of course, although such a cultivation surprised him, it was not enough to make him fearful. After all, he was the powerful Wu Xing's fifth stage realm. Cut the crap. Today, I will bring these two people away. If you scram now, I won't take the previous matter to heart. But if you're stubborn, then don't blame me for plunging the people into misery and suffering. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with dense murderous intent as he spoke word by word. Who is your lord? That man asked again. He was the prison's general, Ouyang Ba. This man's title was Xian Di. Moreover, he was powerful and was extremely famous in the mortal world. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. Lin Ling totally ignored his words, which made the crowd's heart tremble violently. Forget about this young man causing a ruckus in the prison. But now, he seemed to want to kill all of them. I can see that your cultivation is not low, so I think you should have some backer. So I'll give you a chance to say your backer. If it's someone familiar, then I'll let you leave today. But you're too arrogant. That man was finally enraged because Lin Ling did not give him any face at all. Moreover, he did not give any face at all. He wanted to kill. Kill him. The man waved his hand heavily. A large number of prison guards pounced towards Lin Ling. Among them, there were 10 over Wu Xing's second stage realm practitioners. As for the rest, although they had not reached Wu Xing's realm, but their numbers were huge. There were at least 1,000 of them. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling did not move at all. He was actually counting off. The crowd was dumbfounded. Now that a disaster was imminent, Lin Ling should have taken action directly. But he was counting off? Could it be that if he did not count to 3, he would not take action? My lord, be careful. And the old man became anxious because the prison guards were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. They were only a few hundred meters away. 3. At this moment, Lin Ling spat out a voice from his mouth. He punched out and the ancient god Emperor Venerable descended. The dragon claw also appeared and a power that exceeded 20 universes of strength exploded. Accompanying it was a total of 30 strands of space law. The law lingered around the fist, forming a vacuum wave of power. Total annihilation. Clang, clang, clang. The prison guards charged forward as if they were charging into a storm. Their armors were either broken or their heads were separated from their bodies. The sky suddenly rained blood, which was a ghastly sight. Even Ouyang Ba's expression changed drastically. What a powerful strength. Who's your backer? He asked again, but his voice became serious. He thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary Xian Di, but who knew that his strength made him feel pressured. After all, 30 strands of law power was comparable to Wu Xing's 5th stage realm. My backer is Mad God Lin Ling. Lin Ling stepped towards the sky. His blue robe was stained with blood. He was no longer as calm as before. Instead, he was more like a terrifying storm. Mad God Lin Ling, who is he to you? When Ouyang Ba heard Lin Ling's words, he frowned. He had naturally heard of Mad God Lin Ling. It was said that he had cultivated for less than 100 years, but he was a famous genius in the mortal realm. Moreover, he was frivolous and arrogant. He was not even afraid of the giants in the mortal realm. Chapter 1872. Who is waiting for who? If Mad God Lin Ling is your backer, then you have the right to speak. But Your Excellency, you are too arrogant. If you want to help a prisoner, you can just tell me and I will give you face. But if you cause a ruckus in the prison, how can I explain this to the highest authority in the mortal world? Ouyang Ba was obviously afraid of Lin Ling, but he thought that the young man's backer was Lin Ling. He did not know that Mad God Lin Ling was the young man in front of him. It's very simple. Tell the human realm's highest authority that Lin Ling did this. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at him indifferently. You're trying to trap Mad God Lin Ling with injustice. Do you think Mad God Lin Ling will agree to this? Ouyang Ba squinted and said, I am Mad God Lin Ling. Lin Ling said softly. This sentence was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Ouyang Ba was stunned and tongue-tied. For a moment he could not say anything. He thought that the young man's backer was Mad God Lin Ling, so he didn't dare to offend the young man. But who would have thought that the young man was Mad God Lin Ling? And in front of Allah, he didn't dare to say anything. Mad God Lin Ling's rampage in the prison of the mortal world was a matter for the highest deacon palace in the mortal world. It wasn't up to him to decide anything. If he dared to say anything more, it wouldn't be a big matter to kill him. Although the human world prison was isolated from the rest of the world, the prisoners often heard the prison guards talk about the human world, so some of them knew about Mad God Lin Ling. At this moment, their expressions changed, and they looked at Kage and the old man with envy. Mad God Lin Ling actually came to help them? For a time, the entire human world prison fell silent. Well, Mad God Lin Ling, you dare to be arrogant in the human world prison. It seems that after becoming a genius in the mortal world, you've become lawless. At this time, the wind and clouds rolled in the sky. Several figures stepped on the clouds and arrived with unparalleled elegance. These people were very young, tall and short, male and female, but their strength was unfathomable. Each of them was stronger than Ouyang Ba. They floated in the air and sneered at Lin Ling. They were the 4 jade water fairies. They had been following Lin Ling, wanting to find an opportunity to attack him. Who knew that Lin Ling would actually cause trouble himself, giving them an excuse to attack. After all, the prison of the mortal realm held the evil and demonic cultivators. If they were released, the 3 profound mysteries of the mortal realm would definitely be disrupted. Therefore, causing a disturbance in the prison was not a small crime. The Jade Water 4 fairies, the Twin Dragons Union, Jiu Yu Jiu, Immortal Emperor Tai Lu, and the 7 crystal jewels? Lin Ling also looked at this group of people in surprise. He had seen this group of people in the heavenly Sorcerer Mountain. From a certain point of view, they were the same level of genius as Lin Ling, Xian Di. Of course, this was just a rumor from the outside world. Lin Ling, do you know what crime you've committed? Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. I can't believe I'm seeing Lin Ling here. We're all geniuses in the human world. Seeing Lin Ling's ruthlessness, we can't just stand by and watch. Those powerful immortal emperors all spoke. Moreover, from the looks of it, they seemed to be extremely excited. It was as though they could join forces to kill Lin Ling. We're not late, right? At this time, several more geniuses Xian Di arrived. They were the Supreme Family's 9, Great Buddha, and the Eternal Fairy from the Eternal Palace. In this way, the real geniuses Xian Di had gathered. Even Lin Ling was a little surprised by such a huge group. He naturally didn't believe that they were just passing by. After all, how could things be so coincidental? Obviously, these people wanted to use this opportunity to kill him. Someone wants to kill you, but they can't find a good excuse to do so. However, you, Lin Ling, caused a ruckus in the prison which gave them something to use against you. Of course, this doesn't include me. However, a young man from the 7 crystal talents smiled. This person had a conflict with Lin Ling in the heavenly Sorcerer Mountain. He almost attacked Lin Ling with his sword, but in the end, he didn't because he was afraid of the ancient sword behind Lin Ling. What was surprising was that he seemed to be on Lin Ling's side at this moment. The 2 dragons and the 4 fairies of Jade Water suddenly turned ugly because the young man had exposed their conspiracy. Moreover, the Great Buddha and the Eternal Fairy were obviously not here to help them. That's true, but Lin Ling made a mistake. This is something that can't be changed. Ha! The dignified four fairies of Jade Water actually became the dog of the son of Huang. Even I feel ashamed to be associated with you. Lin Ling has made a mistake, so do you dare to fight him alone? Great Buddha, this matter has nothing to do with you. Those geniuses Xian Di argued with each other, but the result didn't change. The four fairies of Jade Water, the two dragons, and the 7 crystal talents all wanted to attack Lin Ling. They had clearly shed all pretense of cordiality, so they didn't hide their intentions. However, just as they finished arguing, a bold and domineering smile floated out. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was laughing without restraint. This laugh stunned everyone. Why was Lin Ling still laughing? You think that you can defeat me just because you found an excuse to attack me? Let me tell you, in my eyes, you are all ants. Lin Ling lightly spat out these words, his face filled with excitement. That's right, it was excitement. It was as if after a year of seclusion, Lin Ling also wanted to know how much his strength had increased, so he was excited for battle. In the eyes of the four fairies of Jade Water, this kind of excitement was nothing more than sarcasm. Because before, they had found an excuse to attack Lin Ling, and all of them had been happy. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling had set up a trap to lure them into attacking. This feeling was as if they weren't wolves, but sheep, and Lin Ling was the wolf behind the scenes. Even the Eternal Fairy, Great Buddha, and the others' expressions changed. Although Lin Ling's strength wasn't weak, could he fight several geniuses Xian Di at once? Shameless boasting, I want to see how great you, Lin Ling, are. Let me take you for a while. Battle! The four fairies of Jade Water boldly shouted, their battle intent surging. But what was ironic was that they weren't fighting one-on-one, but four at the same time. As for the Twin Dragons gang, Xian Di, and the Crystal 7 heroes, they were watching from the side as if they were helping out. Come together, this will save time. Moreover, I have a feeling that the world here is about to change. If we delay for too long, you won't be able to kill me. Boom! However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ling actually gave the best suggestion, allowing the geniuses Xian Di to attack together. What arrogance! The four fairies of Jade Water were enraged because they were geniuses on the same level as Lin Ling, Xian Di. But now, they were being looked down upon by Lin Ling. Four sword immortals. Boom! The four fairies of Jade Water attacked. Four swords appeared, and they disappeared from the world. The power of laws gushed out. The four of them combined actually reached more than 100 power of laws. This meant that each of them had 25 power of laws. Eternal Fairy and Great Buddha both frowned. The two of them were rising stars, and had just stepped into the circle of geniuses Xian Di. They didn't expect these seniors to be so powerful. As for Jiu Jiu, who came from a supreme family, this person was short, but the cold light on his body was extremely dense. He said indifferently, Mad God Lin Ling, if you need help, just say it. Yes. Chapter 1873. The unfettered Son of Heaven arrives. Thanks, but it's just 4 little kittens and puppies. I can deal with them alone. They have a total of 122 laws, and I thought they were so powerful. Watch me break them down one by one. Lin Ling's voice floated down from the sky. After a year of hiding his strength and biding his time, he finally revealed his domineering aura. World Extermination Physique. Boom! Astral winds swept through the sky, and space shattered continuously. A beautiful world appeared. Lin Ling's body was surrounded by space, and his every move was like an overlord descending. The divine body of the great Emperor Zhai Xing appeared incomparably clearly at this moment. Mystic Turtle 9 steps. Boom! He stepped out and entered another world. In the next moment, he appeared on one of the 4 Jade Water immortals. So fast. You actually ignored our laws. That person sucked in a breath of cold air. His sword contained powerful laws that could seal everything, but it couldn't seal Lin Ling. You're the one who controls speed among the 4 of you, right? Unfortunately, your speed is too slow compared to mine. Boom! The person who appeared was shockingly Lin Ling. He punched out. 30-dimensional space. Boom! 30 laws appeared. Under this punch, the 4 Jade Water Immortals' expression changed drastically. In a one-on-one fight, he was indeed like paper against Lin Ling. Clang. His sword was instantly broken, and his body was swept away by the 30 laws. His body turned into dust. Lin Ling, you dare kill him? Boom! The remaining 3 people's expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect Lin Ling to attack like a storm. He killed decisively, and he killed without the slightest scruple. You'd better worry about yourself. Boom! The Mystic Turtle 9 steps was used again. Lin Ling appeared in front of another of the 4 Jade Water Immortals. This person specialized in defensive laws. He's good at speed, but not defense, so you should work together with him instead of splitting up. If you split up, your 4-man sword formation won't have any power. I really don't know who taught you martial arts. Boom! Lin Ling punched out again. This time, he raised the laws to 40 laws. Boom! Under this punch, the 4 Jade Water Immortals couldn't block it. All of their laws were shattered. What an arrogant mad god. The faces of Fairy Eternity and the other geniuses, Xian Di, changed dramatically. Lin Ling was on the same level as them? Looking at it now, it was simply a level higher. After all, who would dare to give pointers to 4 people in a row at the same time? In the entire world, only Lin Ling could do it. Help. The remaining 2 Jade Water 4 fairies finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. In fact, they were all 10th grade heaven rank talents, while Lin Ling was a 1st grade divine rank talent. Adding on the fact that he had more laws than them, how could they possibly be his match? You specialize in locking laws, right? I have to say that you Jade Water 4 Immortals truly have some ability when working together. Using speed and defense to tie down the opponent, then using locking laws to trap the opponent, the last one explodes with attacking laws to obliterate the opponent. However, this 4-person sword formation is full of holes in my eyes. Lin Ling reappeared, and in front of him were 2 of the Jade Water 4 Immortals. Their pupils immediately revealed a look of panic, and they all erupted with their trump cards. The Apocalypse. However, although their laws were terrifying, Lin Ling's laws were even more turbulent and majestic. The peak laws of the Apocalypse physique were displayed, and it was the power of 50 laws. The power of 50 laws crisscrossed, cutting through heaven and earth as if it was the end of the world. In the sky, 50 beautiful worlds appeared, covering an area of several thousand miles. It was like a blade that could cut through anything, cutting through heaven and earth, destroying the world. Gotcha! The 2 Jade Water 4 Immortals were directly chopped to death. Seeing this scene, the Crystal 7 heroes and Xiandi's faces all turned pale. How could Lin Ling's strength be so terrifying? One had to know that Lin Ling was still hiding the Yellow Springs flame. Before his trump card was used, the Jade Water 4 Immortals had been completely annihilated. Lin Ling had previously said that he was a genius that surpassed the Jade Water 4 Immortals by a level, and the facts before their eyes had proven everything. I already said that all of you should come together, but you didn't listen. Now that there are fewer and fewer people, you can't kill me anymore. Plus, I don't have the energy to fight anymore. Lin Ling floated in the sky. His blue robe was a ghastly sight, causing the Crystal 7 heroes to stop breathing. Their faces were full of horror. Sure enough, Lin Ling wanted to use them to see his limit. No wonder Lin Ling was so excited just now. It was the excitement of seeing a prey. Come, who's next? Go! Lin Ling once again spat out a sentence. At this moment he was arrogant and domineering. This guy not only hid the Yellow Springs flame, he also didn't use his sword. One of the Crystal 7 heroes bitterly said. This person was the only one among the Crystal 7 heroes that sided with Lin Ling. But now, he discovered that after parting at Heavenly Witch Mountain, Lin Ling's strength had surpassed his by a large margin. No one dares to come up? I'm very sorry, you guys also missed the time. Now, the martial stage of you clowns is over. Scram to the side, the real experts are about to arrive. Sigh. Lin Ling no longer paid attention to the remaining Xiandi. His gaze became profound as he looked into the distance. Because he saw the sky changing color, He feared that a great calamity was about to descend. Hee hee, Lin Ling, you have a keen sense of smell. You actually guessed that I'm coming. Sigh. Under countless gazes, killing intent filled the air, forming a majestic killing cloud. A figure walked over with a friendly smile on his face. That smile was like the smile of a devil. He was Prince Xiaoyao. This person was the Son of Desolation. Those who could become the Son of Desolation were all undefeated existences. Moreover, each of them was an existence that others couldn't see through. The Son of Desolation also came? The Crystal Seven Heroes and the other experts sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that he also came to kill Lin Ling? Or to help Lin Ling? However, Lin Ling obviously didn't need his help. Obviously, Prince Xiaoyao came to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I also watched you grow up. When we went to Star Picking Nation in the past, at that time, I felt that you would definitely not be weaker than me in the future. However, the result was like this. In this world, geniuses are like carps crossing the river. Some will fall, some will rise, but the ones that won't change are you and I. Perhaps this is the great waves washing away the sand, leaving only the last essence. Prince Xiaoyao. Prince Xiaoyao's nostalgic voice drifted in the sky, causing Lin Ling to sigh in his heart. In the past, when he first met Prince Xiaoyao, Lin Ling was very weak. He didn't expect that he would surpass countless experts and reach the height he had today. And Prince Xiaoyao was undoubtedly the witness of all of this. You have 2 divine rank talents. In the future, you will also be an existence that can dominate the world. Why don't the 2 of us join hands and dominate the human world? I can tell you that as long as you agree to join hands, even if it's the reincarnation of a world overlord, we can still defeat him. Stop. Prince Xiaoyao stopped in his tracks and looked at Lin Ling with a faint smile. However, there was a trace of bloodthirst in his smile. How can we join hands? Stop. What was surprising was that Lin Ling didn't seem to know that he was in danger. On the contrary, he said with a faint smile, "Let me devour you. From today onwards, you are me and I am you." Prince Xiaoyao finally stated his purpose. It was precisely the path of slaughter. Slaughter everything and turn everything into his. Chapter 1874. Invasion of the Demon Race. His strength was incomparably terrifying, and his talent was also beyond the first grade of the divine realm. Lin Ling was obviously not his opponent. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was definitely going to die today. Especially the Twin Dragons Union, they were extremely excited. Although they couldn't kill Lin Ling, being able to see Lin Ling die in front of them was also extremely good. How about it? Do you agree or refuse? Yes. Prince Xiaoyao floated in the air, his long robe fluttering madly, like a killing god. I said before, the clown's martial stage is over, the real strong enemy has arrived. Lin Ling's expression became more and more dignified, and said indifferently, making Prince Xiaoyao smile, "The strong enemy you are talking about is me, right? But it's true, the 4 fairies of Jade Water were clowns." Yes. I'm sorry, you are also clowns? Yes. However, just as Prince Xiaoyao's words fell, Lin Ling smiled and raised his hand, pointing to the distance. "The strong enemy is over there." Yes. Dong dong dong. At this time, the sound of a heavenly drum came from the sky ahead. What was surprising was that the sound seemed to come from another world, as if someone was punching the sky from the other side. Gotcha. Finally, a crack appeared in the sky, and a dense demonic aura spread out, lingering in the sky. Boom. In just a moment, the sky shattered like glass, and a large number of tall and sturdy figures walked out like demon kings, making the world silent. The expressions of the Crystal 7 talents changed dramatically. What a powerful aura. Could it be? Finally came to the human world. Finally, a neat and tidy roar came from the sky, and demonic aura surged, as if doomsday was coming. Invasion of the demon race. In this 1 year, the Deacon Palace of the human world had been paying attention to the entire human world, guarding against the invasion of the demon race, but no one could be sure when the demon race would come, but now they could be sure. And very unfortunately, The first invasion of the demon race was in the Devil Prison mountain range. Boom! The myriad dragon mountains around the human realm prison were swept by the demonic chi and instantly turned into ashes. The great array was broken. But those powerful devils simply didn't pay attention to the crowd. Some of the devils began to set up mysterious altars. It seems like they wanted to open more channels and let more devils come. TSK, not bad. I've just arrived in the mortal realm and I've already seen a human with decent strength. It's just the right time to devour him and increase my demonic yuan. A deep voice resounded. Amidst the endless demonic clouds, a palm grabbed towards Lin Ling. Moreover, it was aimed at Prince Xiaoyao. Not good. Prince Xiaoyao's face suddenly turned ugly. He finally understood what Lin Ling meant. What did it mean by the arrival of a powerful enemy? Ironically, he had come to devour Lin Ling, but in the end, he had not succeeded. Instead, he had become the person that the devil race wanted to devour. At this moment, a large number of devil clansmen had finally charged over and their powers were ferocious. Quite a number of them were comparable to Wu Sheng's 6th stage realm existence. Apparently, they were the devil clan's vanguard. Everyone started to tremble with fear and started to flee in all directions. The Crystal 7 heroes and Xiandi's faces also changed. With their strength, they were still like ants in the face of the devil race. Leave this place immediately. Lin Ling's face was gloomy like water. Without saying a word, he left with Yu Yu and the rest. The moment he turned around, the Twin Dragons Club was entangled by the devil race's experts. In the end, they were drowned in a large number of devils. It would be difficult for them to escape death. Seeing this, everyone tried their best to leave this mortal realm prison. Lin Ling. Prince Xiaoyao looked at Lin Ling who was leaving. He was fuming with anger. Apparently, Lin Ling had sensed the devil race's invasion earlier, so Lin Ling wasn't afraid of his arrival. He even took advantage of the devil race's experts to attack him and calmly retreated. This meant that he, Prince Xiaoyao, had become Lin Ling's bodyguard when he chased after Lin Ling. Not bad, I'll devour you. The strength of the devil race who stopped Prince Xiaoyao couldn't be underestimated. It was strenuous for Prince Xiaoyao. Quick, more and more devils are coming. We must leave immediately. At this moment, the situation on Lin Ling's side wasn't good. Many devils were entangled with them. If they were entangled, they would definitely die when the stronger devils arrived. Of course, if Prince Xiaoyao didn't help Lin Ling resist the stronger devils, Lin Ling's situation would be even more troublesome. Lin Ling, wait for us. Eternal Fairy, Great Buddha, and the others all followed Lin Ling. Perhaps they felt that following Lin Ling would give them a greater chance of escaping. Lin Ling ignored them. After repelling the devils blocking the way, he said to Lin, you are also a man. You have to take charge of this calamity and protect your mother. Can you do it? Yes, I can do it. Lin immediately nodded. The few of them quickly flew across the sky, getting further and further away from the devils behind them. However, right at this moment, a devil exalt that was almost 50 meters tall blocked their path. This giant blocked out the sky and possessed the might to blot out the sky with a single hand. Everyone's expressions turned unsightly. If they were obstructed here, then they would definitely die when the devils behind them caught up. Eternal Fairy, Great Buddha, and the Crystal 7 Talents knew that time was of the essence, so they all attacked. Rumble! However, with their strength, they couldn't shake the Devil Supremacy Giant. The giant seemed to be formed from lava and rocks. Its body was covered in red flames. The law of fire had reached over 100, and it also had the law of rock. Its defense was extremely terrifying. Giant's breath. The giant roared to the sky and spat out a hot torrent. It was as if the giant's body was a volcano. Not good. The geniuses of the Crystal 7 Talents, Xiandi, spat out blood. Their faces were pale. They couldn't block the Devil Supremacy Giant's attack. The torrent of flames split apart, and a portion of them surged towards Yu Yu. Lin Ling's pupils shrank, and a terrifying killing intent finally erupted. He didn't retreat, but instead rushed towards the torrent of flames. This was because Yu Yu and the others couldn't block the lava. Mad God Lin Ling, take this sword. In the distance, one of the crystal 7 talents, the youth who had almost fought with Lin Ling in the past, threw out a sword. But at this moment, the situation was urgent. Lin Ling didn't have time to think. He caught the sword, and the power of the Yellow Springs flames erupted. Flames collided with flames. Within Soaring Dragon Universe, a fire dragon emerged from the sword, resisting the Devil Supremacy's lava. Rumble. The world turned into a world of fire. It was as if 2 dragons were fighting, forming beautiful fireworks. Senior Lin Ling, you can do it. Go! Eternal Fairy, Great Buddha, and the others secretly clenched their fists. They couldn't block the Devil Supremacy Giant, so if Lin Ling failed, they would all die. Clang. At this moment, the sound of an ancient sword breaking rang out. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's sword broke. Human kid, you're the first expert I've met since I came to the human world. Your strength is much stronger than those trash. However, I can't let you leave. Giant Devil's Breath. The tall Devil Supremacy Giant was also surprised by Lin Ling's difficulty. However, he paid more attention to Lin Ling. He pushed all the flames towards Lin Ling. He had to kill Lin Ling. Obviously, the main purpose of the Devil Race's invasion was to wipe out the human world's geniuses, followed by the human world's giants and so on. Mad God Lin Ling, be careful. Brother Ling. Chapter 1875. Killing the demonic flame giant. Everyone shouted anxiously. In their eyes, after Lin Ling's sword was broken, he was blown away by a powerful force. In front of him, there was a terrifying lava law attacking him. With Lin Ling's current situation, he could not block it at all. My strength is based on the strength of the mortal realm, which is Wu Sheng's stage 6. I have a substantial source of power. A substantial source of power is equivalent to 2 laws. How can you stop me? The deep voice in the sky was filled with endless majesty. It was indeed very powerful. It was probably an existence that could not be underestimated in the demon realm. Lin Ling's life and death depended on this moment. That may not be true. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's body turned around forcefully like a carp. His right hand grabbed the ancient sword hilt behind him. At this moment, his eyes emitted the arrogance of a swordsman. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a peerless sword god. He finally drew his sword. The moment the crystal sword appeared, a blinding light bloomed, making it hard for people to open their eyes. What was even more frightening was that countless gorgeous and colorful worlds appeared around Lin Ling. It was a magnificent sight. Great apocalypse. Boom! The ancient god Venerable Emperor descended. 50 spatial laws exploded. In the peerless divine sword, 60 laws also exploded. They formed the most dazzling sword in the world and slashed out fiercely. The sword was as fast as space. It was swift and fierce as if it could destroy the world. The power of 110 laws slashed out, revealing its sharpness. 110 laws. The towering flame giant let out a terrified cry. It knew that the young man was a genius from the mortal realm, so it did not underestimate him. However, who knew that it had still underestimated him? The young man was only Wu Sheng's stage 3, but the number of laws was comparable to Wu Sheng's stage 6. This was a terrifying monstrous genius. Clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Under countless gazes, a sword mark appeared on the giant's head. Then, the flame head slowly floated down. One sword and the giant demon was beheaded. Seeing this, Eternal Fairy and the others were all stunned. Mad God Lin Ling had indeed hidden a trump card. Moreover, this trump card was too terrifying. It was several times more powerful than theirs. Fortunately, I didn't use my sword on you last time. Otherwise, the one who would be beheaded would be me. The youth from the Crystal 7 Talents smiled bitterly. He stared at Lin Ling with reverence in his eyes. Soon after, he became happy. After killing the giant demonic venerable, they could also leave safely. Be careful, it's not dead yet. You'd better act immediately, or else there'll be endless trouble. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing in the sky, the ancient sword in his hands still pointed forward. He never thought that this demon race big shot would be so difficult to deal with. Over 100 laws were still unable to kill him, but fortunately, after that sword strike, the demon race's aura had clearly weakened. Sadly, the heavenly sword hasn't unleashed its full potential yet. Or else, one slash would have been enough to destroy him. One must know that once a peerless divine sword was born, it would possess 100-dimensional space. What? Not dead yet? The expressions of Fairy Eternal and the others changed drastically. They no longer hesitated and attacked one after another. Sword of Eternity. Vajra Buddha Body. 8,000 fluorescent swords. They unleashed their laws to support Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had dealt a fatal blow. If they couldn't do anything, they wouldn't be able to face Lin Ling again. Rumble. The three of them were powerful Xiandi. When they attacked with their laws, the burly giant finally scattered like scattered rocks and crashed to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the rocks were all burning rocks. It's done. Everyone finally relaxed, especially Fairy Eternal. She revealed a smile that could topple cities and looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. It was as if she wanted to hear Lin Ling's praise. Unfortunately, it's still not dead. However, Lin Ling's expression became increasingly gloomy. In his eyes, the broken rocks seemed to be summoned and shot into the sky, showing signs of turning into giants again. Fairy Eternal's eyes trembled violently. They had reached their limit. However, the giant demonic venerable had been resurrected. Coupled with the demon race behind them, it seemed like they wouldn't be able to escape today. Army of the Netherworld. At this moment, Lin Ling finally shouted coldly. The white flames were like a flag that summoned the world. Swoosh, swoosh. Thousands of ghosts rushed across the sky and arrived from afar. The scene was shocking and ghostly. Great Emperor! Countless cold voices sounded at the same time. This was the arrival of the Netherworld army. Moreover, this army of the Netherworld army was extremely ferocious and terrifying. There were headless ghosts, ghosts riding ghost horses, white ghost demons, and countless skeleton ghost soldiers. After this batch of Netherworld army arrived, they immediately knelt to Lin Ling, forming an unbelievable scene. This was because the ghosts were terrifying. However, the young man among the ghosts had delicate features. He was completely different from the Emperor of the Netherworld. One of the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth, the flames of the Netherworld? At the same time, the demon race in the distance looked at Lin Ling with serious expressions. They thought that the Son of Desolation was the strongest genius here. However, they were obviously wrong. There was also a terrifying genius hiding in the distance. Kill! Lin Ling was like an emperor as he pointed his sword forward. Rumble! Countless ghosts rushed forward like a flood, causing the demon venerable giant that was constantly forming to sway. Finally, with a loud explosion, all the flaming stones were shattered and turned into ashes. After the Netherworld army was revived by Lin Ling, many of the ghosts had 60% of their original strength. Although they couldn't defeat the demon venerable giant one-on-one, when there were many of them, it was terrifying. What? The demon flame giant was also killed? Damn it, we missed that genius. We should have killed him first. Who is this person? At the demon prison mountain range, all the demons were shocked. They paid more attention to Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked over fearlessly. Then he shouted, "Divine martial realm suppressing beast." Accompanying his voice, there was a whistling sound. As if it was summoned, the clouds in the sky parted, and a huge 9-headed lion fell from the sky. Then, Lin Ling and the others jumped on the lion's back and left. Damn it, we let him escape. All the demons were furious. Even if they gave up on killing 100,000 people, they wouldn't miss the chance to meet a genius from the human world. That was because a genius from the human world was the key to conquering the world. Unfortunately, they missed Lin Ling. A bunch of trash. In the broken sky, a huge arm stretched out. Then, a skeleton demon that was hundreds of meters tall crawled out. This demon's whole body was made of black bones. There was only one eye on its head, and no facial features could be seen. It was extremely ferocious. As soon as it came out, it was furious. Obviously, It was in a bad mood after letting Lin Ling escape. Master! Master! All the demons saluted respectfully. This giant was the master of the Demon King of the 5 Directions. This should be Prince Xiao Yao. Kill him. Kill! Chapter 1876. The Great Era begins. Kill, kill, kill. Kill! The demons were even more brutal. The ancient demons in the sky were still setting up altars and opening more void enchantments. Clearly, this was a real large-scale invasion of the demon race. Moreover, only one of the 5 demon kings of the demon zone had arrived. In the future, the other demon kings would come to the mortal realm one after another. At this moment, the divine world suppressing beast led the crowd across the sky. The 9 lion heads looked forward. On the divine world suppressing beast, Eternal Fairy and the rest looked like they had just survived a disaster. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. We've escaped. We've escaped. Terrifying. It's too scary. We're facing the forces of a great demon king. It's a miracle that we've escaped. Miracle my ass. It's all up to Mad God Lin Ling. Everyone looked at the young man in the blue and white robe. At this moment, the young man was standing on one of the lion heads. His robe was fluttering in the wind. He looked into the distance, and there was a deep light shining in his eyes. This time, Eternal Fairy and the rest were convinced. It was rumored that Lin Ling was the same level as them, the genius Xiandi. However, it was just a rumor. Lin Ling was in the 5th realm of Wusheng. He was truly invincible. The demons have finally invaded. After a moment, Lin Ling spat out a voice. His face was gloomy. He wasn't worried about the entire mortal realm. After all, if the sky fell, there would be someone stronger to hold it up. There were so many strong people in the mortal realm, so it wasn't his turn to worry about the country and the people. He was worried about his family and friends. He also felt that the pressure was increasing. Because of the demon's invasion, those strong geniuses were the thorns in the demon's eyes. Lin Ling was one of them. With Lin Ling's current strength, he could be ranked among the top in the mortal realm. However, compared to the 3 realms, he was still weak. But then, Lin Ling smiled faintly. With pressure came motivation. His battle blood was boiling. After a year of seclusion, the ancient sword could finally be unsheathed. Mad God Lin Ling is emitting a strong battle intent. Fairy Eternal and the others were secretly surprised. Lin Ling's battle intent was very strong and it made them feel pressured. Yu, tell all the people of the Rainforest Holy Land to go to Zhenling Island. It's far from the mortal world, and with Taoist came and the leaders of the 18 islands, it's much safer than the mortal world. Lin Ling said to Yu and the others. They all nodded. Master, I want to fight alongside you. Shang Qianshi knelt on one knee and said. Although he was weak, he was not afraid of death. You have your mission, and that is to protect the rainforest's sacred land. Moreover, I have 2 large armies, namely the Starry Sky Left Court Palace and the Blazing Right Court Palace. They need your leadership, Lin Ling said with a smile. He believed in the old man's leadership ability. Protecting the sacred land of the rainforest? This subordinate obeys. The old man immediately replied. No matter what the order was, as long as it was Lin Ling's order, he would obey. For a period of time, I will not appear in the rainforest's sacred land. Ku'er, protect E'er and the others. Can you do it? Lin Ling asked again. Master, unless Ku'er dies, I will always be with young master and madam. Ku'er also knelt on one knee. Lin Ling smiled and took out a large amount of cultivation resources and handed them to Ku'er and the others. You are the inheritors of Shang Qianshi. You have your own cultivation techniques, martial arts, and formations. Over the years, you have lacked cultivation resources, so you are not strong. Now, these cultivation resources are enough for you to recover your strength. Thank you, Master. Ku'er and the others were excited. At this moment, Lin Ling and Fairy Yongheng's sound transmission bugs rang out. Martial artists of the 3 Xian of the mortal world, head to your respective mythologies. All Xiandi and celestial emperors, head to heavenly earth. Master! The Deacon Hall of the mortal world had issued an order. After the news spread, The mortal world was in an uproar. Clearly, in a short period of time, the demon race had invaded on a large scale. Fierce battles had broken out in every corner of the mortal world. Lin Ling and the others' faces changed drastically. Had the Great Era begun? All the experts of the mortal world had gathered. This meant that all the martial artists of the 4 great eras had surfaced. Moreover, there was also the overseas royal family. What is the overseas royal family? Lin Ling frowned and asked. On the other side of the chaotic demon sea, there is a continent. It is said that during the battle between experts of the primordial era, an almighty broke the continent, causing it to float over the chaotic demon sea. Finally, it formed the continental plate. It is also known as the Great Saint Domain. This domain is together with the Deacon Hall of the mortal world. The youth from the Crystal Seven said. In the past, he had followed the mortal world's Deacon Hall there. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Then he sent a message to Shang Qianshi. Shang Qianshi, do you know where the second stone sculpture is? If Shang Qianshi still had some doubts about Lin Ling, now, those doubts had disappeared. This was because only Li Xiaoyao knew about the second stone sculpture. Therefore, Lin Ling must be the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. My lord, this astrolabe heavenly armor can point you to the direction of the second stone sculpture. You can even find the third stone sculpture. Shang Qianshi handed Lin Ling a quaint tortoiseshell. It was about the size of a palm. There were many complicated patterns engraved on it. However, Lin Ling could see that this tortoiseshell was engraved with enchantments. Only those who understood enchantments could use it. Lin Ling was excited. He finally knew the whereabouts of the second stone sculpture. However, the most important thing now was not to find the second stone sculpture, but to go to the heavenly earth. Lin Ling asked the divine martial world suppressing beast to send Yu Yu and the others to the True Spirit Island. After dealing with these matters, Lin Ling followed everyone to the heavenly earth. The heavenly earth was once the blue sky cloud extinction. At this moment, a large number of experts had gathered on the huge sky island. There were men and women, old and young. Their auras were calm and the power of law was extremely tyrannical. Of course, there were also many experts at the heavenly emperor realm. One must know that only experts like Xian Di could enter the heavenly earth. However, now that the mortal realm was facing a catastrophe, all the rules were naturally overturned. Even when Lin Ling made a scene in the mortal realm prison, no one mentioned it at this moment. After Lin Ling and the others arrived, Little Flame and the others also came over. After a short conversation, they paid attention to the surroundings. There are so many experts. Although those people are Wu Sheng 5th stage realm, they are obviously stronger than the Crystal 7 talents. Lin Ling looked into the distance and muttered to himself. Those experts have been cultivating for thousands of years. Some of them can already step into Wu Sheng 6th stage realm. However, they want to go further in the future, so they have not broken through the realm. They want to let the origin of the void energy form a transformation. Their strength is naturally stronger than us. Sensing Lin Ling's gaze, the Crystal 7 talents laughed. After all, they were the genius Xian Di who had cultivated for less than 500 years. Naturally, they could not be compared to the other party. However, in terms of talent, the Crystal 7 talents were still more powerful than those people. Those Wu Sheng experts over there are also Wu Sheng 5th stage realm. They don't look very old. Lin Ling looked at the other side and said, the people over there were unfamiliar, but their strength made Lin Ling feel some pressure. Those experts also have God-grade talent. They are the elites under the mortal realm's deacons and some of them are from the overseas royal family. The Crystal 7 talents said. Chapter 1877. The war drum sounded following that. He looked at the experts above the 5th stage of Wu Sheng and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Every one of them had more than 100 strands of law, and the stronger ones probably had a few hundred strands. Wu Sheng's realm was divided into virtual and real energy sources. The virtual energy source was obviously the foundation. The birth of one energy source meant one strand of law while the real energy source was even stronger. The birth of one energy source meant 2 strands of law. It was said that the more powerful ones had 3 strands, 4 strands and so on. Therefore, after Wu Xing's 5th stage, it was a watershed. However, only those with outstanding talent and numerous strands of law would have an obvious advantage when they stepped into Wu Xing's 6th stage. Because if they recklessly stepped into a new realm, their foundation would be unstable. Even if they had a real energy source, they wouldn't have many strands of law. This was also the reason why those experts didn't break through. Because they wanted to raise their talent. If their talent couldn't be raised, then they would have to birth more strands of law before they could step into Wu Xing's 6th stage. My current talent isn't weak, but it can still be raised. Looks like in order to step into Wu Xing's 6th stage, I must raise my divine devil overlord physique to the 2nd grade of god rank. Lin Ling thought to himself. As for the Yellow Springs flame, he wasn't worried. Because if his physical body was raised, the Yellow Springs flame would also be raised. However, to raise the level of the divine devil overlord physique, it required a huge amount of cultivation resources. Moreover, in terms of soul force, Lin Ling couldn't fall behind. Because if he found the 3rd stone statue in the future, if he didn't meet the requirements for his essence, energy, and spirit cultivation, then he wouldn't be able to obtain the cultivation method left behind by Li Xiaoyao. At the thought of this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. The amount of cultivation resources he needed was so much that it was equivalent to 3 Wu Sheng's cultivators cultivating at the same time. Big brother, that's Prince Xiaoyao. That bastard actually didn't die. At this moment, Little Flame said from the side. His eyes were filled with anger. He also knew that Prince Xiaoyao wanted to kill Lin Ling. As expected of the son of Huang, he actually managed to escape from the encirclement. However, he should have paid a huge price. Lin Ling was secretly surprised, but his eyes turned cold. He had always been wary of Prince Xiaoyao, so he was not surprised that Prince Xiaoyao would attack him. Of course, he, Lin Ling, was no pushover. He would get his revenge sooner or later. As if sensing Lin Ling's gaze, Prince Xiaoyao, who was on a high platform in the distance, also looked over and smiled politely. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to still be friends with Lin Ling. Obviously, this guy was a very shrewd person. He could be said to be a smiling tiger. Lin Ling responded with a smile. With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to fight against Prince Xiaoyao, so he didn't act rashly. At the same time, Tianzong martial artist was standing beside Prince Xiaoyao. He was glaring at Lin Ling with murderous intent. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was used to this. The smile on his face became even wider. This guy. Both Prince Xiaoyao and Tianzong martial artist were furious. This time, they had both attacked Lin Ling but failed. Prince Xiaoyao, in particular, had suffered a double loss. Therefore, when they saw Lin Ling's smile, they felt as if they were mocking him. Lin Ling didn't look at Prince Xiaoyao and Tianzong martial artist anymore. He looked at the high platform where they were and found that there were a few people beside them. However, their strength was unfathomable. They should be the 8 sons of Huang. Looking away, Lin Ling's expression became even calmer. There were many strong people here, but Lin Ling didn't feel any pressure. Instead, he had endless motivation. He would surpass these strong people sooner or later. Gradually, the 9 deacons of the mortal realm arrived. Many mysterious people with the domineering aura of kings accompanied them. Lin Ling hadn't seen these people before. He guessed that they should be the hidden strong people and the overseas imperial family. More and more people are coming. We're only in the middle of this group of strong people. Eternal Fairy smiled bitterly. When a genius met someone more talented than her, she was hit hard. You're still okay? We're even worse. I'm afraid we're only in the middle and lower levels. The 9 spirits of heaven and Bayuntiendi were even more helpless. Of course, when their eyes fell on the many celestial emperors behind them, the bitterness in their hearts was alleviated by a lot. The invasion of the demon race this time is a great calamity for the mortal realm. Therefore, the strong people of the mortal realm are gathered here to prevent the demon race from slaughtering the mortal realm. Just 2 hours ago, Shenhuang Deyu was invaded by the demon race. The number of casualties reached millions. The demon race only sent one of the 5 great demon kings. If the 5 great demon kings come, The mortal realm will be in danger. At this time, an ancient voice drifted out. Under countless gazes, a man in a white robe slowly walked down from the sky. This person looked to be in his 40s and was gentle and elegant. However, the moment he appeared, the surroundings were in an uproar. The faces of the three great legends of the mortal realm changed greatly. They didn't expect that person to come too. Who is this lord? Little Flame and the rest were also shocked. They felt that this person's strength was unfathomable. He stood there like a realm lord. The king of the heaven list, and also the mastermind of the martial pavilion, martial god Tianyu. As if he sensed the doubts of Lin Ling and the rest, Emperor Yu transmitted his voice over, causing Lin Ling and the rest's faces to change greatly. The legendary heaven list expert of the martial pavilion's heaven, earth, profound, and yellow rankings? One must know that in Splendid Land, the heaven list had always been a hidden list. They couldn't see anyone's name. Now they finally knew one of them. And this person was also the mastermind of the martial pavilion. The mastermind was also a heaven list expert. This showed the value of the martial pavilion's heaven list. Martial god Tianyu, TSK, that senior strength has probably reached the legendary martial god realm. The Crystal Seven Talents shook their heads. That was a realm that they needed to look up to. Lin Ling's eyes revealed a burning flame. He was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, the #1 emperor of the four great eras. So, when he saw the top experts of this era, his heart also had a strong desire to battle. All human realm experts, listen up. The human realm's highest Deacon Palace will give you missions. Those who complete the missions will be rewarded generously. First, the lower profound ranking experts will stay in the human realm's 3 profound rankings to protect the people. The middle profound ranking experts will head to the chaotic Demon Sea area to stop the demon race's scattered troops. The upper profound ranking experts will head to the hidden Fog Lake area to stop the demon race from opening more void barriers. The lower earth ranking experts will head to the heavenly plains. That expert kept giving out missions. The middle earth ranking experts will head to the Sky Cloud Forest to stop the demon race from opening the void barriers. When he heard this voice, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He should be a middle earth ranking expert heading to the Sky Cloud Forest. That expert used the martial pavilion's heaven list to give out missions. His goal was to stop more void barriers from being opened. In the end, the earth ranking and heaven ranking experts also moved out, causing an uproar in the heavenly realm. The human realm was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Today, all of them came to the surface. And as martial artists, their blood immediately boiled because they were not fighting alone. Of course, it's impossible to stop all the void barriers from being opened, but this is the only thing we can do. We can't stand by and watch the demon race invade because we are humans. That expert said again. That sentence was filled with pride and pride. Because we are humans. Chapter 1878. 3 Lives Heavenly Sonorous Ginseng. As for those whose names I read out, those who kill demons will be rewarded with double the merit points. As for the human realm geniuses, they will be rewarded with triple the merit points. That lord started to read out names one by one, making countless people envious. But there was nothing they could do because those who had special rights were the human realm's big shots and geniuses. They were the main force. For example, the son of Huang, the 3 legends of the human realm's geniuses, and so on. What made Lin Ling surprised was that his name was also read out and the merit points reward was quadrupled. It was only slightly worse than the son of Huang, but it was much better than the treatment of many human realm geniuses. This made Lin Ling smile. He was currently lacking in merit points. Alright, everyone go and complete the mission. I wish everyone success. In the end, that lord left a sentence and disappeared. The surrounding people also left one after another. From afar, it was like a flood, which showed that there were many strong people in the human realm. Boss, you're Wu Sheng's 3rd stage realm. You should be an expert in the earth ranking. Come and complete the mission with us. Xinyuan Jiutian looked at Lin Ling and said. But Bai Yun Tiandi immediately said, Lin Ling is an expert in the central earth ranking. Although the Central Earth ranking is Wu Sheng's 4th stage realm to 6th stage realm, Lin Ling's ability isn't even afraid of a 5th stage realm like Wu Sheng. If you ask him to complete the mission with you, then he won't be rewarded with any merit points. There were difficult and easy missions. Those who were weak would complete the easy ones while those who were strong would complete the harder ones. Lin Ling smiled. In fact, he hadn't challenged the Martial Pavilion for a long time. But according to his current ability, he was indeed ranked in the Central Earth ranking. No worries. When you enter the Central Earth ranking, we can still go together. Lin Ling said. All right then, let's continue to work hard. Everyone chatted for a while and then separated. Lin Ling chose to go alone. Before he left, he exchanged all the merit points he won from Jade Lake Heavenly Mother for treasures. 1. The trip to the Sky Cloud Forest this time was bound to be fraught with danger. Therefore, Lin Ling prepared a lot of 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid. 2. He had forged a ring for Yu and the rest. It contained 100 strands of law energy and was a locking law energy. When encountering an enemy, it could lock onto a large area. Unless the enemy was a 6th degree realm top expert like Wu Sheng, otherwise they would definitely be locked onto. Of course, although this ring seemed powerful, it could only be used once. Moreover, the materials required to forge it were expensive and had consumed all of Lin Ling's merit points. Lin Ling was once again broke. Wu Sheng's cultivation realm, every small step he took, consumed an enormous amount of resources. This was also the reason why the mortal world valued geniuses. Your Majesty's celestial demon tyrannical body is only 1 level away from the peak. However, that level requires more resources. Therefore, I believe that Your Majesty should upgrade your dragon claws first. On the way, Elder Z's voice sounded. At the same time, he reminded, Your Majesty, the people who want to kill you in the calamity of the mortal world are getting restless. Your Majesty, you have to be on guard. Lin Ling laughed. I've long been on guard. A black mask appeared on his right hand. The mask was engraved with a ghost head, giving off an extremely demonic feeling. This was a mask engraved with a boundary. Unless it was a strong practitioner like the 7th Emperor, no one else would be able to see through him. Your Majesty is brilliant. Elder Z immediately flattered. Lin Ling put on the mask and changed into a black long robe at the same time. He finally stepped onto the journey. The black long robe represented killing. It meant that Lin Ling had entered into battle mode. Sky Cloud Forest was one of the mystic realms in the past Xiandi world. It was even more dangerous than the Vine Leaf world. In the past, when Xiandi entered the mystic realms for experience learning, he would need some seniors to hold the fort. But now, all the big shots in the mortal world had their own missions, so he could only depend on himself. The most important thing was that there was a demon opening a spatial boundary here, wanting to form a passage. When Lin Ling arrived at Sky Cloud Forest, a dense evil aura filled the air. In front of him was a boundless black forest. Ancient trees towered into the sky, taller than the plants in the Vine Leaf world. According to legend, this forest had existed since ancient times, and it was also the place with the densest evil aura in the mortal world. No wonder the demon world passage was chosen here. The evil aura here is very suitable for the demon race. Lin Ling frowned. Holding the ancient sword, he stepped into the forest. The purpose of his trip was to increase his strength. As for the demon world passage, he would block it if he could, but if he couldn't, he would retreat because he also knew how powerful the demon race was. Moreover, the demon world passage to the mortal world didn't stop here. So even if he wanted to stop it, he couldn't. After entering the forest, the silence made Lin Ling more cautious. However, at this moment, he was wearing a black mask and a black robe, which made him look like a demon. His soul power and Eye of Time spread out at the same time. His soul power locked onto the surroundings, covering an area of 1,000 miles. The Eye of Time could see things 10,000 miles away, and this was because the evil aura in the forest was too dense. Otherwise, he could see even farther. Compared to the Vine Leaf world, the spirit herbs and strange fruits here are more obvious. Lin Ling was surprised. One must know that in the Vine Leaf world, because it was the Garden of the Gods, All the plants emitted spirit energy. However, the evil aura here was very dense, so all the plants had evil aura. As for those treasures with spirit energy, naturally, they were clearly distinguished. In the south, there are 3 hanging ancient trees. They are good materials for forging barriers. This is the crystal flower seen in the mortal world's highest Deacon Palace. It is said that it can't grow without 10,000 years. I actually saw it here. I wanted to buy it a long time ago. It can increase the density of heaven and earth energy. Tisk. That is the 3 lives godly sonar ginseng. Tisk. Lin Ling was surprised at first, but then he was ecstatic. The treasures here were even rarer than the vine leaf world. For example, the 3 lives godly sonar ginseng was one of the most bizarre spirit ginseng in the world. It could see through a person's 3 lives and emit godly sounds. If used to increase soul power, the effect was very significant. It was even better than the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid. Lin Ling hurried forward, bypassing many ancient trees. Along the way, he encountered many black demonic beasts, but they were too weak and were all killed by Lin Ling. Some were directly avoided, too lazy to waste time. Gradually, a huge black mountain appeared in front of him. The mountain was black and dazzling, and the evil aura was extremely dense. Looking from afar, it looked like an ancient tomb. Seeing this, Lin Ling's left hand appeared with a dragon claw. His physical strength erupted, and he smashed at the mountain. Rumble! The sturdy mountain cracked open heavily, unable to withstand Lin Ling's terrifying power. In the end, the entire mountain was flattened by Lin Ling, and a colorful spirit ginseng appeared. Moreover, a divine sound drifted out. It was beautiful and magnificent, as if one had entered a fairyland. As expected of a spirit ginseng. Ha! Lin Ling smiled faintly. Naturally, he would not be affected. He strode forward, and his right hand wanted to take the spirit ginseng. But at this moment, a colorful light suddenly bloomed. In the light, Lin Ling's 3 lives, and even Lin Ling's life on Earth could be seen. Moreover, he could see a few more lives, which surprised Lin Ling. However, he was not in a hurry. He watched slowly. He was already clear about his previous life in the ghost realm. Chapter 1879. A life and death crisis. You definitely won't be able to see my 100th reincarnation. Lin Ling laughed. Sure enough, within the multicolored light, the scenes froze. It seemed that the ginseng couldn't see Lin Ling's 100th reincarnation because it was Li Xiaoyao. You failed. Obediently accept your capture. Otherwise, I don't mind eating you. Die! Lin Ling stretched out his hand and grabbed the ginseng. At this time, the light shone brightly. In Lin Ling's eyes, the ginseng disappeared. Lin Ling was stunned. Was this thing playing with him? Since he started practicing martial arts, this was the first time he saw such an arrogant treasure. You actually escaped from underground. Unfortunately, my soul force is too strong. How can you escape? Lin Ling used the Mystic Turtle's 9 steps and chased after it on the ground. 1 man and 1 ginseng passed through several mountains. In the end, Lin Ling used the Yellow Springs flame to burn the ground and formed a flame dragon to seal the ground within 100 meters. Finally, he caught the ginseng. Why aren't you running? Lin Ling laughed and scolded. He walked forward and stretched out his right hand to grab the ginseng. This treasure could increase one's soul force. It was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. But at this time, hissing sounds came from all around. Lin Ling turned his head and immediately sensed a dense demonic aura. This didn't seem to be a good place. However, with the ginseng in hand, Lin Ling had nothing to fear. Ka-ka-ka. Finally, the hissing sounds became louder and louder. The black demonic trees in the surroundings moved and turned into black tree ants. They had black bark and their branches were like arms. It made one's scalp tingle. Lin Ling's expression changed. He sensed that the aura of these demonic trees was extremely terrifying. This damn ginseng. Lin Ling cursed inwardly. It was definitely the ginseng that lured him here. Dragon Claw. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling used the Mystic Turtle's 9 steps and swept out his dragon claw. He chose to make the first move because these Trey ants definitely didn't come here to reminisce about old times. They were definitely going to harm him. Kakaka. Tree bark splashed everywhere. What made Lin Ling surprised was that his full-strength claw was actually unable to cut down a Trey ant. One must know that that claw had the strength of over 20 units, and a single Trey ant was already so terrifying. But there were so many of them here. Clearly, the situation was somewhat out of Lin Ling's control. Kakaka. At the same time, the surrounding Trey ants were getting closer and closer. They surrounded Lin Ling and covered the sky, causing the place where Lin Ling was to be covered in darkness. At this moment, a branch shot over and was blocked by Lin Ling's dragon claws. After a clang, the strength of the force made Lin Ling feel that it was actually comparable to his physical strength. Terrifying. These Trey ants were probably able to fight against Wu Sheng, who was in the 5th degree realm. Soaring Dragon. Lin Ling activated the flame laws, burning with flames. Crackle. Although the law of fire wasn't Lin Ling's strongest at the moment, it was still quite effective. However, it had only managed to burn the tree branch. Peerless Divine Sword. Lin Ling's expression turned solemn. He pulled out the ancient sword and the space laws appeared. 50-dimensional space. With a slash of the sword, coupled with the power of the flames, a Trey ant finally fell down. That Trey ant turned into a puddle of blood and the ground was also corroded. Lin Ling's expression became increasingly ugly because he had already unleashed 80% of his strength, but he had only killed one Trey ant and there were still so many around. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, a large number of tree branches shot over, as if the Trey ants were clenching their fists and pouncing on Lin Ling. These Trey ants were connected to this forest, and Lin Ling was equivalent to fighting with the entire forest. Clone. Lin Ling bellowed and turned into an army of 10,000 in an attempt to block those tree branches. However, after reaching his realm, the external clone technique was no longer of much help. After all, although there were many clones, only Lin Ling alone knew the laws. Of course, using clones as cannon fodder was still not bad. After all, clones also had the power of the God-Devil Overlord body. Beast, die for me! Borrowing the clone's resistance, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The space turned into a sword and cut 2 Trey ants in half. Bang bang bang! Just as he cut down 2 Trey ants, many tree branches attacked Lin Ling's back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall to the ground. Seeing Lin Ling fall, those Trey ants stepped forward and slowly approached Lin Ling, trying to devour Lin Ling. 100-dimensional space, die for me! Lin Ling jumped up from the ground. His eyes were cold, and his black mask was even more like a god of death. At this moment, he was obviously enraged because since he started learning martial arts, this was the first time he had suffered a loss in the hands of a monster. He was even almost killed. Lin Ling's character was extremely stubborn. The more he suppressed, the greater the backlash. Fight! Lin Ling roared to the sky, and the ancient god behind him descended. His left hand was a dragon claw with flames burning, and his right hand was a peerless divine sword. Space exploded. Boom boom boom. The 100-dimensional space slashed out, and the whole space seemed like it was about to be destroyed. There were countless swords slashing and cutting, making the Trey ants stop in their tracks and let out some frightened sounds. However, after Lin Ling killed a few Trey ants, more Trey ants swayed, as if they were furious. To them, Lin Ling was an alien. He dared to be arrogant here, so he must be killed and turned into nourishment. Therefore, when they were angry, the surrounding forest swayed, and more Trey ants walked over. They were densely packed, and it was a shocking sight. I've been through a lot. How can I die here? Fight. Surrounded by countless Trey ants, Lin Ling was not afraid. Instead, a surge of battle intent rose to the sky, like an invincible god of war descending to the mortal world. Sword come. Using the mystic turtle 9 steps, Lin Ling held the peerless divine sword and rushed into the trance. With each slash, a large number of Trey ants were sent flying. The power was so great that it formed a terrible storm in the sky. This kind of battle continued for who knew how long, and Lin Ling's battle intent began to weaken. After all, although his sword was sharp, It could not block the endless trance. Because there were more and more trance around, and every one of them was an existence comparable to Lin Ling in strength. It was equivalent to Lin Ling fighting countless of himself. But Lin Ling's sword stabbed into the ground. He knelt on one knee and blood flowed out from his black face. He did not expect that chasing a spirit ginseng would cause him to fall into such a situation. This also made him understand the mystery of heaven and earth, and that it could never be reversed. Kakaka. The trance around were getting closer and closer, as if the scythe of the Grim Reaper had fallen on Lin Ling's neck. Moreover, those trance seemed to be a little excited, because they sensed that the human's battle intent had disappeared. Obviously, he had given up. However, this was normal because they were immortal. No matter how strong that human was, he could not always maintain his edge. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A large number of branches shot over like arrows, but the power was vast, and every one of them was fatal. Pava. Lin Ling's body was penetrated by the branches, and then he was sent flying. He crashed onto the ground and spat out blood again. At this moment he was even weaker. Seeing this, the trance seemed to know that the outcome was decided, so they quickened their pace. Pooh. Chapter 1880. Flame destroys the world. Grandfather and the rest are all waiting for me to return. How can I die in this dubious place? Even if I, Lin Ling, must die on the path of assault. Moreover, I, Lin Ling, am the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, free and unfettered for a lifetime, fighting all under the heavens. I will not die in the hands of these beasts. Bang! Bang! Lin Ling suddenly clenched his teeth and stabbed his sword into the ground. Using the sword, he stood up majestically. At this moment, his long hair was fluttering and his eyes were deep and cold. This is the last breath. If you don't die, then I will. Bang! His sword was raised and his eyes looked to the front. It was as if he would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Bang, bang, bang. Those trance were getting closer and closer. Moreover, the tree branches were connected to each other, forming an ancient tree formation. Looking around, the sky and the surroundings were filled with tree branches, just like sharp knives. And these knives were slashing towards Lin Ling at the same time. It was certain that even if Wu Sheng, a sixth-stage realm expert, was here, he would also be filled with hatred in the underworld. Because the connected tree branches, that strength had reached 50 universes of force. But Lin Ling still stood there like a pine tree, like an immovable wisdom king. They seem as if they won't die, growing and multiplying endlessly. But everything has flaws where are there flaws. Bang! What was surprising was that the current Lin Ling was very calm. His eye of time appeared, like Li Xiaoyao overlooking the common people under the heavens. Gradually, his eyes shone with a sharp light. My flame has accompanied me since young. It represents my will, represents my fighting spirit. Bang! My sword cleaves all under the heavens. 10 years of sharpening a sword, the frost blade has never been tested. Bang! Lin Ling's sword was raised. The sword was very straight, without any bending or trembling traces, making Lin Ling like a statue. He had now entered a state of self-enlightenment, as if he had entered the cycle of reincarnation in the past, returning to the cycle of reincarnation for a lifetime. His lifetime of fire martial arts, at this moment, was like the moon in the water, gradually blooming. His lifetime of sword martial arts, at this moment, was like a shooting star in the sky, crossing the sky. But the moment it disappeared, Lin Ling seemed to have caught something. My sword and my flame confused together to form an even more powerful law power. The sword seemed to be breathing, and flames appeared on the blade. Those were white flames, and they were extremely dazzling. The power of the two laws seemed to be fusing together. Regardless of whether it is the sword or the flame, they both represent my will to fight. Lin Ling's voice became louder and louder like thunder, causing the trance in the surroundings to pause one after another, and actually gave birth to a feeling of panic. But the more it was like this, the faster the trance sped up, wanting to kill Lin Ling. The sharp branches were getting closer and closer at this moment. World-extinguishing flame. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling moved. He slashed out with his sword. It looked like a very ordinary sword strike, but it was the most dazzling sword strike of his life. This was because this was a sword attack that was formed by the combination of two god-level talents. This was also a sword strike formed by the combination of two great laws. The sword did not slash towards the Treants, but instead slashed towards the earth. It was like a terrifying half-moon space fire slash, destroying the world with flames. The weakness of the Treants was their roots. After all, no matter how invincible and undying their demonic bodies were, they still had to take root in the earth. Because if they did not have roots, they would not be trees. Shio! With a slash of the sword, all the Treants froze, unable to block that terrifying sword strike. In the next moment, they fell down one after another, and turned into ashes that dissipated with the wind as if they had been burned by fire. The forest became quiet, and only Lin Ling stood there. His black mask was cold, and his long hair fluttered in the wind, as if he was a great demon king from the devil domain. Suddenly, a roar filled with fighting spirits soared into the sky. I have once again stepped over the threshold. Ali Xiao Yao will be back soon. After experiencing a life and death calamity, Lin Ling once again created a great killing move. At this moment, the sword became more and more dazzling, ruthlessly slashing out. Everywhere it passed, the Treants were cut off and turned into ashes. Carefree, dripping. That feeling of fighting to the point of boiling, that moment of impending death, Lin Ling had not experienced it for a long time, but he liked it very much. This was the saying, if you don't go crazy, you won't survive. After a long time, Lin Ling powerlessly sat down on the ground. His whole body felt as if it had split open, and he was extremely tired. However, his heart was carefree because it had been too long since he had fought to his heart's content. There are green sprouts on the ground? Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes looked around. He saw that the ground was black, but green sprouts were slowly growing out. Could it be the Treants from before? Lin Ling stood up and walked forward. He pulled out a green sprout, and his face suddenly changed. Carefree sprout? He had Li Xiao Yao's memories, so he naturally recognized this rare treasure. The carefree sprout was a great tonic. Not only could it heal bones, it could also heal heart wounds. As the saying goes, heart disease is difficult to treat, and this kind of strange sprout can cure it. Even Li Xiao Yao did not know where this treasure was born, but he had seen it by chance. The reason was that after the Treants withered, they would sprout again, and only then would they be able to give birth to the carefree grass. And when ordinary people encountered the Treants, most of them would retreat, so no one knew the secret of the carefree grass. I don't know where these Treants came from, but before they die, they left me a little reward. Lin Ling laughed and hurriedly collected them. Moreover, he had a great harvest, so he directly swallowed them. Your Majesty, leave 100 of these carefree grass, and use the rest to increase the power of the dragon claw. Elder Z suggested. Lin Ling pondered for a while, and finally nodded. At present, Lin Ling's cultivation realm and fiend god overlord physique consumed a lot of resources, so the dragon claw's effect was more significant. Moreover, not only was the carefree grass a great tonic, it also had the effect of increasing soul power. As for the triple life god sonar ginseng, it was the most precious thing. Lin Ling did not plan to use it immediately, but he would keep it by his side and increase his soul power at all times. He would only use it after the effect of the ginseng weakened. In the Purple Palace, Lin Ling appeared on the 8th floor. This was the world of law sky. It could increase the power of law, and there were also large amounts of world extermination law. However, Lin Ling had Li Xiao Yao's memories, so the 8th floor was not of much help to Lin Ling. Obviously, as his strength increased, the Purple Palace, which was used to nurture sovereigns, would gradually become ineffective. The end point of the Purple Palace was to become an sovereign. But Lin Ling's goal was to become a realm overlord. Of course, the power of the Purple Palace to freeze time was still very important to Lin Ling. After a full year, Lin Ling came out of the Purple Palace. He stretched out his left hand. The dragon claw had already transformed into the power of 10 claws, which increased the power of 2 claws, and the dragon claw gave him the power of 5 universes. In addition to his physical strength, he had a total of 23 universes. Lin Ling could be said to be a giant beast in the human world. His defense was extremely terrifying. The increase in strength made Lin Ling want to roar towards the sky. Because the demon race was invading, danger was lurking all around, and the human world was not a monolith, there were many people who wanted to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, after increasing his strength, Lin Ling's danger was not as big as before. Killing a demon, the reward is 1,000 merit points. If I kill a demon of the same realm, the reward is 2,000 merit points. If I kill a demon of a higher realm, the reward is 3,000 merit points. I am a genius of the human world, so the reward is 4 times. Chapter 1881. Snatching Battle Merits. TKK. This human's meat smells so good. The Demon King told us to wait patiently. Once the 5 great Demon Kings arrive, we can go all out. The human race is very strong. There are many ancient experts. The Demon King also told us to be careful. Under a tree that was nearly 100 meters tall, several figures walked past. These demons had strange appearances. Some had wolf heads, some had 6 wings, and some were 5 meters tall. But at this moment, they all looked up and saw a man standing on top of the tree. He was wearing a black mask and a black robe. He looked like a black angel descending from the heavens. Who is it? They sensed that this person did not have any demonic aura. The one who will kill you. In the sky, the ancient god sovereign descended. His dragon claws roared and smashed into the ground. Kill him. The demons roared, but when the figure in the sky approached, they all panicked. Because they were demons, but now they realized that this person's strength was as strong as a demon king. Boom! A claw swept down like the breath of a divine dragon. The demons were all cut in half. These demons were all clan leaders and were extremely powerful. But they still could not withstand the might of the dragon claw. Demons, they also cultivate the power of laws. Their dantian is the source of demonic power. That person stood on the ground and muttered to himself. It was Lin Ling. At the same time, the jade token on his waist shone. With just one attack, Lin Ling received 20,000 merit points. Awesome! Lin Ling was excited. He was like a hunter, looking for prey again. Hee, the human girls are as beautiful as the Azura women. But they are not as powerful as the Azuras. I heard that the first batch of humans have all tasted the sweetness. We can't be slow. On a hill, several demons with rhinoceros heads gathered together and ate meat. If one looked carefully, they were actually eating human meat. Dirty. At this moment, a figure slowly walked up from the hill like a god of death. Human? The demon's eyes lit up. Within the soaring dragon universe, the person who came was Lin Ling. He did not bother to say much. The Yellow Springs flame turned into a dragon and burned those demons. After doing all this, Lin Ling turned and left. Ding. At the same time, the jade token on his waist shone again and a large amount of merit points were obtained. Human? Haha, I heard that many humans have entered this place and we have killed quite a number of them. I didn't expect that we would be so lucky to meet humans. It's my good luck. Rumble. As Lin Ling walked forward, the jade pendant at his waist kept flashing, causing Lin Ling to smile. These were all cultivation resources. The Sky Cloud Forest was dominated by 4th to 6th levels of the Martial Saint realm. Still, with Lin Ling's current strength, he really had no need to fear anyone. But through the demons' mouths, Lin Ling found out that many Xiandi were also killing demons to stop the void array from opening up. Of course, there were also quite a number of Xiandi who died in the hands of the demons. This world was so cruel. If one's ability was not as good as others, then one could only become a ghost under the blade. Let's find a higher realm demon to try. Lin Ling's Eye of Time appeared. He gave up on the weak demons and searched for a stronger one. Moments later, he used the Mystic Turtle's 9 steps and headed towards a certain direction. On a vast plain, a 10-meter-tall giant sat on the ground. The surroundings were filled with black wild grass. On the wild grass, there were a large number of corpses. They were all human corpses. They should be the Xiandi experts who had died in the hands of the demons. Xian the existence who dominated the world in the past, had turned into white bones today. Just thinking about it made one feel sorrowful. The source of the demon is very strong. It should be Wu Xing's fourth stage realm. Lin Ling appeared on the plain. Black mask and long robe, as mysterious as ever. That giant also saw Lin Ling. This demon was covered in muscles and had 3 heads. He was holding an unknown beast's bone, looking extremely valiant. I hope you can make me use 50% of my ability. Lin Ling spat out a word and pounced over. If he used his full strength, he would naturally be able to kill the other party easily. But he needed to fight now to regain his past state and familiarize himself with his own ability, so he suppressed his ability. Shameless boasting. That giant let out a sky-shaking roar and his body dispersed, turning into a meat mountain. Dragon Claw, strength to uproot mountains and rivers. Lin Ling's energy exploded and was actually stronger than the demon by 1 notch. 1 man and 1 demon battled for 2 hours, and finally Lin Ling raised his ability to 60%. Only then did the demon start to retreat in defeat. But just as Lin Ling was about to kill the demon, a terrifying sense of danger came over which made Lin Ling frown. The black tortoise's 9 steps appeared and disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, a black arrow flew past Lin Ling. If Lin Ling was slower by 1 step, he would have been killed by that arrow. Boom. But after the arrow flew past Lin Ling, it killed the demon and snatched away Lin Ling's merit points. 30 strands of law energy. Lin Ling frowned. That arrow was very strong. It could shoot down everything under the heavens and hit a terrifying law energy. Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance and saw a figure floating in the sky. He was wearing a large cloak and a mask. His eyes looked at Lin Ling with disdain and then disappeared without a trace. Anger filled Lin Ling's heart. He was sure that it was a human. Most importantly, that person wanted to kill him as well. Of course, that person didn't want to kill Lin Ling. His goal was to snatch the merit points. Killing Lin Ling was just a matter of convenience, as if Lin Ling was an ant. And now, all the humans were killing the demon. But that person didn't distinguish between friend and foe and even launched a sneak attack. How could Lin Ling not be angry? Disdainful eyes? Lin Ling thought of that person's eyes when he left. It was as if that person was telling Lin Ling that you're very lucky to have avoided my arrow. As a reward, you can live. Don't let me find you. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although the demon race was invading, there were still many scum in the human world. They weren't worried about the human world. Instead, they were excited about the demon race's invasion because that was the stage for their massacre. And towards such people, Lin Ling absolutely dared to kill them. If they don't offend me, I won't offend them. Lin Ling once again embarked on his journey. But after killing several demons, Lin Ling once again met with people who wanted to snatch his merit points. Apparently, there were many powerful Xian. Their ambition wasn't to stop the demon race's invasion but to seize the opportunity to snatch more merit points. In front of a snake man that Lin Ling was about to slay, several figures descended. These people were all dressed extremely elegantly, and their strength was not weak either. They had all reached the 5th level of the martial saint realm, and one of them had even attained the divinity realm. Which alliance are you from? After they appeared, the 7 of them looked at Lin Ling indifferently. One of them pondered for a moment and said, I'm the ancient Ji family's flip Xian. Answer me. Although this person was Wu Sheng 5th stage realm, he had obviously cultivated for a long time, so his strength was comparable to the crystal 7 talents. Looks like he's not from the alliance. Otherwise, he would have answered by now. I'll give you 2 choices. Scram. 2. Chapter 1882. North Immortal Emperor's men in their eyes. The young man in front of them was wearing a black mask and a black robe, giving off a mysterious feeling. However, his cultivation realm was not high, so he was not worth their concern. Lin Ling was also looking at them. Other than the experts of the ancient Ji family, he could feel the power of faith. The others gave him a different feeling. Suddenly, he guessed that these were the experts of the saint's great domain. If you want to kill the devil race, do it yourself. What's the point of robbing others? Lin Ling spat out a sentence. His mood was getting worse and worse because this was the second time he had been robbed. What made him speechless was that with his strength, he didn't even try to rob others, but others had come to rob him. Are you trying to reason with me? In this world, strength determines everything. Don't think that ants like you can do whatever you want just because the devil race is invading. Let me tell you, I'm one of the 4 great immortal royal families of the Saint's great domain, Bei Moi Sien Di of the North Immortal Emperor. The man in the lead shouted coldly, You should have heard of my name, so you only have 3 breaths of time to scram. Bei Moi Sien Di? Lin Ling frowned and spat out another sentence, causing the 7 people present to be stunned. Where did this little cat and puppy come from? I don't know them. I only know that you have 3 breaths of time. Before my anger erupts, scram immediately or die. The 7 people were furious when they heard the word die. Bei Moi Sien Di was a genius who was stronger than the Crystal 7 talents. Because his talent was not weak, and he had cultivated for a longer time. As for the North Immortal Emperor, he was also a giant in the mortal world. The only difference was that they only ruled over the Saint's great domain. But now, a person of unknown origin was telling them to scram. How arrogant! What an ignorant junior! I can see that you've cultivated for less than 500 years and to have such a cultivation is considered rare. Whereas I, Bei Moi Sien Di, have cultivated for 1,000 years and my ability is exceedingly powerful. You're the first person who dares to ask me to scram and your ability is merely Wu Sheng 3rd degree realm. After Bei Moi Sien Di got angry, he also smiled calmly. It was his first time coming to the mortal world. He didn't expect that the mortal world was full of arrogant warriors who couldn't see through him. Scram! Lin Ling's anger grew stronger and stronger. This time, he growled again, telling the other party that he was telling him to get lost. This time, Bei Moi Sien Di could no longer smile. His face darkened. As for the others, their expressions changed drastically. This young man is dead for sure. You will die a horrible death. Although your cultivation time is shorter than mine, even if you have cultivated for a longer time, you are still not my opponent. The Northern Celestial Talisman Palm. Countless mysterious runes appeared and turned into a resplendent palm. Then, it slapped towards Lin Ling. At this moment, his first grade god rank talent also exploded. This Bei Moi Sien Di indeed had some skills, because he possessed over 50 strands of the laws. Arrogant words. The mortal world is invaded by the demon race because there are too many ignorant people like him. That ancient Ji family's Sien Di snorted. Moreover, as the mortal world Sien Di, not only did he not help Lin Ling, he actually spoke up for the people from Saint's great territory. Most importantly, he blamed the demon race's invasion on Lin Ling as if he was complaining that there were too many trash like Lin Ling in the mortal world. Unfortunately, if he thought that Lin Ling was trash, then he was worse than trash. Lin Ling disdained to talk nonsense. Dense killing intent exploded from his body. A dragon claw appeared and a terrifying force collided with the giant palm. What surprised Lin Ling was that when he swung his dragon claw, there was a mysterious force that slowed down his speed. It was as if his dragon claw was entangled by countless threads. Bei Moi Sien Di's god rank talent was a little strange. No, it was those runes. But against Lin Ling's 2 god rank talents, what was the use of those runes? Pa. Power exploded and the invisible bindings were all broken. Under the dragon claw, the giant palm was shattered. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling was only Wu Sheng's 3rd degree realm, while Bei Moi Sien Di was Wu Sheng's 5th degree realm. Moreover, he had a 1st grade god rank talent. But in their first confrontation, Bei Moi Sien Di didn't have the upper hand? This was too fake. Who are you? Bei Moi Sien Di's expression congealed. He didn't expect his attack to be so easily dispelled by the opponent. You can't win, so you ask who I am? Can you be any more childish? You are Sien Di who has cultivated for 1,000 years while I am Sien Di who has cultivated for less than 500 years. You want to say that even if you have cultivated for a short time, I am not your opponent. But let me tell you now, even if you have cultivated for 1,000 years, I will still kill you. Lin Ling took a step forward and his voice was filled with ridicule and coldness. Arrogant, I underestimated you previously. Now I will show you my full strength, rune world. Bei Moi Xiandi's expression turned even uglier. Numerous runes appeared and formed a mysterious world. Being in the world of runes, Lin Ling felt as though he was in water and couldn't move at all. Ha, my talent can lock down everything. In front of me, how can you be arrogant? Bei Moi Xiandi laughed out loud. Kill him, this person dares to steal our merit points. Don't let him live. The others were also in high spirits. Moreover, they said that Lin Ling stole their merit points. Perhaps they thought that the devil they saw belonged to them. If others attacked, it meant that they wanted to steal it. Scum! Lin Ling's black mask emitted a cold light. He was sure that the number of Xiandi who died in the hands of these people was not small. These people were all scum. You think your world of laws is very powerful? In front of me you are too weak. Break for me. Lin Ling held the sword hilt and the crystal sword finally appeared. He slashed out fiercely and with a crack, the runes were split into two. 100 Dao laws. Bei Moi Xiandi and the others were stunned. It was too scary. The other party was only Wu Xing's third stage realm, but the number of Dao laws was comparable to Wu Xing's sixth stage realm. When did the human realm have such a terrifying monster? Flipping Xiandi's expression changed drastically. He knew many powerful Xiandi, but he wasn't familiar with the person in front of him. In fact, even if Lin Ling took off his mask, he didn't think that mad god Lin Ling was so strong. After all, Lin Ling had been in seclusion for a year. Although his strength was not bad, there weren't many people in the human realm who knew what kind of limit he had reached. Only when he was in the human realm prison did Eternal Fairy and the others know. Go to hell, scum! Lin Ling held the ancient sword in his hand and slashed out fiercely. I am one of the North Celestial Emperor's men. Now that the devil race is invading, you attack your own people. Do you want to offend the human race? Seeing that dazzling sword, Bei Moi Xiandi was shocked. Unfortunately, his words were filled with sarcasm. When they killed people, they didn't say that they had offended the human race. Therefore, Lin Ling's sword didn't stop. Instead, it became even more determined. Swoosh! With one slash, Bei Moi Xiandi's head flew up and blood spurted from his neck. He pointed at Lin Ling and fell down before he could say anything. The others' expressions changed drastically. After the shock, Xiandi from the Great Saint Realm turned green with anger. You are crazy. You dare to kill Bei Moi Xiandi. If the North Celestial Emperor knows about this, how are we going to answer to him? You must go to the highest Deacon Palace in the human realm and surrender yourself. Otherwise, we will not rest until you die. Chapter 1883. Snatch Lin Ling laughed. He had never seen such a tyrannical and foolish person. He was too lazy to say more. Die. You dare. Die. Inform Emperor Bei Moi immediately. Die. Those people roared angrily, took out their jade tokens, and notified the others. But just as they finished, they raised their heads to look at Lin Ling. Only then did they realize that the demon-masked youth in front of them was like a dark angel, making them feel as if they had done something wrong. Instantly, they calmed down and felt fear in their hearts. The other party had the strength to kill them, but not only were they not afraid, they even reprimanded the other party and brought out their backer. This was an action of courting death. I have never seen such shameless people like you. You snatched my merit points and wanted to kill me. I resisted, but you are angry? The one who should be angry should be me. Lin Ling walked forward step by step. He was wearing a black robe and was decisive in killing. Plop. Those people all knelt down. Sir, we're sorry. We were impulsive before. You have to pay the price for being impulsive. Lin Ling raised his sword, causing those people to turn pale. Were they all going to die? Before you die, do you dare to say who you are? At least let us know who killed us. That Xiandi seemed to know that he couldn't escape death. He looked up at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling also looked at him. The reason why I wear a mask is because I know many people want to harm me. However, that doesn't include you because you don't have the strength to do so. As for who I am Mad God Lin Ling. It's you. That Xiandi's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling had grown to such a stage? One had to know that during the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's birthday celebration, there were rumors that Lin Ling should be stronger than the Crystal 7 talents. However, it was still a guess. Now, the facts proved everything. Lin Ling, you're growing too fast. Flipping Sky Xiandi also knew why Lin Ling was wearing a mask. If Lin Ling wasn't wearing a mask, then the ancient Ji clan would have killed Lin Ling without a doubt. Thanks for the compliment. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. Several heads flew out, and blood splattered onto Lin Ling's face, causing him to shake his head. The blood of scum really stinks. Then he collected all the merit points recorded on the jade tokens of these people and touched them to his own jade token. Instantly, all the merit points were obtained by Lin Ling. 500,000 merit points? So many? These guys have snatched a lot of merit points. As expected of scum. Lin Ling spat out these words in disdain. Not only did he not feel guilty for killing these people, he felt extremely carefree instead. This was because these people had done all sorts of evil. They had taken advantage of the chaos of this era to steal from the dead. However, if they could steal from the dead, why couldn't Lin Ling do the same? With Lin Ling's personality, if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. Stealing from innocent people was something he couldn't do, but stealing from ruthless and tyrannical people was something he would be happy to do. Then in the Sky Cloud Forest, Lin Ling was like a ghost, constantly killing demons. At the same time, he encountered the ancient Ji clan, Xinyuan clan, and Xiandi from the Sky clan. He stole all of their merit points. These people were his enemies. If he was weak, then they wouldn't have minded killing him. Then, Lin Ling would definitely have taken the initiative to gain the upper hand. And as he sensed his merit points crazily rising, Lin Ling was overjoyed. These were massive cultivation resources. The demons here are endless. It seems that it's impossible to stop them from opening the void enchantment. However, this has nothing to do with me. My goal is to accumulate merit points and find the archer who launched the sneak attack. I want to see if he can show me that disdainful look again when I appear in front of him. Lin Ling secretly thought to himself as he observed the entire battlefield. He discovered that the Xiandi that entered here all had alliances. Some were strong, some were weak. This reminded him of a year ago when the Xiandi gathered at Heavenly Witch Mountain. At that time, they were discussing about alliances. But what left Lin Ling speechless was that these Xiandi alliances weren't interested in stopping the enchantment in the void. Their goal was to accumulate merit points. However, all of this was as Lin Ling had imagined. And at this moment, in a large grassland, there were flames, lightning, ice, and snow raging on the ground. A large number of Xiandi alliances gathered there. They were staring at a fallen ice devil black flame dragon and confronting each other. This ice devil black flame dragon was one of the strongest clans in the demon race. Its only flaw was that its intelligence was very low. So the Xiandi joined forces and defeated it. However, when it came to who should kill the demon, the Xiandi apparently had different opinions. Lin Ling was like a black messenger, staring at the Xiandi arguing from afar. He couldn't help but laugh. The ice devil black flame dragon was equivalent to Wu Sheng's 6th degree realm power. If he used all his strength, he could also kill it. But he didn't expect that he would take advantage of the situation. Stop arguing, these merit points belong to me. While everyone was arguing, Lin Ling was like an emperor descending. With the ancient sword in his hand, he slashed down viciously. Boom boom boom. With one slash, the ice devil black flame dragon was killed by Lin Ling. Everyone was stunned. This person was so domineering. They spent a lot of effort to defeat the demon race, but this person directly snatched the merit points. This was too abominable. You, how dare you? One of the Xiandi alliance members pointed at Lin Ling and said, "Hee, the merit points belong to the capable." Standing on the huge ice devil black flame dragon, Lin Ling's black mask emitted a cold light, which made the eyes of many Xiandi alliance members twinkle. They had heard of this person before. He was a lone ranger with great strength and had snatched many of Xiandi's merit points. Sir, this demon was killed by everyone. Aren't you afraid of provoking everyone's anger by snatching the merit points by yourself? A woman walked out and said craftily. Her words were very clever. She didn't dare to provoke Lin Ling alone, so she used the entire alliance to suppress Lin Ling. If I remember correctly, you are Xian Di from the Xianyuan clan. Is your alliance very clean? In the east, 5 Xian Di died. They are from the same alliance, so it should be your alliance that killed them. And you, not long ago, you snatched the merit points of 15 demons. Why didn't you say you were domineering at that time? Only the government can set fire, but not the common people. You are simply slapping your own face. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. His long hair was also fluttering, which made the faces of the Xian Di who were talking turn ugly. Lin Ling's words were not wrong. If they were the dominant force, they would have already swallowed the merit points. It was because they were afraid of the other party's strength that they used righteousness to reprimand him. So, strength is everything. If you want to blame others, you should at least do it yourself. Of course, if there is anyone who is not convinced, come out. After laughing wildly, Lin Ling let out a roar. Others snatched the merit points first, so he naturally wouldn't show mercy. Silence. The surroundings were silent. No one dared to speak because they had all heard of this ghost mask Lone Ranger. According to what they knew, this Lone Ranger's strength was extremely terrifying. Wu Sheng rarely had any opponents in the 5th degree realm. Perhaps only Wu Sheng, who was in the 6th degree realm, could defeat him. But here in the Xian Di Alliance, there was no one who was in the 6th degree realm like Wu Sheng. Who is not convinced? Chapter 1884. Xian Di's Alliance, sir, don't be too arrogant. Finally, someone couldn't endure it any longer. It was an immortal emperor from the Grand Sage region. After he walked out, everyone in the alliance stared at him with anticipation, because they had never personally witnessed the strength of this Lone Ranger before. But now, they would be able to personally witness it. I'm Wu Sheng, a 5th stage realm cultivator with a 1st grade divine rank talent. Others may be afraid of you, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Let's fight for 300 rounds. Xian Di shouted coldly. Of course, although he seemed to be challenging Lin Ling, he was actually summoning more people from the alliance. At that time, no matter how strong the lone warrior was, he wouldn't be able to fight against so many people. 9 steps of the black tortoise. However, just as he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed and a sword hung on his neck. You lost. Everyone heard this sentence. Was it over just like that? Weren't they going to fight for 300 rounds? Xian Di's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Ling whispered in his ear, "Which alliance are you from?" "Feather Alliance." Xian Di replied subconsciously. "Very well, all Xian Di from your Feather Alliance, hand over your jade tokens." Lin Ling said something that shocked everyone. Snatching battle merits wasn't considered overbearing. Robbing them of their battle merits, this was the real tyranny. Xian Di was so angry that his body trembled. Everyone from his alliance was furious and looked at Xian Di with resentment. It was because of him that everyone had to give up their gains. If you don't hand it over in 3 breaths, kill. Lin Ling's voice turned cold. After the incident in Sky Cloud Forest, he knew that he couldn't rely on others. He could only rely on himself. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't be afraid of the invasion of the demon race. If he relied on others, they would only betray him. Li Xiaoyao used to guard the 3 realms, but after he disappeared, who remembered him? Shang Qianshi and the others guarded the mortal world, but in exchange, they were imprisoned for 10,000 years. Therefore, this time, Lin Ling would definitely not be cannon fodder, nor would he be the vanguard. If he really wanted to protect, he would protect the people he should protect, not these selfish people. Okay. Me too. After pondering for a moment, the Xian Di Alliance handed over their jade plates. They knew that this Lone Ranger was not a soft-hearted person. Lin Ling waved his left hand, and all the jade tablets floated over. He was overjoyed. It was another great harvest. Thank you for your contribution points. I know that you hate me, but I can tell you that when you are strong enough, you can come and find me. The big fish eats the small fish, and the small fish eats the shrimps. This is the law of Sky Cloud Forest. As for those pretentious words, I can tell you that if you are working hard for the mortal world, I will help you, and I will even be the vanguard. But since you are all selfish, then I'm sorry, but if I want to be cruel, I will be even crueler than you. Get out of here. Lin Ling kicked the CND Alliance away, causing the CND Alliance to roll on the ground like a gourd. In the end, he was so angry that his face turned pale. The other CND Alliance members were obviously shocked by Lin Ling's means. Sir, you seem to be a lone ranger. At this moment, an old man walked out and bowed to Lin Ling. Lin Ling raised his eyebrows and looked at the old man in confusion. Why don't you join our alliance? The old man stated his purpose, causing the other alliance members' expressions to change. That fellow's speed was too fast. He actually tried to recruit a lone ranger. All the alliances were unwilling to accept this. Lone rangers were strong, and if they joined, then they wouldn't need to fear anyone in Sky Cloud Forest. Sir, if you join us, I can guarantee that you will get 80% of the contribution points. Join us. We have Wu Sheng, who is a 5th degree realm top genius, and even more powerful seniors. Joining us will definitely be beneficial. Our alliance's backing is Wu Sheng, who is a 6th degree realm expert. One by one, the alliances opened their mouths, causing Lin Ling to be startled. This time in Sky Cloud Forest, he was here to be the bad guy, but who knew that these scum were really despicable? The more vicious they were, the more they feared them. One had to say that even the devil was afraid of the bad guys. Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the few CND from the ancient Ji family. You said that your alliance has Wu Sheng, who is a 6th degree realm CND? That's right, sir, join us. Those few CND alliance members instantly became complacent, as if they had already recruited Lin Ling. Wu Sheng is a 6th degree realm expert. Is he very powerful? Too bad, I don't like to be with scum. I'm sorry, all of you are eliminated. Lin Ling sneered. If the ancient Ji family knew that their CND alliance was recruiting him, he wondered how angry they would be. Scum? Those CND alliance members were instantly infuriated, feeling that Lin Ling was toying with them. Join us. Not only will you get 80% of the merit points, most importantly, all the rewards here will belong to you. The other CND alliance members shouted again, while the first old man's face turned gloomy. Their alliance had suffered heavy losses. Not only had their strongest CND left, he had also brought many CND alliance members with him. Without any strong experts to hold the fort, their alliance would be eradicated anytime. That was why he wanted to recruit Lin Ling, but facing the competition from the other alliances, he had no bargaining chip to take out. But at this moment, Lin Ling looked at the old man instead, because Lin Ling also saw that this old man was seriously injured, and many people in their alliance were also injured. He asked, "What alliance are you from, and who are your people?" Seeing this, the surroundings became silent. Many CND alliance members revealed an envious look, and then said craftily, "Hee hee, Your Excellency, they are from the Purple Alliance. They were very strong at the beginning, but unfortunately, some people in the alliance were too unsightly, so all the strong experts left, and now they have only themselves to blame. Moreover, the old, young, women, and children are all injured. Joining their alliance is equivalent to carrying a burden. Your Excellency, please think thrice. It's just a useless alliance." Lin Ling ignored the voices around, still looking at the old man, and the old man smiled bitterly. "They are right, our alliance is about to collapse at any time. 2/3 of the strong experts left, and the rest are also seriously injured, but this is not because we are unsightly, but because someone betrayed us, and that person is the strong expert who was in charge of our alliance in the past. Hee hee, if you haven't done anything wrong in your life, why are you afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night? You are saying that people betrayed you. It's better to say that you are too greedy." Many people sneered, making the old man grit his teeth. In the past, when their alliance was strong, these people did not dare to say such things. They could only say that everyone kicks a man who is down. "Who is in your alliance?" Lin Ling asked again. Although he did not want to join the alliance, he sympathized with the old man, so he wanted to know if there were any enemies in the other party's alliance. There are not many people left, the strong forces have all left, and only the newcomers are left. A few managers are still around, including Lin Yanchen, Mu Tian, and Lu Susu. The old man said bitterly. What? Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. It was actually an alliance of female profiteers. Chapter 1885. Purple Alliance, Your Excellency, join them? Your Excellency, you must know that those managers are all seriously injured. If you join them, it's equivalent to leading a bunch of trash. All the alliances were shocked, not understanding why Lin Ling chose to join the Purple Alliance. What does it have to do with you? Whoever dares to blabber, hand over the jade token. Yes. Lin Ling looked coldly at the people around him. The more he looked, the more disgusted he felt. He guessed that Lu Susu's alliance must have been very strong in the beginning, so these alliances respected her. But after Lu Susu's decline, these people hit her when she was down. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone fell silent, not daring to speak. And that old man was agitated, not understanding how he managed to recruit such a strong person to join them. Bring me to them. Yes. Without further ado, Lin Ling followed the old man and left. Along the way, Lin Ling roughly knew the whole story. It turned out that when the Purple Alliance was first established, it was in the limelight and was seen as the alliance with the most potential by the CND. However, due to an accident, the alliance's top experts left, causing the alliance to fall apart. More than 100 CND had left, leaving only a dozen people. Who was the leader of the Purple Alliance in the past? Lin Ling frowned and asked. Wu Sheng, who had the first transition, 5th degree realm expert Yan Yeming. This person had cultivated for 2,000 years and was an ancient genius. His law was extremely strong and he also had the talent of a first-grade god rank. That old man said. First transition? Lin Ling frowned. That's right, first transition. As everyone knows, after Wu Sheng reaches the 5th degree realm, as long as he has the cultivation resources, he can step into the 6th degree realm of Wu Sheng. But many strong CND choose the first transition in order to go further in the future, which means to make the origin of void energy stronger. A successful first transition can give birth to 10 laws. If he steps into the 6th degree realm of Wu Sheng, every time his origin of power increases, he can give birth to 2 laws. The old man said. Lin Ling also knew what the first transition was. There were even second and third transitions. It was said that if the third transition was successful, then one's realm would increase by 10 laws. And in the future, there was a high chance of stepping into the martial emperor realm and becoming an emperor. Yan Yeming met a few strong CND from the Xinyuan family and left with them in the end. Finally, the old man sighed softly. Lin Ling silently assessed. Currently, he possessed more than 50 strands of the power of law. The peerless divine sword could also support him with 50 strands of the power of law. In total, he had more than 100 strands of the power of law. Furthermore, these strands of the power of law were not weak. If he were to encounter a first transition martial saint, he had the confidence to fight. Of course, Lin Ling did not underestimate the other party. Because the other party had cultivated for a long time, he could crush many CND. Rumble. After a long time, a transparent crystal pagoda appeared in front of them. It suppressed the ground and in the pagoda, a large number of demons were roaring. Damn bastards. They had left but they came back and attacked Miss and the others. Seeing the scene in the distance, the old man's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling could also tell that the crystal pagoda contained the power of laws. It had about 60 laws and could trap others. Most importantly, the trapped ones were fiends. Clearly, the person who had attacked was very sinister, attempting to make the fiends kill the people in the pagoda. Let's go! Lin Ling took the Mystic Turtle's 9 steps and rushed forward. At this moment, the sacred crystal pagoda was emitting a dazzling light. The laws were extremely powerful. Lin Yanchen, block that side. Be careful. In the pagoda, a large number of voices rang out. It was like a battlefield. Dozens of warriors were resisting the demons. There were a total of 50 to 60 demons and they were not weak. Demonic aura surged and their killing cries filled the sky. Previously, they had been patrolling everywhere and then encountered these humans. Most importantly, these humans were severely injured. Moreover, someone had activated the crystal pagoda and trapped these humans here. This made it easier for them to kill these humans. Go to hell. A demon tore a CND into two halves. The rest of the people shouted, their eyes red. Today, they would not be able to escape this calamity. It was Yen Yeming. This person had betrayed them and left. Who knew that he would return? When they were in danger, he used the laws to trap them. His goal was naturally to kill them at the hands of the demons. Sister Lu Susu, it seems like we will not be able to escape today. However, we can't die without knowing why. Those bastards from the Xinyuan family, Yen Yeming, and the people from the Divine Marquis residence must know about their evil deeds. Therefore, all of us will protect you and leave this place. A voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to turn to a woman in a long robe. She had an enchanting figure, but her face was pale and she could not walk properly. Even her legs seemed to be injured. The woman smiled bitterly. She looked pitiful and beautiful. She shook her head and said, "Look at me. Can I leave this place?" When they heard the woman's words, everyone's faces fell. They were all injured and trapped. How could they leave? Damn it. If I was strong enough, I wouldn't be afraid of them. Sister Yanchen, Sister Susu, and the rest wouldn't have died here. One of the CND said angrily, hating himself for being too weak. It's not your fault. Before Yen Yeming betrayed us, he had already ambushed us. How could we have defended ourselves then? The woman called Lin Yanchen shook her head and looked into the distance. The demons were getting closer and closer, their demonic aura filling the sky. Hey, little beauty, if you fall into my hands, you will suffer a fate worse than death. The demon's tyrannical voice rang out, causing Lu Susu and the rest to tremble. In the end, they gritted their teeth. They knew that the demons were cruel and ruthless. If they fell into their hands, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Sister Susu, I will make a move first. Lin Yanchen's beautiful eyes flashed with determination. Lu Susu finally nodded. But at this moment, the giant crystal tower that was like a barrier began to sway. A sword slashed down from the sky, and countless beautiful worlds appeared. The giant tower was actually split apart by the sword, and after a loud rumble, all the power of laws scattered. Then, a figure in a black robe walked over slowly like a dark angel. At that moment, no one knew whether it was a demon or a human. Lu Susu and the rest were shocked. As for the demons, they were also stunned. However, soon they began to roar wildly. Although they didn't know whether it was a human or a demon, it was obvious that this person had interrupted their good deed. Because the crystal pagoda had been destroyed, all the humans had been freed. Kill! Many demons rushed towards the dark angel. Be careful! Yes! Lu Susu instinctively opened her Hongyan mouth. These demons weren't weak. Each of them was comparable to Wu Xing's fifth realm. If they were in the human world, they would be a disaster. However, in everyone's eyes, this person seemed to be unaware of the strength of the demons. He walked forward with an ancient sword in his hand, like a peerless sword god. 50 dimensions. With a slash of the sword, all the demons were split into two. They were unstoppable. So powerful. Who is he? Chapter 1886. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios join. Your strength is not bad, but do you think you can stop all of us by yourself? Devouring heaven and earth. A demon venerable roared and transformed into a huge black mouth. It descended from the sky and tried to swallow the cold man. Dodge! Lu Susu and the rest were anxious, but in their eyes, the dark angel was still walking forward fearlessly. Rumble! The huge mouth swallowed the man, causing Lu Susu and the rest to turn pale. However, in the next moment, a dragon roared and a never-before-seen dragon claw appeared in front of them. The dragon claw had 10 claws, and with a vicious swipe, the huge mouth was torn apart. Seeing this, Lu Susu and the rest were numb. 80-dimensional space. Another cold shout was heard. The sword light turned into a sword arc, as if it was going to destroy the world, causing a rain of blood on the ground. All the demon clan members fell. In less than half an hour, the cruel and merciless demon clan members were turned into ashes. This scene was like a dream. What a strong strength. This person seems to be in Wu Xing's third stage. He has too many laws and they are all very strong. Could he be a first transition expert in Wu Xing? That's impossible. Only a cultivator of the fifth layer of the martial sacred realm can achieve the first rotation. Everyone in Xiandi mumbled to themselves. It was no wonder that they were shocked, because the strength of this person was comparable to the former number one in the Purple Alliance. "Miss, are you all right?" At this moment, another person came from behind. It was the old man. "Uncle Fu." Everyone shouted. Uncle Fu was a servant of a big shot, but he had been with him for a long time, so his strength was at the level of Xiandi. "He is the helper I invited, and he wants to join our alliance." The old man came in front of everyone and said happily. Previously, he had seen Lin Ling kill the demon clan members alone and break the terrifying power of the laws. This meant that he was right to invite this person. This also meant that the outside world's understanding of this Lone Ranger was only on the surface. This Lone Ranger was still hiding his strength. He wants to join us? The Purple Alliance is declining, and he is willing to join us. This is great. Everyone was overjoyed. After all, the strength of the newcomer was obvious to all of them. How could they not be happy that such a person was willing to lower himself to join them? At this moment, Lin Ling was standing 10 meters away, looking at the crowd with a faint smile. However, his black mask was somewhat cold, giving people the feeling that he was a proud swordsman. Only Lu Susu stared at Lin Ling. She thought of the huge sword and the dragon claw. A familiar figure appeared in her mind, but she was not sure. After all, this angel-like man was much stronger than that person. As for the great sword and the dragon claw, there were countless martial artists in this world, and he wasn't the only one who used the great sword. "Thank you for saving my life." Lu Susu walked over to Lin Ling with her long and slender legs and bowed slightly. At the moment when she lowered her body, her snow-white skin was faintly discernible. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. "Thank you for your help." The others also hurried over to pay their respects. However, they were somewhat in awe of Lin Ling. "It's just a small matter." Lin Ling replied indifferently. Everyone laughed and asked curiously, "May I know why you joined our alliance?" In fact, they had been curious about this question for a long time. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said thoughtfully, "To return a favor to someone." His gaze finally fell on Lu Susu, and he frankly told everyone his purpose of coming here. "Sister Susu?" Everyone's expression changed drastically. They couldn't help but look at Lu Susu with gratitude. If it wasn't for her, this mysterious expert wouldn't have come. Lu Susu was also stunned and blushed. However, she stared at Lin Ling and asked telepathically, "Little guy, it's you, right? Are you Lin Ling, the mad god?" "Lord Lu, you have a good eye," Lin Ling admitted with a smile. Lu Susu's heart trembled. She was inexplicably moved. When she was at the end of her rope, the person who saved her was actually a junior. She couldn't help but feel like she was dreaming. In the past, this junior was very weak. Because of a deal with her, they had interacted several times. Because of that, as long as she had the ability, she, Lu Susu, would help this junior. And now, this junior had spread his wings and soared high. His strength had already surpassed her. That kind of feeling was like watching her own brother grow up step by step and finally protect her. "This time, I won't pay you for protecting me." Lu Susu suddenly smiled and her eyes were a little moist. "I knew it." Lin Ling shrugged. It was impossible to let this profiteer suffer a loss. Lu Susu suddenly smiled even more happily. Her smile was even more charming and moving. The expressions of the others changed drastically. Sister Susu really knew this man. They couldn't help but look at Lu Susu curiously. "A friend of mine, in the past, made a deal with me and owed me a lot of money. So, he will use his life to repay me." Lu Susu suddenly smiled when she saw everyone's gaze. She was very smart, so she didn't expose Lin Ling's identity. because she guessed that Lin Ling must have his own reasons for wearing a mask. In fact, now, it didn't matter whether Lin Ling wore a mask or not. He just wore a mask at the beginning, so naturally he would wear it forever. However, Lu Susu's words made Lin Ling's pupils constrict. When did he owe Lu Susu money? And when did she say that he would use his life to repay her? She was indeed a profiteer. Someone is a man of his words. He will definitely not go back on his words. Lu Susu said again. Then you can follow me for a lifetime. I will slowly repay you. Lin Ling replied helplessly. He didn't mean it, but it made Lu Susu freeze on the spot. In an instant, her beautiful face turned even redder. The others were also secretly laughing. Following him for a lifetime was equivalent to marrying him, wasn't it? At that moment, Lu Susu suddenly lost her balance and fainted. However, Lin Ling immediately sensed it. He took a step forward and quickly carried this enchanting woman. When he glanced at her, he frowned. Lu Susu was indeed seriously injured. He looked at the rest and realized that all of them were seriously injured. There was a mysterious law wreaking havoc in their bodies. It was our former leader, Yen Yeming. We found the Emperor's horoscope map here. That guy wanted to keep it for himself, so he betrayed us and took the map away. The others said immediately. Let's treat our injuries first. Lin Ling shook his head. Our injuries can't be treated at all. That law can enter our hearts and dig out our inner secrets. If we could treat our injuries, we would have killed those demons. Lin Yanchen sighed. The law of the person who attacked them was extremely strange. He could hurt them and turn them into mental illnesses. Senior Lone Ranger, can you help them? Uncle Fu hurriedly looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. Although he had followed the big shots for many years and had seen a lot, he instinctively thought that this mysterious man had a way to treat them. You guys are lucky to have met me. Chapter 1887. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Divine Marquee Mansion. What? You can heal us? Lin Yanchen and the rest were shocked. Who was this person? How did he possess such power? They couldn't help but feel grateful to Lu Susu. If it weren't for her, why would this expert help them? Don't make a fuss. This is just a small injury. Of course, I need to pay for my help. Let Lu Susu repay the favor. Just give me some merit points. Lin Ling said softly. Then, he carried Lu Susu to the foot of a quiet mountain and began to treat her. After some time, Lu Susu woke up. Her expression changed instantly because she realized that the remnant power of the law in her body had disappeared. All her injuries had healed. She wanted to stand up, but her legs were unstable. Then, she realized that her injury hadn't healed. Her eyes darted around and saw a slender figure standing in front of her. He was looking at her with concern. It was Lin Ling. I've healed everyone in your alliance. However, the remuneration is very high. When you leave this place, you have to pay me back. Lin Ling said. I realize that you're the unscrupulous one. Lu Susu rolled her eyes. However, Lin Ling stared at her slender legs and said, You were hit by an arrow there. The arrow contains 30 laws and can continuously absorb your vitality. If you don't get rid of the arrow, you won't live long. It's an arrow from the Divine Marquee Mansion. Lu Susu frowned. It should be an archer hiding in the dark. I'm also looking for that guy because he owes me a sword. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. He guessed that it was the person who had attacked him. That person had almost killed Lin Ling and Lu Susu. Naturally, Lin Ling would take revenge. He's not weak. He's Wu Sheng's 6th stage expert. It's said that he has gone through the first transition and has god-level talent. Lu Susu said, In the human world, I'm not afraid of most of the 5th stage experts in Wusheng. However, that person is indeed capable. What's his background? Yes. Lin Ling knew that this person was indeed not simple. He's from the Divine Marquee Mansion of the Great Saint Domain. You should know that there are 4 great immortal emperors in the Great Saint Domain, and the Divine Marquee Mansion is one of them. According to the legends, the Divine Marquee Mansion also belonged to the mortal world in the ancient era. Later on, they were expelled from the mortal world forever. That's why the overall strength of the divine Marquis mansion is comparable to the 9 deacons of the mortal world. Lu Susu frowned. The other party was clearly several times stronger than the Crystal 7 talents. This was because their talents were the same, but the other party had cultivated for a longer period of time. Moreover, he was at the first transition and had more laws. In a battle between powerhouses, if their talents were the same, then they would clash to see who had more laws. No matter who he is, since he dared to kill me, Lin Ling, I will kill him. Lin Ling calmly replied, his words causing Lu Susu to laugh. The little brat of the past was getting stronger and stronger. As expected of the mad god Lin Ling. That's right, what did you experience in the Sky Cloud Forest? I found that you're getting stronger and stronger. Lu Susu asked curiously. I met a lot of Ents and almost lost my boat. Lin Ling sat down and took out a wine flask to drink. His tone was calm, but it caused Lu Susu's heart to tremble. She knew that the mad god Lin Ling was fearless and would not retreat even if the sky fell. But now, Lin Ling actually said that he almost lost his boat. This meant that the situation at that time was very dangerous. What made them even more speechless was that Lin Ling was able to talk about such a dangerous situation so casually. Hence? Could it be the Cloud Treant? Then, Lu Susu sucked in a breath of cold air. The Cloud Treant, even Wu Sheng, a 7th-stage realm powerhouse, doesn't dare to face it because they can't be killed. Moreover, their strength is very strong and comparable to the laws. You actually came out alive from the hands of the Treant? I didn't come out alive. I killed them. Lin Ling calmly said, causing Lu Susu to be stunned. There was only one word in her heart, abnormal. What about you guys? What did you meet again? Lin Ling did not want to talk about the previous topic, so he asked. Because most of the attempts to seal the void enchantment failed, so we mostly killed demons. We were lucky enough to find the Emperor's horoscope map, but when we were about to go, a scumbag appeared in the Purple Alliance and betrayed us. He went to look for the Emperor's horoscope with other alliances. Lu Susu frowned and her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. Emperor's horoscope? Lin Ling was curious. In the 4 great eras, Emperor Yun's inheritance. This Emperor Yun was a character from the ancient era and he finally fell. He divided his emperor's horoscope into 9 parts and hid them in the human world. But now, we can confirm that it is in the Sky Cloud Forest. It is said that if you can obtain an emperor's horoscope, you will have the majesty of the emperor and your talent will increase by 1 grade. Lu Susu explained. It was harder to increase one's talent than to increase one's cultivation level because it required a lot of resources. However, to increase one's talent, it required the corresponding treasures. The requirements were stricter. The Emperor's horoscope was a way to increase one's talent, but it could only increase one's talent to the divine level. Your Majesty, if you can obtain an Emperor's horoscope, even if it's just one of them, your celestial demon overlord flesh will reach the final layer. At that instant, Elder Z's excited voice could be heard, causing Lin Ling's heart to skip a beat. The reason being that it would require a lot of resources to reach the final layer, thus obtaining an Emperor's horoscope was the easiest way. Has the map been stolen? Lin Ling asked with an anxious look. Lu Susu shrugged her shoulders and giggled. Have you ever seen me lose out in something? Even though the map has been stolen, I still remember it. Hearing this, Lin Ling raised his thumb. We'll each get an Emperor's horoscope. Alright, deal. Lu Susu's smile became even more charming. With Lin Ling around, it was not impossible for her to obtain an Emperor's horoscope. However, she soon frowned, but I'm still injured. It's going to be difficult for me to compete for an Emperor's horoscope. Let's make a deal. Give me 100,000 merit points and I'll make sure you're alive and kicking after tomorrow. Lin Ling laughed, causing Lu Susu's beautiful eyes to narrow. You can even heal here? I realize that you're really omnipotent. Lu Susu's leg had been hit by an arrow, and it was an arrow of law. If that arrow was not removed, Lu Susu would not be able to fight. If she was not strong enough, she would have died soon. However, Lin Ling was very familiar with this kind of treatment. Because that arrow was a boundary immortal weapon, others could not do anything to it, but Lin Ling was not one of them. Lie down. It might hurt a little, but it'll be fine soon. I'll just remove the arrow's barrier. You know about barriers? I know a little. After all, I'm still a one-star barrier master. Lin Ling smiled confidently. However, after Lu Susu lay down, he immediately frowned because the arrow had hit her thigh. Why are you in a daze? Are you shy? Bullshit, I have a son. I've seen everything. How can I be shy? Then do it. Hearing this, Lin Ling's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was not a lustful person, but Lu Susu was a seductress. It would be a lie to say that he did not have any reaction when he saw her fair, jade-like legs. I'm just thinking about how to remove the arrow's barrier. You're overthinking it. Chapter 1888. Realm Breakthrough. Please, the arrow hit my left foot. You kept touching my right foot. Can you pull out the arrow? Or are you trying to take advantage of me? Sure, just give me money. Lu Susu's helpless voice floated out. Lin Ling blushed with shame. He was too nervous. After a long time, Lin Ling pulled out the arrow, left behind the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid, and fled. Rest for a day, we'll set off tomorrow. As Lu Susu watched the slender figure leave, she suddenly smiled seductively like a demon. What a shameless female profiteer. On the other side, Lin Ling played with the arrow in his hand and curled his lips helplessly. However, when he looked at the arrow in his hand, his eyes turned cold. Divine Marquis Mansion. He remembered that he was chased away by Li Xiaoyao. He didn't expect that he would step into the human world again. Moreover, he wanted to kill him, Lin Ling. Archer, I'll find you. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile as he entered the purple mansion to cultivate. This time, he kept plundering merit points and a large amount of heavenly treasures. Therefore, he used this one day to increase his strength again. He knew that there would be a fierce battle coming up. Your Majesty, the limit of the Celestial Devil Overlord body is the 2nd grade of the divine rank. After reaching the limit, as long as your Majesty's cultivation realm increases, you'll be able to reach the same height as the great Emperor Zhai Xing. In the Purple Palace realm, Old Z looked at Lin Ling and said. He sighed in his heart because he had watched Lin Ling grow stronger step by step. Now, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the end of the Purple Palace realm. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He then said, the Celestial Devil Overlord body is reaching the limit. However, I still can't use the underworld flames at full strength. However, this flame talent is definitely not the 1st grade of the divine rank. The underworld flames was of a higher grade than the Celestial Devil Overlord body. After all, it was one of the 10 great divine flames. Therefore, although Lin Ling didn't have more than 10 laws of fire, its power was comparable to 20 laws of fire. The increase in my cultivation level will allow the power of my underworld flames to increase again. This time, it's the martial dais of the Central Earth ranking. I must enter the top 10. Lin Ling was clear that the entire human world was trying to stop the devil race. He couldn't change everything. However, he wanted to dominate the Earth list. After all, rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. No one could soar to the heavens in a single step and become invincible under the heavens. During his 1 year in the Violet Palace realm, Lin Ling had used up all of his treasures, finally stepping into the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm. That source of illusory power within his dantian grew even more mysterious, allowing Lin Ling to possess the power of 4 laws. Lin Ling's Yellow Springs flame was even more powerful, and it could restore 70% of his Yellow Springs army strength. As for the Fiend God Overlord physique, its defense was even stronger now. The majesty of its power was probably the strongest below the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm. Coupled with the power of 50 dimensions, Lin Ling could be said to be truly powerful. The Peerless Sword has 100 dimensions. I can use 80 dimensions now. Adding them all up, Lin Ling's power of laws was comparable to 200. Standing up, Lin Ling left his Zifu. Outside, the devilish qi was still vast and mighty. When Lin Ling found Lu Susu, the latter had already recovered her strength. Lu Susu was actually at the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, and also possessed a talent of the 1st grade of the Divinity realm. However, Lin Ling had the feeling that Lu Susu's strength was probably extremely powerful after just a single transformation. True geniuses would choose the first transition to lay the foundation for the future. The Crystal Seven Talents were the same. Of course, the path of martial arts was never smooth. The power of the first transition was strong. But if the origin of the void failed, the effect would be terrifying. The cultivation would regress and the latter would have no hope of advancing for the rest of their lives. Therefore, only the truly brave would dare to choose the path of the first transition. "You've broken through," Lu Susu said in surprise as she stared at Lin Ling's black mask. After all, it had only been a day and Lin Ling had broken through. This was beyond her imagination. "I was just lucky." Lin Ling smiled faintly. He had obtained so many treasures. If he still couldn't break through, then he wouldn't need to practice martial arts. He had to admit that he had gained a lot from this trip to the Sky Cloud Forest. "Then let's go. There are many alliances looking for the Emperor's horoscope map. We can't be slow." Lu Susu was used to Lin Ling and smiled. Everyone nodded. They had all practiced martial arts for many years and had seen many things. They knew that if they wanted something, they would have to pay a price. Therefore, although this trip was dangerous, they would not miss it. Moreover, Alliance Master Lu Susu had recovered her strength and had the help of a night angel. Their confidence had increased greatly. "Do you know? In the Sky Cloud Forest, you're known as the Night Angel," Lu Susu said with a smile. She knew that even the ancient Ji family and the Shenyuan family wanted to recruit the Night Angel. If they knew that the Night Angel was Mad God Lin Ling, she wondered how they would react. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He didn't really care about the false reputation. However, he was looking forward to the next trip. That was because Lin Ling had fought against the Xian Di, who was stronger than the Crystal Seven Talents. However, Lin Ling hadn't fought against the genius Xian Di who had cultivated for more than 1,000 years. Moreover, Lin Ling had never fought against the first transition Xian Di. Therefore, Lin Ling hoped to fight against them. If he wanted to become stronger, fighting was the best way to do it. As they moved forward, they seemed to be getting closer to the void enchantment boundary. A large number of demons appeared. Similarly, many of the Xian Di alliance were killing the demons. They obviously didn't care about the void enchantment boundary. Their goal was still to obtain merit points. Obviously, they weren't fools. No one wanted to be cannon fodder. "We're almost there." According to the map, there's a historical site after this dense forest. The historical site is the place where the Emperor's horoscope is. Site. Everyone stopped on a hill. Lu Susu looked into the distance and said, it was dark in front of them. The forest was so tall that it reached the clouds. It was pitch black. Birds flew out from time to time, as if there was a terrifying existence in the forest. At the same time, an oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He then shook his head and said, "It seems that there are many people who know about the map. There are many powerful Xian Di alliance in the forest." Sigh. His eye of time saw that the strong people in the forest were all at the 5th degree Wusheng realm. "How do you know?" Lu Susu and the others' faces changed drastically. "I sensed it. However, it's more important to save people now. I saw a few familiar people. I'll go help them." "Help?" Lin Ling's eyes were still looking forward. He suddenly said calmly. In his eye of time, he saw the eternal fairy, the great Buddha, and one of the Crystal Seven Talents. They had formed an alliance. Moreover, they hadn't encountered any demons. Instead, they were entangled by other alliances. Then, they shot towards the ancient forest. In the Sky Cloud Forest, the strong people of Xian Di realm didn't care about the 3 great legends of the mortal realm. They only cared about alliances. Therefore, even if they were under the same legend, they might attack each other. In the depths of the forest, the atmosphere was oppressive. A large number of strong people had gathered there. Moreover, the 4 alliances were the strongest among all the alliances. They were called the Heaven Alliance, the Sanctuary Alliance, the Slayer Alliance, and the Wings Alliance. They came from various forces. There was the Sky Clan, the Fire Clan, the Ancient Ji family, and the powerful alliance formed by the Great Saint Regions. Chapter 1889. Recruiting Alliance Experts. Kill anyone who comes. Kill. Endless darkness engulfed the forest. A large number of Xiendi were invaded by the darkness and gradually turned into white bones. No one could stop the attacks of the four great alliances because the strength of the experts of these alliances was slightly stronger. They were ranked in the top 50 of the Central Earth ranking. Therefore, when the weaker alliances stepped into this place, they would be completely reshuffled. Wait, let's leave immediately. Kill. Many of the alliances chose to retreat. If you come, you will die. Kill. A man in black sneered. He opened his hands and countless bats flew out. If one looked closely, those bats were formed by a law. If one was bitten by the bats, the void energy in one's dantian would wither. Unless one had a divine-level talent, it would be difficult to escape death. How terrifying! Is that the Xiendi expert from the Saint's Great Domain? Kill! That's the Black Bat King. Kill! The crowd trembled with fear. They couldn't leave even if they wanted to. It seemed that the only outcome was death. What made them angry was that the people from the Sky Alliance, Holy Alliance, and Wings Alliance were watching with folded arms. Among those people, many of them were their senior brothers. Let's kill them. The Emperor horoscope is about to appear, and it's going to appear at the boundary of the void. It's likely that the powerful demon tribe will appear soon, so let's get rid of those who are in our way. Someone from the four great alliances said calmly. Remember, their deaths will be blamed on the demon clan. Another person said. This made the faces of the people in the forest pale. They never thought that there would be a day like this. The mighty Xiendi was like an ant in front of them. Just as they were about to attack, a large number of people came from the forest. Many people looked over and their faces changed slightly. The Purple Alliance. One of the most powerful alliances in the past. They actually came. The four great alliances were extremely surprised. Didn't the Purple Alliance collapse? How could they come here? Moreover, this place was occupied by the experts of the Central Earth ranking. The Purple Alliance came here to die. He, the highest Deacon Palace of the human realm, sent us here to stop the devil race. It's a pity that some people don't care about the devil race. Instead, they only care about themselves and want to take the treasure for themselves. Lu Susu's tender voice rang out, causing countless people to look at her. The people from the four great alliances sneered. They weren't in a hurry. They wanted to see what Lu Susu had to say because in their hearts, Lu Susu was only ranked in the 40s on the Central Earth ranking. She wasn't worth mentioning. Lu Susu didn't look at the people from the four alliances. She looked at the other alliances. The mortal world is facing a great calamity. Everyone is only concerned about themselves. But now that the Monarch horoscope has appeared, why should they be the ones to obtain it? Shouldn't such a treasure belong to the capable? They're blocking the way here and killing anyone who enters the forest without mercy. This is too domineering. They're treating us like ants. Therefore, I think that we should form an alliance and fight against the four great alliances. Following Lu Susu's last words, the entire forest fell silent. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. All the alliances should form an alliance? Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Lu Susu was indeed a profiteer. She was able to gather people's hearts with just a few words. The Purple Alliance was declining, but if these alliances joined, the Purple Alliance would instantly rise. From an alliance that was about to be eliminated, it would quickly become one of the strongest alliances. Only Lu Susu had such ability. The people from the four great alliances' faces turned ugly. They had never expected Lu Susu to be so powerful. Lu Susu is right. They're trying to kill us. Our alliance alone is no match for them. So, why not form an alliance? If we join the Purple Alliance, we can at least protect ourselves. But, if we join the Purple Alliance, will we be part of it from now on? Voices of discussion drifted out from the forest. Some of the Xiendi people were from ancient families and some were from the three great legends of the human realm. But now, they had to listen to the Purple Alliance? One had to know that the Xiendi experts were all giants in the human realm. Now, they had to listen to someone else's orders. Who would be able to accept it? Lu Susu, your plan seems to have failed. But I have to admit that you have some tricks up your sleeve. Of course, if you want them to join the Purple Alliance, sometimes you can sell them something. For example, your body. Hee, maybe many people will join you. An ordinary-looking woman from the 4 great alliances laughed. This woman was not weak. She was ranked 6th on the Central Earth ranking. She was a female island lord from the sea. It's better to accompany me than to accompany them. Beside her, a man stared at Lu Susu's body and licked his lips. Lu Susu snorted coldly and ignored them. She continued to look at the people around her. However, no one took the first step. They were all hesitating. Could it be that you still can't let go of your so-called face? You have to know that if we don't form an alliance, everyone will die. Lu Susu shouted again. Many people's hesitation wavered. I'll join. At this time, a voice finally sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was one of the Crystal 7 talents. He was ranked 58th on the Central Earth ranking. Only one person? The people from the 4 great alliances were stunned and laughed even more loudly. However, at this time, another voice sounded, causing the people from the 4 great alliances to frown instantly. I'll join. Eternal Fairy also walked out. Behind her was a large Buddha. The crowd immediately frowned. The Crystal 7 talents, Eternal Fairy, and Xian Di were ranked in the middle of the Central Earth ranking. However, they were geniuses from the mortal world and had boundless potential. In the future, they would definitely have a chance to reach the top of the Central Earth ranking. Lu Susu was also secretly surprised. These people had provided timely help. However, she did not understand why they were willing to join them. She did not know that after Lin Ling had arrived with the Purple Alliance, Eternal Fairy and the others had noticed him. Although Lin Ling was wearing a mask, they had interacted with Lin Ling in the prison of the mortal world and recognized the ancient sword behind him. Therefore, they naturally joined the Purple Alliance with Mad God Lin Ling. The genius Xian Di is proud and arrogant. Since they have joined, why can't we let go of our face? That's right. If we don't unite, we will die. In that case, what is face worth? I'll join too. A large number of voices were heard in the forest. The Xian Di Alliance members joined one after another. In an instant, the Purple Alliance became stronger. Lu Susu and the others stood there excitedly. Not long ago, the Purple Alliance was about to collapse. Now it was strong again. Sister Susu, this is great. This is great. Lin Yanchen exclaimed excitedly. She was one of the leaders, so naturally she was happy. Lu Susu nodded and looked at the 4 great alliances. Although the 4 great alliances were stronger, they had more people. Slut. Lu Susu is indeed smooth and slick. I have to admit that I'm impressed. Now that the Purple Alliance has become stronger, it seems like we can't do whatever we want. Someone from the 4 great alliances smiled faintly. Are you afraid now? Now, make way and let us move forward. Lu Susu sneered coldly. Afraid? Chapter 1890. Central Earth ranking, we're just surprised. Do you think we're afraid? Although your alliance has more people, they are all useless. On the other hand, our 4 great alliances have gathered the immortal emperors ranked in the top 50 of the Central Earth rankings. Do you think we are afraid? Moreover, let me tell you, your alliance doesn't mean anything. A real alliance needs a strong practitioner to hold the fort. You're the leader of the Purple Alliance, Lu Susu. But if you hold the fort, can you convince everyone? The people from the 4 alliances said disdainfully. Lu Susu's side fell silent. An alliance couldn't rely on numbers alone. It also needed a flag. Otherwise, if there was trouble and no one was willing to obey the orders of the other, then it would be like a plate of loose sand. Now, although Lu Susu was the leader of the Purple Alliance, she still lacked some weight as the flag of the Purple Alliance. Although there were many Xian Di who had joined, they were only thinking about their own lives. If there was any danger, they would be the first to run. Lu Susu, you have nothing to say. Seeing Lu Susu's silence, the people from the 4 alliances mocked her as if saying that she was too inexperienced. I'll be the strong practitioner who holds the fort. Hearing those words, Lin Ling walked out directly. The current situation didn't allow Lin Ling to reject. Moreover, he didn't want to waste too much time here. Lin Ling? Seeing this, Lu Susu's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude. The surrounding people's expressions changed slightly. Black mask, black robe, ancient sword behind. Could it be the mysterious Dark Angel? Apparently, everyone present had heard of the Dark Angel. The people from the four alliances' expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect the Dark Angel to join the Purple Alliance. This strong practitioner's power was very mysterious. It was said that Wu Xing had few opponents in the fifth-degree realm. He was indeed qualified. For a moment, they all fell silent. On the other hand, the Purple Alliance's interest was raised as they stared at the people from the four alliances. He's indeed the Dark Angel. Even the top experts in the Central Earth ranking are afraid of him. Hee, looks like the Purple Alliance is going to rise again. We were right to join. I'd like to see how arrogant the four alliances can be. The people from the Purple Alliance laughed and said, "Ha, it's too early for you to be happy." However, just as they were getting excited, the silent four great alliances finally spoke. A burly man said indifferently, "I admit that the Night Angels are very powerful. That's why we're afraid of your Purple Alliance. However, this also means that you can leave here alive." What? The Purple Alliance's people's expressions changed. They thought that the people of the four alliances were afraid of them, but who knew that they just didn't want to kill them? You can leave, but you have to leave behind the jade tokens that record your merit points. This is our final reward for you. The woman who was ranked 6th on the Earth ranking also spoke. Obviously, with Lin Ling's appearance, the four alliances didn't dare to go head-to-head with him. However, it was impossible to say that they were afraid of the Purple Alliance. Most importantly, merit points were precious. Even if they let Lin Ling go, they didn't intend to let go of their merit points. Also, Dark Angel, I know that you've stolen a lot of merit points. Many CND in our alliance have been robbed by you. So, you have to hand over your jade token. The burly man stared at Lin Ling. Not only us, but even the Dark Angel has to hand over his merit points. Everyone from the Purple Alliance was stunned. If they handed over their merit points, then they would have come here for nothing. After all, it wasn't every time they entered the Sky Cloud Forest, they would be able to obtain merit points. From another perspective, merit points represented their future strength. If you refuse, we'll fight. You can discuss among yourselves. The people from the four alliances said. The Purple Alliance's people hesitated. If they didn't hand over their merit points, they would fight. If they did, they could leave this place alive. Lu Susu didn't expect the four alliances to be so arrogant. They seemed to be giving them a way out, but in reality, they were still bullying them. Even Lin Ling was stunned. He had to hand over his merit points too? He couldn't help but laugh. I think there's no need to discuss. You're going to hand over your merit points? Hearing this, the people from the four alliances looked at Lin Ling. Sorry, I'm not going to hand them over. I've chosen to fight. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. The people from the four alliances were stunned. They laughed even louder. We gave in before, but it doesn't mean that we're afraid of the Purple Alliance. It's just that you've formed an alliance, so we'll have to waste a lot of time to kill you. But now, you want the Purple Alliance to fight. You're killing the Purple Alliance. Don't think too highly of yourselves. Lin Ling's cold eyes revealed a mocking look. You think you're the only one who doesn't want to waste time? Let me tell you, I didn't want to waste time either, so I didn't want to fight. But now, I've changed my mind. A fight is inevitable. Moreover, I actually want to fight you because I'm very interested in the Earth ranking. As for the Purple Alliance, I'm sorry, but I'll fight alone. Boom. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. The Dark Angel had wanted to fight for a long time. Moreover, he didn't seem to be fighting for merit points, but for the sake of fighting. A battle maniac. This thought appeared in everyone's mind. The eyes of the people from the four alliances turned cold. What did the Dark Angel think they were? Ants. You'll regret your actions. Come, let's fight. From the Four Alliances, an arrogant old man walked out with a gloomy face. This person was the Ban Xiandi, an expert from 2,000 years ago. Although his talent was average because he had cultivated for a long time, he had always been at the top of the earth ranking. One person and a half-dead old man at that. Let's have a few more. Lin Ling also walked out. Just as he said, he chose to fight because he wanted to see how strong he was on the earth ranking. Have a few more? Who do you think you are? When I was practicing martial arts, you were still in your mother's womb. The old man's body disappeared and entered the space. The law was extremely strange. The crowd looked at Lin Ling. Although they knew that the Dark Angel was very strong, the Dark Angel had risen suddenly. Therefore, no one knew how strong he was and whether he could fight the top experts on the earth ranking. What's your ranking? To everyone's surprise, the old man disappeared. Lin Ling remained motionless and asked indifferently, 42nd. In the space, a cold figure shot out from the ground like a poisonous snake hidden in the desert and instantly launched a fatal attack. Boom! The old man's hand turned into the shape of a snake and the law reached 32. A poisonous light bloomed and suddenly hit Lin Ling's chest. He's dead. That's the poison of a snake corpse. The Ban Xiandi is an expert who lived with poisonous snakes for 1,000 years. His body is poisonous and can break through any law. Someone from the Four Alliances said indifferently, 42nd is so weak? What a disappointment. Unfortunately, just as that person finished speaking, Lin Ling's voice floated over. In everyone's eyes, Lin Ling stood like a pine tree. The Ban Xiandi's attack did not penetrate Lin Ling's body.